Welcome, dear friends, to an evening wrapped in warmth and tranquility. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your time with us tonight. As spring blooms all around, it's the perfect season to renew our spirits and indulge in the gentle embrace of peaceful stories. Allow yourself to anticipate the delightful tales that await, each crafted to bring calm and joy to your heart. In these tender spring nights, relaxation and soothing dreams are not just a luxury, but a cherished necessity. We hope you've relished the beauty of this spring day, and now, may these stories guide you softly into a restful slumber. Story 1. Deep within the heart of the world, where sunlight fell in dappled pools, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and ancient bark, lay Whisperwood. This was no ordinary forest. Here the veil between the seen and unseen was thin as a spider's silk, woven with threads of pure, quiet magic. Its roots delved deep into the heart of the earth, and its canopy brushed the belly of the sky, a living cathedral where nature's most secretive children dwelled. Among the gnarled roots of a colossal, silver-barked maple lived a community of creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. There were the moss mice, no bigger than acorns, their fur the exact green and gray of the lichen they tended. They scurried along mossy pathways, their tiny paws barely rustling a leaf, weaving blankets of velvet moss over sleeping tree roots and patching holes in the forest floor with meticulous care. High in the branches, the sky squirrels, shimmering with iridescent blue fur, darted between leaves, collecting dew in acorn cups each dawn to pour onto thirsty saplings below. And deep in a burrow lined with fragrant pine needles and dried lavender lived Thistle, a wise old badger whose silver-tipped fur held the memory of countless seasons. The rhythm of Whisperwood was the rhythm of the world itself, dictated by the gentle turn of the seasons, each marked by a unique magic. Spring arrived not just with blossoms, but with the Song of Unfurling. A soft, crystalline chime would resonate through the trees as every bud opened, a sound felt deep in the bones of the forest dwellers, urging them to wake and tend. Summer brought the Dance of Sunbeams, where shafts of golden light became tangible ribbons, and fireflies wove intricate patterns within them, painting the twilight with living constellations. Autumn was heralded by the Whispering Windfall, a breeze carrying the secrets of changing leaves as they drifted down, each rustle a story told to the earth. And winter held the hush of deep frost, a profound silence that blanketed the wood, where snowflakes glittered with captured starlight and the very air seemed to sparkle. The guardian of this seasonal harmony was the ancient silver maple itself, known simply as Old Mother Maple. Her bark was etched with runes only the forest folk could read, telling tales of times when glaciers retreated and saplings first stretched towards the sun. Her vast canopy was a network of glowing veins in summer, pulsing with soft, green light that nourished the moss mice and guided lost creatures home. Thistle the badger was her closest confidante, entrusted with the wisdom passed down through generations of badgers before him. One late summer, as the Dance of Sunbeams began to wane, a subtle unease prickled through Whisperwood. The air, usually thick with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and warm earth, grew heavy and still. The sky squirrels noticed it first. The dew they collected tasted faintly metallic, and the leaves they brushed against felt listless. The moss mice found patches of moss turning brittle and brown at the edges, no matter how carefully they tended them. Even the fireflies' dances seemed slower, their light dimmer. Thistle felt it in his old bones, a deep sigh from the earth. He shuffled from his burrow, his nose twitching, catching the faint, wrong scent carried on the stagnant air. He made his way slowly to the base of Old Mother Maple, placing a grizzled paw upon her roots. A deep, resonant thrum answered him, vibrating up his leg and into his heart. Images flooded his mind, not with words but with sensations. Heat trapped beneath the forest floor, roots parched despite recent rains, the frantic, confused buzzing of bees high in the canopy. "The balance is tilting," Thistle murmured, his voice a low rumble. The streams run low, the deep earth thirsts, and the air cannot breathe. He gathered the creatures of the hidden hollows. The moss mice clustered on velvety toadstools, their bright eyes wide with concern. The sky squirrels perched nervously on low branches, their blue fur seeming dull. Even a family of shy, fern-colored tree frogs gathered near a damp root, their throats pulsing silently. A great storm gathers beyond the whispering stones, Thistle explained, his voice calm but grave. Not a cleansing storm, but a hungry one. It has drunk the rains meant for us. The streams that feed our roots are dwindling. The earth's deep wells grow shallow. But what can we do? Piped a tiny moss mouse named Pip. We are so small. Thistle's eyes softened. Small things woven together with care and the wisdom of the seasons can mend great tears. Old Mother Maple remembers. She remembers the dry time of the long ago and how the forest survived. He looked up at the ancient tree. We must call the deep rain. A collective gasp rippled through the gathering. The deep rain was legend, a magic tied not just to clouds, but to the very heart of the earth, summoned only when the forest sang with one voice, in perfect harmony with the seasons turning. It hadn't been called in Thistle's lifetime, or even his grandfather's. The autumn whispering windfall approaches, Thistle continued. Its breath carries the memory of water, the promise of change. We must weave our need into its song. We must show the earth we remember its rhythms, we cherish its gifts. Preparations began. Guided by the subtle pulses of light through Old Mother Maple's veins, warm gold for urgency, cool blue for calm, focused the creatures worked. The sky squirrels gathered the driest, most resonant fallen leaves, oak, birch, and maple, carefully selecting those shaped like tiny cups or curved like miniature horns. The moss mice, with incredible dexterity, spun threads of the strongest, greenest moss, weaving them into delicate nets and tiny baskets. The tree frogs, masters of vibration, tested hollow logs and specific stones, finding those that hummed at the perfect pitch when the wind sighed through them. Thistle moved among them, sharing the ancient knowledge. Place the leaf cups where the last of the summer sun warms the stones, he instructed the squirrels. Let them soak up the warmth, the memory of light. The moss mice, weave your baskets near the youngest springs where the water still sings clearest. Let them hold the echo of flow. Tree frogs, find the stones that sing the note of falling water. As the first true hints of autumn brushed the forest, a crispness in the air, a few leaves blushing gold at the edges, the night of the whispering windfall arrived. The usual gentle rustle began, but tonight the forest folk were ready. The sky squirrels took their positions high in the canopy, each holding a carefully prepared leaf cup. The moss mice gathered at the forest floor, their tiny moss baskets ready. The tree frogs settled onto their chosen singing stones. Thistle stood beneath Old Mother Maple. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his spirit, feeling the ancient tree's vast awareness, the slow, deep pulse of the earth, the gathering breath of the wind high above. He sent out a silent call, a pulse of pure need and profound respect, amplified by the maple's ancient power. As the wind sighed through the upper branches, the sky squirrels tilted their leaf cups. The wind, catching the curved surfaces, flowed through them, creating a chorus of soft, haunting flutes, the captured memory of summer sun transformed into sound. The melody drifted down. Below, the moss mice raised their tiny baskets. The flute song touched the woven moss, and the baskets began to glow with a soft, blue-green light, the echo of clear springs. They swayed gently, creating a counterpoint rhythm to the flutes, a deep, earthy hum. On the singing stones, the tree frogs pressed their throats. The vibrations from the stones merged with the flute song and the moss hum, creating a third layer, the clear, pure chime of falling water, like tiny bells ringing deep within the earth. The sounds wove together: flute, hum, and chime, not loud, but profound. It resonated through the roots, vibrated in the stones, and rose into the air, becoming the very voice of Whisperwood. It was a song of gratitude for the rain that had been, a plea for the rain that was needed, and a promise of continued care. It was the forest remembering its own deep magic, tied intrinsically to the turning season. High above, unseen by the small creatures, the gathered storm clouds, heavy and brooding, seemed to pause. The song, delicate yet immense, woven from sunlight, spring water, and stone, touched them. It spoke of balance, of need born of love, not greed. It reminded the clouds of their ancient pact with the earth. And then it began. Not a furious downpour, but the deep rain. It fell as if from a bottomless wellspring in the sky, a gentle, steady, soaking rain. Each drop felt cool and clean, imbued with a silvery light. It didn't pound the earth, it seeped into it, sinking deep past the thirsty topsoil, reaching the parched roots far below. It filled the dwindling streams not with a rush, but with a quiet, persistent flow. It washed the dusty leaves, making them glisten anew. The creatures sheltered under broad leaves and within burrows, listening to the blessed sound. The metallic tang vanished from the air, replaced by the rich, clean scent of petrichor rain on dry earth. They felt the grateful sigh of the forest, the deep drink taken by old Mother Maple's roots, the uncoiling tension in the very ground beneath their paws. For 3 days and nights the deep rain fell, a patient, healing balm. When it finally ceased, Whisperwood emerged transformed. Moss glowed emerald green, plump and vibrant. Streams chuckled happily over smooth stones. The air sparkled, crisp and sweet. The sky squirrels first shimmered brighter than ever, the firefly's dance regained its joyous vigor, and the brittle edges of the leaves softened, ready for their autumnal change. Thistle stood again under old Mother Maple. Pip, the moss mouse, scurried up to his paw. "We did it, Thistle, even us small ones." The old badger lowered his head, a deep warmth in his chest. "Yes, little one, because you remembered. You remembered the small tasks, the quiet care, the rhythm of the seasons. You wove your small song into the great song of the forest. That is the oldest wisdom. Harmony is not one loud voice, but countless small voices singing together, in tune with the earth and the sky." He looked up at the maple, its leaves now shimmering gold and crimson in the newly washed sunlight. And the forest remembers, always. That night, as the first true frost of autumn painted delicate lace on the leaves and cobwebs, the hush of deep frost settled over Whisperwood. It was a silence filled with profound peace. Creatures nestled in their dens, warm and safe. Old Mother Maple's roots pulsed with deep, contented warmth, radiating it through the forest floor like a gentle hearth. High above, the stars seemed closer, brighter, reflected in the icy crystals that adorned every twig and blade of frost-touched grass. And if you listened very, very closely in that deep, sparkling hush, you might just hear it, the faintest echo of flutes, the softest hum of moss, and the clear chime of water, woven into the heartbeat of the ancient forest, a lullaby of balance, sung by countless small voices, promising that as long as they remembered and cared, the magic of Whisperwood would endure, season after gentle season. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the forest's quiet song. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams seemed to linger longer, and the river hummed a quiet lullaby. It was a place of cobblestone lanes, thatched cottages crowned with climbing roses, and windows that glowed like warm honey in the twilight. In this gentle haven, young Finn spent his days helping his mother tend their cozy apothecary shop, filled with the comforting scents of dried lavender, chamomile, and cinnamon bark. One crisp autumn morning, as Finn carefully weighed out star anise for Mrs. Thistlewood, a faint buzzing filled the air. It wasn't the usual industrious hum of bees, but a sound like tiny, frantic silver bells. Moments later, old Mr. Bramble burst through the door, his kind face creased with confusion. "Finn, something peculiar. My prize-winning honey, the jar I was saving for the harvest moon feast, it's vanished, clean as a whistle from my pantry shelf." Before Finn could reply, Millie, the baker's daughter, arrived, her cheeks flushed. Finn, the little sugar mice I made for the children's treats, gone, only crumbs left, and the air smelled, well, it smelled like crushed violets. A gentle mystery had woven itself into Willowbrook's peaceful tapestry. Over the next few days, other small, puzzling disappearances surfaced. Mrs. Thistlewood's favorite thimble, a particularly shiny button from the cobbler's collection, even the last slice of Mistress Aloin's famous walnut cake, left cooling on her windowsill. Each vanishing was accompanied by that faint, silvery buzzing and the fleeting scent of violets. No damage was done, only a quiet absence left behind. A ripple of mild bewilderment, not fear, stirred the village. Finn, with his quiet nature and sharp eyes, felt a spark of curiosity. He decided to talk to Master Hemlock, the village baker. Master Hemlock wasn't just skilled with dough, he possessed a deep, quiet wisdom and an uncanny knack for listening to the whispers of the world. His bakery was a sanctuary of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and the soft crackle of the hearth. Strange occurrences, young Finn, Master Hemlock murmured, kneading a plump loaf of rye bread. He sprinkled a handful of flour onto the worn wooden counter, creating a soft, white cloud. Things vanishing without a trace, save for a scent and a sound, like whispers carried on the wind. Tell me, what do your keen eyes observe? Finn thought carefully. The things taken, they weren't valuable, not really. Honey, sugar mice, a thimble, a button, cake. They're all sweet or shiny or small treasures, and the buzzing, it's high-pitched, almost musical. And the violets I noticed yesterday near the old oak stump where the vanishing started, the wild violets were blooming again out of season. They looked extra vibrant. Master Hemlock's eyes twinkled like polished raisins. Our observation is the first key. Sweetness, shine, small treasures, a musical buzz, and violets blooming out of turn. It speaks of a visitor, Finn, a small visitor perhaps, drawn to simple delights. He paused, dusting flour from his apron. Old tales speak of the glimmer moths, rare, shy creatures drawn to places of deep calm and unexpected sweetness. They shimmer like moonlight on dew, and their wings make a sound like tiny bells, and they adore violets, especially enchanted ones. Enchanted violets. Finn breathed. Indeed, Master Hemlock nodded. Sometimes, when a place holds much kindness, or when moonlight falls just so on a particular patch, wild violets can bloom with a touch of magic. Their scent becomes irresistible to certain gentle beings. Finn's mind raced. The old oak stump. That was where Mr. Bramble kept his beehives nearby, and where Millie often sat sketching, sometimes dropping a sugar crumb. It was also where the wild violets grew thickest. But why are they taking things, Master Hemlock, and where do they go? The why might be simpler than we think, the baker said gently. Perhaps they are gifts, or perhaps they are building something. The where, well, glimmer moths are said to weave hidden nests in places touched by twilight and silence. Somewhere near the violets, perhaps. Somewhere overlooked. Armed with this wisdom, Finn returned to the old oak stump as the afternoon sun dipped low, casting long, golden shadows. He sat very still on a mossy stone, watching the patch of unusually vibrant violets. He noticed tiny footprints in the soft earth, no bigger than his smallest fingernail, leading towards the hollow heart of the ancient stump itself. The buzzing sound returned, faint but distinct, seeming to emanate from within the old wood. Taking a deep breath, Finn approached the stump. He knelt, peering into the dark hollow. At first, he saw only shadows and decaying wood. Then as his eyes adjusted, he saw it, a soft, pulsing light like captured moonlight. And around it, carefully arranged, were all the missing items. Mr. Bramble's honey jar sat gleaming, reflecting the light. Millie's sugar mice stood in a tiny circle. Mrs. Thistlewood's thimble held a single drop of dew that sparkled like a diamond. The cobbler's button and the crumb of walnut cake were placed with reverence near the glowing source. The light pulsed brighter, and Finn saw them. 3 glimmer moths, their wings like spun moonlight and stardust, shimmering with soft blues and silvers. They fluttered gently around their nest, a delicate woven structure of spider silk, dried violet petals, and strands of sunlight. They weren't stealing, they were decorating their hidden home, drawn by the sweetness of the honey and sugar, the shine of the thimble and button, and the crumb representing the walnut cake's delight. The scent of violets was strong here, emanating from the petals woven into their nest. Finn watched, filled with wonder, not alarm. He understood. They were gathering treasures for their nest, little offerings of beauty and sweetness from the world they admired. He backed away slowly, careful not to disturb them. The next morning, Finn gathered Mr. Bramble, Millie, Mrs. Thistlewood, the cobbler, and Mistress Aloin near the oak stump. He explained about the glimmer moths, their love for violets, and their gentle decorating. He showed them the tiny footprints and described the glowing nest within. "Oh," gasped Millie, clapping her hands softly. "They liked my sugar mice." "My thimble," Mrs. Thistlewood murmured, touched. "Holding a dewdrop, how lovely." Mr. Bramble chuckled, his confusion melting into warmth. "Well, if they fancy my honey for their moonlit nest, who am I to complain? Seems they have good taste." The villagers decided on a plan, guided by kindness. Instead of taking their things back, they would leave small gifts for the moths. Mr. Bramble placed a tiny saucer of fresh honey near the stump. Millie left a miniature sugar star. Mrs. Thistlewood tucked a scrap of shimmering blue silk beside the violets. The cobbler added a small, polished pebble that gleamed like a jewel. Mistress Aloin left a single, perfect walnut, and the vanishing ceased. Instead, every morning, the villagers would find their little offerings gently accepted, sometimes replaced with a single, impossibly bright violet bloom or a tiny, perfect feather found nearby. The silvery buzzing became a familiar, comforting sound, a lullaby woven into Willowbrook's evenings. Finn learned that sometimes mysteries aren't about malice, but about misunderstanding. That the world is full of gentle wonders, shy and beautiful, if one only takes the time to observe with kindness and seek wisdom from those who listen. And as he drifted to sleep each night in his cozy room above the apothecary, the faint scent of violets and the distant chime of silver bells on the breeze whispered a gentle reminder that even the smallest creatures appreciate a shared treasure, and that friendship, in all its surprising forms, makes the world glow a little brighter. The hearth of Willowbrook seemed warmer still, its peace deepened by the quiet magic now welcomed into its heart. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook, nestled in the valley of Whispering Pines, was a place of gentle magic. Cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs that shimmered faintly with protective spells, their windows glowing warmly like captured fireflies. The air always carried the comforting scent of pine needles, baking bread, and something indefinably sweet, like cinnamon and starlight mingled. Life moved at the pace of drifting dandelion seeds, peaceful and predictable. That is, until the week the little things started vanishing. It began with Old Man Hemlock's favorite blue-striped sock. He was certain he'd left it drying by the hearthstone. Then Mistress Ivy's prized silver thimble, used by generations of her family for sewing enchanted tapestries, disappeared from her workbench. Young Finn's collection of unusually smooth river pebbles, meticulously gathered, vanished overnight from his windowsill. Soon it was a missing copper button from the baker's apron, a smooth wooden spoon from the herbalist's shelf, and a tiny, carved wooden bird from the toy shop window. Nothing grand was taken, nothing truly valuable in gold or gems, but each loss was a small, sharp prick to the village's cozy contentment. A low hum of confusion and unease replaced the usual cheerful greetings. Lyndon, a quiet boy with eyes the color of moss after rain and a thoughtful nature, noticed the pattern. He spent his days exploring the fringes of the Whispering Pines, sketching the luminous mushrooms, and listening to the wind rustle secrets through the ancient trees. He felt the village worry like a shift in the breeze. Unlike others who muttered about mischievous sprites or careless neighbors, Lyndon decided to observe. He sat on the worn wooden bench outside the village store, sketching not the buildings, but the people and their routines, making small notes in the margins of his pad. He noticed the disappearances happened only at night, always small, smooth, often shiny or textured objects left near windows or hearths. There was no sign of forced entry, not a single scratch on a sill or a disturbed lock. It was as if the objects simply dissolved into the moonlight. One evening, as Lyndon walked home beneath a sky dusted with early stars, a soft, silvery light fluttered near his shoulder. It was a whisper-wisp, a tiny creature of pure light and air, no bigger than Lyndon's thumb. They were shy beings, rarely seen, said to be drawn to quiet minds and kind hearts. This one pulsed gently, like a captured moonbeam, then darted towards the edge of the woods where the oldest pine stood guard. Intrigued, Lyndon followed, his boots making soft, crunching sounds on the pine needle carpet. The wisp led him deeper than he usually ventured, to a clearing bathed in ethereal moonlight. There, beneath the gnarled roots of a truly ancient pine, its bark etched with time like a wise face, sat Alara. Not a witch, as some might whisper, but a keeper of roots, a woman whose life was intertwined with the forest's deep magic. Her hair was the silver of birch bark, her eyes held the depth of forest pools, and she wore a cloak woven from shadows and starlight. She sat calmly, stirring a small pot suspended over a fire of glowing embers that gave off no smoke, only the scent of cedar and peace. "Greetings, young observer," Alara's voice was like wind through dry leaves, soft and knowing. "The forest whispers of your curiosity." Lyndon bowed his head respectfully. "Keeper Alara, the village things are disappearing, small things, and I saw the whisper-wisp." Alara nodded slowly. "The wisp sensed your gentle intent. The forest feels the village's unease too. Tell me, what have your eyes seen?" Lyndon described the missing items: the sock, the thimble, the pebbles, the button, the spoon, the bird. He mentioned the locations always near warmth or light, always smooth or shiny objects. He showed her his sketches of the village routines, pointing out where the items had vanished. Alara listened intently, her gaze thoughtful. She scooped a handful of glowing dust from a pouch at her belt and scattered it over her simmering pot. The embers flared, and within the smokeless steam fleeting images appeared. A flash of iridescent blue, a glimpse of something small and quick darting through moonbeams near a cottage window, the gleam of silver against dark fur. "Ah," Alara breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. "Not mischief, but need, and a touch of enchantment." "What is it?" Lyndon asked, his eyes wide. "A glimmerpaw," Alara explained. "A rare, shy creature of the deep woods, drawn to soft light and gentle warmth. They are collectors, not thieves. They gather smooth, shiny, comforting things, especially when they are preparing." She stirred the pot again. "The images show it moving near the village, drawn perhaps by the cozy hearth lights. Its natural magic allows it to pass through small spaces unseen, like moonlight through glass. It doesn't understand ownership, it only seeks comfort for its task." "Preparing for what?" Lyndon asked. "For new life," Alara said softly. "A glimmerpaw builds a nest for its kits lined with soft, smooth treasures. It must feel the time is near. The forest has been unsettled lately, deeper in. Perhaps its usual gathering grounds feel unsafe." Understanding dawned on Lyndon. The missing items weren't stolen, they were being gathered with a purpose, by a creature driven by instinct, not malice. The tension in his chest loosened, replaced by a wave of compassion. "So how do we get the things back, without frightening it?" Alara's smile widened. "Wisdom speaks, we don't take, we offer, and we observe." She reached into her cloak and pulled out a smooth, oval river stone, polished by time, that glowed faintly with a soft internal light. This is a moonstone, harmless but comforting. Place it tonight where the Glimmerpaw was last seen near the village, perhaps near Mistress Ivy's window where the thimble vanished. Then watch, but watch with patience and stillness like the oldest pine. That night, under a sky heavy with stars, Linden placed the glowing moonstone on the wide windowsill of Mistress Ivy's cottage, where her thimble had rested. He tucked himself into a shadowy alcove nearby, wrapped in his warmest cloak, determined to be patient. The village slept, though only sounds the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. Time stretched, slow and silent. Linden's eyelids grew heavy. Just as he began to doubt, a subtle shift occurred. A patch of moonlight near the base of the cottage wall seemed to ripple. Then a small creature materialized, as if stepping out of the light itself. It was about the size of a large squirrel, but infinitely more delicate. Its fur was a deep, velvety midnight blue, shimmering with faint, iridescent highlights like oil on water. Large, luminous eyes, the color of liquid amber, scanned the area cautiously. It moved with incredible silence, a whisper of movement. Linden held his breath. The Glimmerpaw's gaze fixed on the moonstone. It tilted its head, its large ears twitching. Slowly, cautiously, it approached the sill. It stretched up its tiny, surprisingly dexterous paws, reaching for the stone. Instead of vanishing it, as Linden half expected, the creature gently nudged it with its nose, making a soft, chirruping sound. It seemed pleased. Then, to Linden's astonishment, the Glimmerpaw turned and darted back towards the woods, but paused at the edge of the garden. It looked back towards Linden's hiding place, its luminous eyes seeming to meet his for a fleeting second, before vanishing into the darkness under the pines. Linden waited, heart pounding softly. He wasn't sure what to expect. 10 minutes passed. Then, a soft rustling near the window. The Glimmerpaw reappeared, moving quickly. This time it carried something small and silver in its mouth. It hopped onto the sill, carefully placed Mistress Ivy's thimble right beside the moonstone, gave another soft cheer-up, and disappeared back into the night as silently as it had come. Linden stared, awestruck. It had returned the thimble. He crept forward and picked up the moonstone, its gentle light warm in his hand. The thimble lay beside it, unharmed. The Glimmerpaw hadn't taken the offering, it had understood the gesture. It had traded. The next day, Linden sought out Alara again. He told her what happened, showing her the returned thimble and the moonstone. Alara nodded, her wise eyes crinkling at the corners. It understood the exchange, it trusted the gesture. Now we help it finish its nest safely, away from the village. Together, Linden and Alara gathered smooth, beautiful things the village could spare. Polished bits of quartz found in the stream, a discarded brass bell with a lovely chime, smooth, colorful sea glass washed up from some distant shore, a rarity in their valley, and soft scraps of felt and velvet. That evening, guided by the Whisper-Wisp, they ventured deep into the protected heart of the Whispering Pines, to a place where the ancient trees formed a natural, sheltered grotto. There, tucked into a hollow beneath immense, moss-covered roots, was a nest. It was a marvel woven from soft moss, twigs, and strips of birch bark, and lined with the village's missing treasures. Old Man Hemlock's blue sock formed a soft wall, Finn's river pebbles gleamed along the edge, the baker's copper button and the herbalist's wooden spoon were nestled together, and the carved wooden bird sat proudly atop it all. It was a nest built of comfort and an inadvertent community. Linden and Alara carefully placed their gathered offerings, the quartz, the bell, the sea glass, the soft fabrics, in a neat pile near the nest entrance. They retreated silently, leaving only the comforting glow of the moonstone nearby. The following morning, the village awoke to a small miracle. On the doorstep of each cottage that had lost an item, the missing treasure lay, clean and unharmed. Old Man Hemlock found his sock neatly folded. Mistress Ivy's thimble gleamed on her doorstep. Finn's pebbles were in a little pile, the baker's button pinned to a leaf, the spoon resting on the herbalist's gatepost, and the wooden bird perched on the toy shop's windowsill. With each returned item was a small, perfect pine cone, dusted with silvery pollen that smelled faintly of moonlight and deep forest peace. The hum of unease in Willowbrook transformed into a murmur of wonder. Lyndon, guided by Alara, explained what had happened to shy Glimmerpaw, its need for a safe nest, its misunderstanding, and the peaceful exchange. The villagers listened, their initial confusion melting into understanding and a touch of awe. They hadn't been robbed, they had, unwittingly, provided comfort to a secret neighbor. Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful rhythm, but with a new layer of warmth. The strange occurrences ceased. Sometimes, on exceptionally clear nights, villagers would report seeing a flash of iridescent blue near the edge of the woods, or hear a soft, chime-like sound carried on the breeze. They would smile, knowing their unseen neighbor was safe. Lyndon continued his walks in the Whispering Pines, often accompanied by a flicker of silvery light. He learned that understanding often bloomed where suspicion first took root, and that kindness, offered without demand, could weave connections even with the most secretive of creatures. The cozy magic of Willowbrook deepened, not just in its protective spells and sweet air, but in the shared knowledge that they lived alongside gentle mysteries, and that sometimes the solution wasn't found with force, but with patient observation, a warm heart, and a little light offered freely in the dark. And as the villagers settled into their beds each night, the soft glow of hearth fires seemed just a little brighter, a silent acknowledgement of the quiet understanding that now nestled safely in the ancient roots of the Whispering Pines. Story 4. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane. Tonight snuggle deep, for we journey to a valley cradled by ancient, mist-wreathed mountains, where a young soul named Kalen was about to discover the quiet magic woven into his very bones. Kalen lived with his grandmother, Alara, in a cottage built from river stones and timber smoothed by time. He loved the valley, the emerald meadows dotted with wildflowers, the silver ribbon of the river singing its constant song, the towering pines that whispered secrets on the wind. Yet sometimes a quiet restlessness stirred within him. He felt like a leaf adrift, unsure of the branch from which it fell. Other children spoke of grandparents, great-grandparents, stories stretching back like roots. Kalen knew only Gran, her warm hands, her stories of the valley's changing seasons, but little of the generations before. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping Gran clear the dusty attic, Kalen stumbled upon a forgotten chest tucked beneath the eaves. It was made of dark wood, bound with tarnished silver, and carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light, swirling vines, crescent moons, and a single, stylized star. His fingers brushed the cool metal latch, and it clicked open with surprising ease, releasing a scent of dried lavender and old parchment. Inside, nestled in folds of faded indigo silk, lay treasures that stole Kalen's breath. Not gold or jewels, but something far more precious. There was a small, smooth river stone, perfectly round and cool to the touch, humming faintly like a contented bee. A slender flute, crafted from a single piece of pale wood, felt warm and alive in his hands. And lastly, a fragile, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with elegant, flowing script and delicate sketches of plants, constellations, and valley landmarks. Tucked into the first page was a pressed flower, its petals still holding a ghost of deep, sapphire blue. "Gran," Kalen called, his voice hushed with awe. "What is this?" Gran climbed the creaky ladder, her eyes widening as she saw the open chest. A soft sigh, like wind through reeds, escaped her. "Ah, Kalen, you found the legacy chest. I wondered when it would call to you." She settled beside him, her hand gentle on his shoulder. "This belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Lyra. She was a keeper of the valley's song." "The valley's song," Kalen whispered, tracing the swirling patterns on the chest. Gran smiled, her eyes distant. Long ago, before our village was even built, our family were stewards here. They didn't own the land, they listened to it. They learned its rhythms, its needs. This stone, she picked up the smooth river pebble, is a listening stone. Hold it near water or the earth or your heart, and if you're very still, you can feel the valley's pulse. This flute, she indicated the pale wood instrument, was used to play melodies that thanked the earth, asked for gentle rains. Or soothed restless winds, not magic that commands, Kaelin, but music that asks. That harmonizes. She carefully opened the journal. And this is Lyra's heart, her observations, her worries during harsh winters, her joy when the first snowdrops bloomed. She believed the valley's true strength wasn't just in its beauty, but in the harmony between all who lived here, the trees, the animals, the streams, and the people. Kaelin's fingers brushed the pressed blue flower. What's this? Gran's smile softened. The starry gentian. It blooms only in one hidden grove, high in the mountains, under the light of the full moon. It was Lyra's favorite. She wrote that finding it felt like touching starlight made earthbound. She believed it symbolized resilience, blooming bright and beautiful even in the highest, coldest places. A longing Kaelin hadn't fully understood settled into a quiet purpose. He felt the hum of the listening stone resonate deep within his chest. Gran, could I find the grove? See the starry gentian, like Lyra did? Gran cupped his cheek, her touch warm and reassuring. The chest called to you, Kaelin. The legacy is yours to discover now. The path won't be easy, but trust what the stone tells you. Listen to the whispers on the wind, and remember Lyra's words about harmony. Take the flute, too. Music bridges gaps. The next day, as the first rays of dawn painted the mountaintops gold, Kaelin set out. He wore a sturdy coat, carried a small pack with water and bread, and clutched the listening stone tightly. The flute was tucked safely inside his tunic, close to his heart. He followed the river upstream, past familiar meadows, into the older, denser woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid amber. The air grew cooler, filled with the rich scent of pine and damp earth. He stopped often, closing his eyes and holding the stone against an ancient oak's rough bark. He felt a deep, slow thrum like a giant heartbeat. He held it near a chattering brook and felt its bright, skipping energy. He held it against his own chest and felt his own steady rhythm mingling with the valleys. It wasn't hearing words, but understanding feelings, the contentment of the sun-warmed rocks, the slight thirst of the moss near a drying spring. Higher he climbed, the path growing steeper and less defined. He paused at a fork, unsure. The listening stone felt cool and silent in his hand. Then a soft breeze rustled the leaves above, carrying a faint, sweet scent like honey and cold starlight. It reminded him of the pressed gentian. He followed the scent, trusting the gentle nudge. He played a soft, questioning note on Lyra's flute. The note hung in the clear air, pure and clear. In response, a chorus of birdsong seemed to rise around him, not alarming but welcoming, guiding him towards a narrow, moss-covered passage hidden behind a waterfall's shimmering veil. Stepping through the cool mist, Kaelin gasped. He stood in a hidden grove, bathed in dappled sunlight. Ancient, gnarled trees formed a protective circle. Crystal-clear water bubbled from a spring, feeding a small pool covered in lily pads. And there, nestled among ferns and smooth boulders, bloomed clusters of starry gentians. Their petals were a deep, luminous blue, almost violet, speckled with tiny, silvery dots that truly did look like captured starlight. They glowed with an inner light, serene and impossibly beautiful against the dark green. As Kaelin knelt in awe, a movement caught his eye. An old badger, her fur grizzled with age, ambled out from behind a boulder. She didn't startle. Her dark eyes held a deep, ancient knowing. Kaelin felt no fear, only a profound sense of peace. He remembered Lyra's words about harmony. Slowly he took out the flute and played a simple melody, a song of greeting, of gratitude for the grove's beauty, of respect for its guardian. The badger listened, her head tilted. When the last note faded, she gave a soft, chuffing sound, almost like a sigh of contentment. She ambled closer, nudged Kalen's knee gently with her nose, then turned and disappeared back into the ferns. It wasn't fear, but a quiet acknowledgement, a passing of the watch. Kalen sat by the pool for a long time. He dipped the listening stone in the cool water, feeling the pure, vibrant energy of this sacred place surge through it and into him. He sketched the gentians and the grove in the margins of Lyra's journal, adding his own shaky script. Found it. Feels like coming home. He understood Lyra's lesson now, resonating deep within his present. The valley's strength wasn't domination, but connection. It thrived on the quiet symphony of roots reaching deep, water carving its path, creatures sharing the space, and people listening, respecting, adding their own gentle notes. His roots weren't just names on a page. They were this stone, this flute, this grove, this understanding woven into the land itself. He belonged not as an owner, but as a note in the valley's eternal song. The journey back felt different. He carried the grove's peace within him, the hum of the listening stone a constant, comforting companion. The shadows lengthened, painting the valley in hues of lavender and rose as he approached the cottage. Gran was waiting on the porch, her face etched with concern that melted into profound relief and joy when she saw him. He didn't need to say much. He placed the listening stone in her hand. She closed her eyes, a tear tracing a path down her weathered cheek as she felt its strong, steady pulse, now carrying the echo of the hidden grove. He showed her the sketch in the journal. Her smile was brighter than the gentians under the moon. That night, after sharing warm milk and honey, Kalen and Gran sat by the fire. Kalen held Lyra's flute. He played not a complex melody, but a simple, repeating refrain, a song of roots and stars, of stones and streams, of belonging found not in grand deeds, but in quiet listening and gentle harmony. The notes wove through the crackle of the fire, out the open window and into the cool, star-dusted night, joining the ancient song of the valley. As Kalen drifted to sleep, the listening stone resting under his pillow humming its soft lullaby, he felt anchored. He knew the names now: Lyra, the valley, the starry gentian, the song. He knew his place was here, a keeper of the gentle balance, a guardian of the quiet legacy whispered in stones, blooms, and the peaceful rhythm of a heart finally finding its true home. The fire glowed low, the rain had ceased, and the valley slept, wrapped in the deep, contented peace of belonging. Sleep now, little listener, wrapped in the warmth of roots found and songs shared. Story 5. The village of Oakhaven nestled in a valley where the air always carried the scent of pine needles and distant rain. Crisp autumn evenings painted the sky in hues of lavender and burnt orange, and lanterns glowed like captured fireflies along the cobblestone paths. In a cozy cottage at the village edge, young Finn sat by his window, tracing the frost patterns on the pane with a restless finger. Outside, the whispering woods shimmered with magic, trees whose leaves shifted color with the emotions of those who walked beneath them. Tomorrow, Finn would enter those woods for his season walk, a rite of passage every child faced when the first frost settled. And Finn dreaded it. Change felt like a heavy stone in his chest. He loved the sameness of Oakhaven, the way Mrs. Hearthwell baked honey oat bread every Tuesday, how the village clock chimed 7 times at dusk without fail, even the familiar creak of his attic bedroom floorboards. But the season walk promised transformation, and whispers of shifting leaves made Finn's hands tremble. "What if I don't like who I become?" he murmured to the evening stars. His grandmother Ilara found him there, her presence as warm as the embers in the hearth. She carried a tray of steaming chamomile tea, its fragrance mingling with the wood smoke curling from the fireplace. "Ah, my little acorn," she said, her voice a soft melody. "The woods aren't there to change you against your will. They're there to help you see the change already growing inside you, like a seed unfurling toward the sun. She settled beside him, her shawl woven from twilight blue wool. When I was your age, I clung to the shore while others sailed. Fear made my steps heavy as river stones. She sipped her tea, her eyes distant. But the woods showed me that roots deepen even as branches reach for new skies. The next morning, frost silvered the pumpkin patches, and the air nipped at Finn's cheeks as he stood at the forest's edge. His friend Leela bounced beside him, her cheeks rosy with excitement. She'd completed her season walk last spring. Her hair now held streaks of emerald green, matching the brave heart she'd discovered within. "You'll be splendid, Finn," she chirped, squeezing his hand. "The woods listen, they show you what you need to see, not what you fear." Grandmother Alara placed a small, smooth stone, a worry stone from the riverbed, into Finn's palm. "Carry this when the path feels steep. Remember it holds all the steadiness of the earth." Finn stepped into the Whispering Woods alone. At first the trees mirrored his unease. Their leaves hung dull and gray, like tarnished silver, and the path wound through shadows that seemed to shift and sigh. Every rustle made him jump. But as he walked deeper, a faint whimpering caught his ear. Behind a mossy boulder, a creature no larger than a squirrel trembled, a young moss sprite, its fur the color of crushed sage, with luminous eyes like dewdrops. It was lost, separated from its glen by a sudden rock slide. "SHHH," Finn whispered, crouching low. "I'm Finn. I'm a bit lost, too." The sprite nuzzled his hand, its fear a palpable chill in the air. Helping the sprite became Finn's anchor. He shared his pocketful of walnuts, and as they searched for the sprite's home, Finn forgot to watch the trees. He focused instead on the sprite's tiny paws clutching his sleeve, on the way ferns unfurled like green scrolls beside the path, on the earthy scent of damp soil. When they crossed a stream, Finn carried the sprite on his shoulder, his own worries dissolving like sugar in tea. Miraculously, the leaves overhead began to glow, first soft amber, then warm gold, swirling with hints of coral. Each step painted the canopy brighter, reflecting the calm unfurling in Finn's heart. The sprite led him to a hidden grove where moonlight seemed to pool, even in daytime. At its center stood the heartwood tree, ancient and majestic, its bark etched with stories like old parchment. As Finn approached, its branches shimmered, and visions blossomed in the air around him. Finn patiently teaching a younger child to skip stones at the river, Finn mending a robin's wing with gentle hands, Finn laughing with Leela as they strung garlands of ivy for the harvest feast. The visions shifted, showing not the future, but possibilities. Finn tending a garden of glowing moonflowers, reading maps under starlight, his voice steady as he soothed a frightened badger cub. "You see," whispered the wind, or perhaps the tree itself. "Kindness is your compass. Growth is not losing yourself, it's discovering how much you have to give." When Finn emerged from the woods, twilight had draped Oakhaven in indigo and silver. The trees at the forest's edge now blazed with colors that danced like liquid jewels, sapphire blues and sunrise pinks, woven through with threads of resilient evergreen. Layla whooped, spinning in a circle. "Look at your hair, Finn." He touched it, finding streaks of warm bronze streaking his dark curls, the color of courage and quiet strength. Grandmother Alara embraced him, her eyes misty. "The woods gave you a gift, little acorn. They showed you your own light." That night Finn lay in his familiar bed, the worry stone cool beneath his pillow. Outside, the Whispering Woods hummed a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. He thought of the moss sprite, safe in its glen, and of the heartwood's visions. Change, he realized, was not a storm to endure, but a season to embrace, a natural unfolding, like autumn leaves turning to welcome the first snow. His grandmother's words echoed softly, roots deepen even as branches reach for new skies. Drifting to sleep, Finn smiled. The path ahead might wind through unknown forests, but his heart now held a quiet magic, the certainty that growth, like the gentlest of spells, bloomed brightest when nurtured by kindness and friendship. And in the hearth's dying embers, the cottage filled with the peaceful sigh of a soul at rest, ready for tomorrow's dawn. Story 6. Leo always felt a bit like a dandelion seed drifting on the breeze, never quite landing where he belonged. His family's cottage sat at the edge of Whisperwood, a forest so ancient its oaks wore beards of moss, and its streams sang secrets only the owls understood. Yet even surrounded by such wonder, Leo's shyness kept him anchored to the garden gate, watching other children chase fireflies while his own voice stayed tucked away like a folded letter. That changed on the night the storm came. Rain lashed the cottage windows like silver needles, and thunder grumbled like a giant shifting in sleep. Seeking comfort, Leo curled into the window seat, tracing raindrops with his finger. A flash of lightning split the sky, crack, and something small and dark plummeted from the oldest oak, landing with a soft thud in the wet ferns below. Heart-pounding, Leo tugged on his boots and oilskin coat, slipping into the downpour. There, beneath the gnarled roots, lay a stone. Not ordinary granite, but a disk of polished obsidian, cool and smooth as midnight water. Moonlight rippled across its surface even through the storm clouds, revealing veins of silver that pulsed like sleepy starlight. As Leo's fingers closed around it, the rain gentled to a hush, and the stone warmed in his palm. A soft hum vibrated through him, and suddenly the oak's roots seemed to unfold. Where solid earth had been, a tunnel yawned open, glowing with the faint blue light of foxfire moss. Hesitant but pulled by the stone's gentle thrum, Leo stepped inside. The air smelled of damp earth and wild ginger, and the walls shimmered with phosphorescent fungi. Deeper he wandered until the tunnel spilled into a cavern so vast it stole his breath. Above, bioluminescent vines hung like constellations. Below, rivers of liquid amber flowed between islands of luminous mushrooms. This was Glimmerhold, a hidden world woven into Whisperwood's heart, where time dripped like honey and magic hummed in every leaf. But Glimmerhold was fading. The amber rivers ran sluggish and dull, the glowing vines flickered weakly, and a gray mist crept along the cavern floor, whispering with a chill that made Leo shiver. On a toadstool island, he found Pip. Pip was no taller than Leo's knee, with fur like spun moonlight and moth-like wings that drooped with exhaustion. Large, liquid eyes blinked up at him, not with fear but profound sadness. "The Heartstone weakens," Pip sighed, voice like wind chimes. Without its song, Glimmerhold sleeps and never wakes. The Heartstone, Pip explained, was the luminous crystal pulsing at the cavern's center, a beacon of pure magic nourished by joy and courage. But fear, thick and cold as the creeping mist, had smothered its light. No Glimmerhold creature could approach it. The mist thickened at their touch, feeding on their dread. "It senses our despair," Pip whispered, wings trembling. "Only someone untouched by its shadow might reach it." Pip's kind, the Lumini, had shunned them for suggesting hope remained. "They call me foolish," Pip said, a tear glistening like dew. "But you carry starlight in your hand." Pip nodded to Leo's obsidian stone, now glowing softly in sync with the dying Heartstone. So began their unlikely quest. Leo, who'd never ventured beyond his garden, and Pip, exiled for believing. Guided by the stone's warmth, they navigated Glimmerhold's wonders and perils. They crossed rivers on bridges of woven light, avoiding the mist's icy tendrils. They climbed cliffs where crystalline flowers chimed warnings when the fog thickened. Leo's quiet nature became their strength. He noticed things others rushed past, a hidden path veiled by weeping moss, the way the mist recoiled from the stone's silver veins. When shadow beasts made of the gray fog coalesced, snarling with voices like cracking ice, it was Leo who remembered the light drinker moths nesting nearby. With a soft whistle, his first unafraid sound in Glimmerhold, he summoned them. The moths descended, drinking the shadows like nectar, until the beasts dissolved into harmless vapor. Pip marveled. You see the world differently. Leo simply smiled, patting the small creature's head. Their bond deepened with each challenge. Pip taught Leo the names of glowing flowers and how to listen to the rock's deep songs. Leo shared stories of fireflies and thunderstorms, his voice growing steadier. Yet the closer they drew to the Hearthstone, the heavier the air became. Doubt gnawed at Leo. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I fail? The obsidian stone dimmed in his pocket. One night, camped beneath a weeping willow of liquid crystal, Pip nestled against Leo's shoulder. My kin think courage means roaring like thunder, Pip murmured. But yours is the quiet kind, like roots pushing through stone. Leo realized Pip was right. His courage wasn't in loud words but in small steps, entering the tunnel, trusting Pip, facing the mist. True bravery, he understood, was feeling afraid and moving forward anyway. Finally, they stood at the Hearthstone's plinth. The crystal, once radiant as captured sunlight, was now a murky gray orb, veined with sickly black. The mist swirled thickly around it, forming shapes of snarling wolves and bottomless pits, manifestations of Leo's deepest fears, being lost, being laughed at, being forever alone. The obsidian stone flared, pushing the fog back slightly, but Leo's hands shook. It feeds on fear, Pip whispered urgently. Show it something stronger. Closing his eyes, Leo clutched the warm stone. Instead of fighting the fear, he let memories flood in. His mother's lullabies, the scent of baking bread, Pip's trusting eyes, the wonder of bioluminescent vines. He thought of the Lumini watching from afar, their own hope a fragile ember. He thought not of being unafraid, but of what was worth fearing for. Opening his eyes, he stepped into the mist. It clawed at him with icy fingers, whispering, "You don't belong here, you're too small, too quiet." Leo's breath hitched, but he focused on the stone's pulse, a steady, warm rhythm against his palm. He pictured Pip's wings lifting in joy, the rivers running gold again, the willow's crystal tears turning bright. He poured every ounce of that hope, that fierce, quiet love into the obsidian disk. It blazed like a fallen star, its silver veins erupting into pure, liquid light. Leo pressed it against the Hearthstone. A chime resonated, deep and pure, shaking the cavern. Light exploded from the point of contact, a shockwave of gold and silver that tore through the mist like sunlight through cobwebs. The darkness shrieked and dissolved. The Hearthstone ignited, brighter than ever, pulsing waves of warmth that raced through the rivers, up the vines, into the very air. Glimmerhold awoke. Mushrooms glowed like lanterns, amber rivers sang as they flowed, and the air hummed with rejuvenated magic. The Lumini emerged from hiding, their luminous forms shimmering with awe. They gathered around Pip, their earlier scorn replaced by murmurs of wonder and apology. Pip beamed, wings fluttering with newfound strength. Leo saw what we forgot to believe in, Pip declared. Hope isn't loud, sometimes it's just a quiet hand holding a light in the dark. Leo's journey back through the tunnel felt different. The obsidian stone, now cool and dormant, rested in his pocket, a reminder. Emerging into Whisperwood, dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. The storm had washed the world clean. At his garden gate, Leo paused. He didn't feel like a drifting seed anymore. He felt rooted, like an oak holding starlight in its branches. That evening, as his mother lit the fireplace, Leo sat beside it, the obsidian stone warm in his lap. "Mama," he said, his voice clear and steady in the crackling quiet. "Let me tell you about Glimmerhold." And he did. He spoke of rivers of light and a friend with moth-winged courage, of fear that melted before kindness, and a Hearthstone that beat strongest when fed by small, brave acts. His mother listened, her eyes soft with wonder, as the fire painted dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a certain small creature with moonlight fur perched on the oak branch, watching the cottage window. Pip smiled, hearing Leo's voice weave magic into the night air, a different kind of magic, warm and human, and full of quiet strength. Glimmerhold was saved, but so was something else, a shy boy who discovered that his gentle heart was the greatest magic of all. And as Leo finished his tale, the obsidian stone on the windowsill gave one last, soft pulse of silver light, content and still, like a promise kept in the peaceful dark. Story 7. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the grotto of lost things, guarded by Kalen, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. Many come to take, he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, wisdom is in stillness. Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. I had forgotten beauty, he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction, Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. Compassion is the deepest tide. Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the sea of whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Story 8. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood. this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. Take this locket, she murmured, and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed. Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. Wisdom, little traveler, the badger whispered. Not force. Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away, Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Sela's wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. Story 9. The evening mist curled around the cottage like a contented cat, silvering the cobblestone path and muffling the distant chime of the village clock. Inside, young Clara traced the frost feathers on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. 10 years old, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes holding the quiet depth of a forest pool, she felt a familiar restlessness stir. Her world, nestled between the whispering pines of Eldergrove Forest and the sleepy village of Willowbrook, felt too small, too known. She longed for the rustle of unseen leaves, the scent of unfamiliar earth. Beneath her bed, tucked inside a worn wooden box beside a smooth river stone and a robin's blue eggshell, lay her most precious secret, the Whisperwood acorn. It wasn't like any other acorn. Larger than her fist, its cap was etched with swirling silver patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the nut itself pulsed with a deep, warm amber light, like captured sunset. She'd found it months ago beneath the oldest oak in Elder Grove, its glow drawing her through a thicket she'd never dared enter before. Since then, its gentle thrum against her palm was a constant, silent companion, a promise of something more. That night, unable to sleep, the acorn's pulse felt stronger, almost urgent. Slipping on her softest woolen cloak, she crept downstairs, past the snoring form of her grandfather in his armchair by the dying embers. The front door opened with a sigh, releasing her into the cool, pine-scented embrace of the night. The full moon hung low, a luminous pearl bathing the world in silvery light. Instinctively, Clara drew the Whisperwood acorn from her pocket. As moonlight touched its silver-etched cap, the swirling patterns ignited. They spun faster, glowing brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy ground. Then, with a soft chime like distant wind bells, a beam of pure amber light shot from the acorn's tip, striking the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak. Where the light touched, the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but an archway woven from living moonlight and tangled roots, leading into profound, inviting darkness. Hesitation flickered, then dissolved under the acorn's warm pulse and the archway's silent call. Clara stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, laden with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms and the rich, damp scent of ancient soil. Moonlight here wasn't silver, but liquid gold, filtering through a canopy of leaves shaped like stars and teardrops. Giant luminous mushrooms, glowing softly in blues and violets, lined a path of velvety moss. She stood in the Whisperwood, a hidden world nestled within the heart of Elder Grove, revealed only by the key she held. Awed, Clara walked the glowing path. Fireflies larger than sparrows and shimmering with opalescent light drifted past. Trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and unseen creatures chirped melodies that felt like laughter. The peace was profound, yet beneath it, Clara sensed a tremor, a faint discordant note. The golden light seemed thinner in places, the vibrant colors of the giant flowers slightly faded. The joyful chirping held an undercurrent of worry. Rounding a bend where luminous vines cascaded like waterfalls, Clara stumbled upon a sight that made her gasp. A large, grumpy-looking badger, his coarse fur striped silver and obsidian in the moonlight, was wrestling with a tangled mass of shimmering, thorny vines that seemed intent on engulfing a cluster of tiny, trembling star blooms. He huffed and grumbled, snapping at the vines with surprising ferocity, but his paws were clumsy against the stubborn growth. "Blasted bindweed," he muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. Always snatching the prettiest things. Hold on, little sparks, Thorn's got you, oof. A thorny tendril whipped back, catching his snout. Maybe I can help. Clara's voice was soft, hesitant. The badger thorn spun around, eyes wide with shock, then narrowed with suspicion. A sproutling. Here. How did you? His gaze fell on the Whisperwood acorn still glowing warmly in her hand. Ah, the key-bearer. Didn't expect one so small. He sniffed, then winced as another vine tightened around his hind leg. Well, don't just stand there gawping, sproutling. These star blooms need light, and this infernal bindweed thrives on shadow. It's choking the joy right out of them. Clara stepped forward, the acorn's light flaring brighter as if responding to the threat. She noticed the bindweed recoiled slightly from its amber glow. It doesn't like the light, she asked, moving closer, holding the acorn near the thickest tangle near the badger's leg. Course it doesn't. Thorn snapped, but his tone held less bite as the vine loosened its grip under the acorn's radiance. Darkness is its home, but mere light won't stop it for long. Needs cleverness, it does, and paws or hands that can work the knots. Working together, an unlikely alliance formed. Thorn, despite his grumbling, had surprising knowledge of the Whisperwood's plants. He directed Clara where to shine the acorn's light most effectively, weakening the bindweed's grasp. Clara, with her nimble fingers, carefully untangled the complex knots the vines had formed around the star bloom's delicate stems, using the acorn's light as a guide and shield. Thorn used his strong claws and teeth on the tougher roots. It was slow, careful work. Clara learned the bindweed wasn't inherently evil. It was just growing wild, unchecked, drawn to the fading light of the blooms. Thorn learned the sproutling wasn't useless. Her patience and dexterity were invaluable. Finally, the last vine fell away. The star blooms trembled, then unfurled fully, releasing a shower of sparkling golden pollen that filled the air with the scent of honey and sunshine. Their light strengthened, pushing back the lingering shadows. Thorn sat back, panting, wiping a paw across his snout. He looked at Clara, then the rescued blooms, then back at Clara. A gruff sound, almost like a purr, rumbled in his chest. HMPH not bad for a sproutling, name's Thorn, keeper of the Glimmer Glade, or what's left of it. His voice held a deep sorrow now, replacing the grumpiness. What's wrong? Clara asked, sensing the tremor in the world again, stronger now. The light, it feels thin. Thorn nodded heavily. It's fading, the heart of the Whisperwood, it's gone missing. He gestured towards the heart of the forest, where the golden light seemed dimmest. Deep within the crystal caverns, a great crystal, warm as summer sun, bright as 1,000 fireflies, it's the source of all light and life here, without it. He looked at the struggling bindweed they just pushed back, already sending out tentative feelers again. Without it, the Whisperwood dims, the bindweed spreads, the songs grow sad. Winter will come, a winter with no end. A cold dread washed over Clara. Gone missing, how, who would take it? Don't know, Thorn admitted, his shoulders slumping. Happened under the last dark moon. No creature of the Whisperwood would harm the heart, it sustains us all. He looked at the Whisperwood acorn glowing in Clara's hand. The keybearer always appears when the Whisperwood is in peril. Legend says they bring hope. He fixed her with his dark, intelligent eyes. Will you help me find it, keybearer? Help me save my home. Clara's restlessness transformed into a fierce, warm resolve. She looked at the fading star blooms, listened to the worried chirps in the trees, felt the acorn's steady pulse against her skin, a pulse that echoed the missing heart. Yes, Thorn, I will. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the golden moon. The Whisperwood acorn was their compass and guide. As they ventured deeper, the signs of decay grew clearer. luminous mosses turned gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air grew colder, the joyful sounds replaced by an anxious silence. The path led them through groves of singing reeds, their melodies now mournful dirges, across bridges woven from living willow branches, which creaked ominously, and past pools where water sprites usually danced, now huddled together, their light dim. The acorn's light was crucial. It revealed hidden paths etched in faint silver on the moss, paths Thorn admitted he hadn't known existed. It calmed agitated creatures, like a family of luminescent hedgehogs whose quills flashed erratically with fear. One night, as a creeping chill mist threatened to swallow them, the acorn's glow flared, burning the mist away like sunlight on frost. They weren't alone for long. Their first companion joined them near the Sighing Falls. A young stag, his coat the color of twilight, his eyes wide and fearful, emerged from the gloom. He was trembling, barely more than a fawn. "The shadows," he whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. "They grow teeth in the dark places, they chased me. My herd I got lost." His name was Fern. Thorn grumbled about skittish saplings, but Clara knelt, offering a reassuring touch and sharing a piece of sweet root from her pocket. The Whisperwood acorn's light seemed to soothe Fern's terror. He knew the lay of the land near the crystal caverns, and his keen senses could detect subtle shifts in the air and earth. He joined them, finding paths through dense thickets where Thorn's sturdy form would have struggled. Later, navigating a treacherous slope of loose, glowing shale near the cavern's entrance, they encountered the Flicker clan. These weren't ordinary fireflies. They were tiny, winged sprites woven from living light, barely larger than Clara's thumb. Normally playful, they now darted in erratic, panicked patterns. Their elder, a sprite named Glimmer with wings like stained glass, explained in a voice like tinkling bells, "The heart's song is gone, our light weakens. We saw something huge moving towards the deep dark." Clara held the Whisperwood acorn high. Its warm, steady amber light seemed to resonate with the sprite's own flickering forms, calming their frantic dance. "We're going to find the heart," Clara promised. "Can you show us the way you saw the huge thing go?" Glimmer's light brightened. "Yes, Keybearer, we remember. We will light your path." The Flicker clan became their living lanterns, zipping ahead, illuminating crevices and pitfalls within the vast, echoing entrance of the crystal caverns. Their collective light, guided by the acorn's steady pulse, pushed back the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The crystal caverns were breathtakingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. Geodes taller than houses pulsed with faint internal light amethyst, citrine, aquamarine, but their glow was sickly, intermittent. Stalactites and stalagmites, usually gleaming like polished ivory, were dull and streaked with gray. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and an underlying tang of sorrow. The path Glimmer showed them led downwards, deeper into the mountain, away from the faint moonlight filtering through high crevices, into a realm of near-total darkness only held at bay by the Flicker clan and the Whisperwood acorn. Strange, echoing drips replaced the forest sounds. The weight of the mountain pressed down. They followed signs only Fern could fully decipher, deep, heavy footprints sunk into patches of softer sediment, enormous scratch marks on the crystalline walls, and a lingering scent, Thorn confirmed, of stone, loneliness, and damp wool. The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the more the Flicker clan's lights dimmed, huddling closer to the comforting warmth of Clara's acorn. Finally, they entered a vast, low-ceilinged chamber deep within the earth. It was utterly dark except for a faint, sickly green phosphorescence emanating from patches of lichen on the walls. The chamber felt desolate, hollow. And there, in the very center, hunched on a floor of cold, dark stone, sat the source of the footprints. It was a giant. Not a monster from a scary tale, but a being of living rock and moss. He was easily 3 times Thorn's height when sitting, his body craggy and uneven, like a small hill given life. Patches of grayish lichen grew on his stony shoulders. His head, resting on massive knees, was formed from rough-hewn granite, and his eyes, when he slowly lifted his head at their approach, were two deep, dark pools reflecting the faint light from the acorn and sprites. They held an ocean of sadness. In his enormous, stone-knuckled hands, he cradled something that pulsed with a weak, struggling light, the heart of the Whisperwood. It was a large, multifaceted crystal, its usual vibrant gold now a dim, flickering amber, its light barely illuminating the giant's sorrowful face. Thorn bristled, a low growl starting in his chest. You stole the heart, you're killing the Whisperwood. Fern trembled behind Clara, and the Flicker clan dimmed their lights fearfully. The giant flinched at Thorn's accusation, his stony features crumpling further. He didn't speak, but a deep, resonant sound emanated from him, like boulders grinding together under immense pressure. It wasn't words, but Clara felt its meaning resonate in her bones. Loneliness. Cold. Darkness. Wanting light. Clara's anger at the fading forest melted away, replaced by a wave of profound understanding. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Thorn's head, calming his growl. She held the Whisperwood acorn high, its light steady and warm. "Hello," she said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "My name is Clara. This is Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan. We came from the Whisperwood." The giant's dark eyes fixed on her, then on the acorn. He made the grinding sound again, softer this time. "Lost. Cold. Found light. Took it. Didn't know." His massive finger, rough as uncut stone, gently touched the fading heart in his hands. "You didn't know it needed to stay in its place?" Clara asked gently, moving closer. The giant shook his massive head slowly. "Dark here. Always dark. Light, warm. Wanted it close." Clara understood. He wasn't a thief driven by malice, but a lonely soul trapped in the deepest dark, drawn to the only warmth and light he'd ever encountered. He hadn't understood the consequences. "The light from the heart," she explained, her voice filled with compassion, "it needs to be free. It needs to shine for everyone in the Whisperwood, the trees, the flowers, the badgers, the deer, the firefly sprites. Even the bindweed needs a little light, though not too much." She offered a small smile. "When it's trapped down here, it fades. The whole forest is growing cold and dark. The creatures are scared." The giant looked down at the heart in his hands, its weak pulse reflecting in his deep eyes. He made a sound like a sighing mountain. "Hurting. I hurt them." Genuine anguish filled the resonant sound. He looked at the struggling light, then at Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the flickering sprites. He saw their determination, their fear, and Clara's unwavering kindness. Slowly, ponderously, the giant rose to his full height, making the chamber seem smaller. He looked from the fading heart to Clara, then to the dark passage leading upwards. He made a questioning rumble, pointing a massive finger towards the surface. "Yes," Clara said, relief washing over her like warm sunlight. "It needs to go back to the crystal caverns, to its proper place. Then its light will be strong again for everyone." The giant nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He cradled the heart carefully against his stony chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he extended his other enormous hand, palm open and flat, towards Clara and her companions. "Come." Hesitantly, Clara stepped onto the giant's palm. Thorn, after a moment's grumbling about undignified transport, climbed on beside her, followed by Fern, who nuzzled Clara reassuringly. The Flicker clan settled on their shoulders and heads like living jewels. The giant's hand was surprisingly warm, not cold stone, but warmed by the faint pulse of the heart he held. With careful, earth-shaking steps that echoed through the tunnels, he carried them back the way they had come, retracing their path through the oppressive darkness that now felt less threatening. The Whisperwood acorn's light, combined with the giant's presence and the heart's weak pulse, pushed back the gloom. The journey upwards felt quicker. As they neared the upper caverns, the giant's steps grew lighter, less burdened. Hope was a tangible thing in the air. Finally, they reached the heart's rightful chamber, a vast, cathedral-like space near the cavern entrance, bathed in the strengthening moonlight filtering from above. A natural pedestal of pure white crystal stood in the center, waiting. The giant approached the pedestal. He looked at the heart, then at Clara and her friends on his palm. His deep eyes held a complex mix of sorrow, understanding, and dawning hope. With infinite care, as if placing the most fragile bird's egg, he lowered the Whisperwood heart onto the crystal pedestal. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. The heart lay there, its light still faint and flickering. Then a single pure note rang out, like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. The heart flared. Not weakly, but with a sudden, blinding burst of pure, golden light that filled the cavern, washing over the walls, igniting the geodes within. Amethyst burned violet, citrine shone like captured sun, aquamarine glowed with the depth of tropical seas. The light pulsed outwards, a wave of warmth and energy that flowed through the caverns, down the tunnels, and out into the Whisperwood beyond. On the giant's palm, Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan felt it wash over them, a wave of pure, revitalizing joy. Outside, they knew without seeing, the gray moss turned emerald and luminous, the star blooms burst forth in radiant showers of gold, the bindweed shrank back, seeking only the dappled shade it preferred. The trees sighed with relief, their rustling now a chorus of pure delight. The songs of unseen creatures rose, not in worry, but in exultant harmony. The giant stood bathed in the heart's restored golden light. He looked different. The patches of gray lichen on his shoulders seemed greener, more vibrant. The deep sorrow in his eyes hadn't vanished, but it was softened, overlaid with wonder and a profound sense of peace. He carefully lowered his hand, allowing his passengers to step off onto the warm, glowing floor of the cavern. The Flicker clan zipped joyfully around the chamber, their lights now blazing like tiny stars. He looked at Clara, then pointed towards the Whisperwood beyond the cavern entrance, bathed in the restored golden moonlight. He made a soft, questioning rumble. Go back. Clara understood. The Whisperwood is your home too now, she said gently. The light is for everyone, you belong here. The giant looked around the cavern, now alive with light and color, then back at the vibrant forest visible through the archway. He made a sound like distant, contented thunder. Home. He slowly settled himself near the pedestal, his massive form seeming less like a lonely hill and more like a protective mountain basking in the sun. He would watch over the heart, not take it, but share in its light. Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced fear and misunderstanding, and found wisdom and friendship in the most unexpected places. She had learned that light, to be truly strong, needed to be shared, not hoarded. That kindness could unlock even the hardest heart. That home wasn't just a place, but a feeling of belonging, woven from connection. Thorn nudged her hand with his snout. Well, Keybearer, he said, his gruff voice thick with an emotion Clara had never heard in it before gratitude. Seems you found more than the heart. You found a friend for the Whisperwood and quieted an old badger's fears. Fern nuzzled her shoulder and the Flicker clan settled on her head, their light warm against her hair. It was time to go home. The Whisperwood acorn pulsed warmly in her hand, no longer urgent but content. It had guided her, illuminated her path, and now it felt like a promise kept. They walked back through the Whisperwood, transformed. The golden light was stronger, richer, than even when Clara first arrived. The air hummed with life and song. Creatures peeked from blossoms and branches, their eyes bright and curious, waving tiny limbs or rustling leaves in thanks. Emerging through the moonlit archway, woven by the acorn back into Eldergrove, felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a familiar, yet subtly changed reality. The ordinary forest seemed imbued with a deeper magic, a quieter song. She could now hear the rustle of leaves holding secrets, the scent of pine carrying whispers, the moonlight feeling like a gentle embrace. The archway shimmered and faded back into the solid bark of the ancient oak, leaving only the scent of honey and starlight lingering in the cool air. Clara slipped back into the quiet cottage. The embers in the fireplace glowed warmly. Her grandfather still snored softly in his armchair. Everything was as she left it, yet nothing was the same. She placed the Whisperwood acorn back in its wooden box beneath her bed. Its pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. It had done its work. Climbing into her own bed, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Clara looked out at the moonlit forest. She no longer felt the ache of the too small world. She knew the vastness within it, the hidden light, the unexpected friendships. She knew the giant, Borin, for that was the name that resonated in her heart for him, was watching over the heart, sharing its warmth. She knew Thorn was patrolling his glimmer glade, grumbling contentedly. Fern was safe with his herd. The Flicker clan danced in the restored light. She closed her eyes, the scent of star blooms and warm earth faint in her memory, the echoes of the Whisperwood song a gentle lullaby. The world was vast, beautiful, and full of hidden light waiting to be shared. And she, Clara, with a heart full of wonder and a small, glowing acorn beneath her bed, belonged to it all. Sleep came swiftly, deep and peaceful, carrying her into dreams woven with golden light and the gentle rumble of a mountain finding its home. Outside, the first true dawn of the restored Whisperwood began to blush on the horizon, promising a day filled with the quiet, enduring magic of connection. Story 10. The village of Hearthglen nestled in a valley where fireflies danced like embers at dusk, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke always hung pleasantly in the air. Finn, a young boy with eyes like polished hazelnuts and a perpetually curious nature, lived in a cottage draped in honeysuckle beside the village baker, Rowan. Finn loved the predictable rhythms of Hearthglen, the dawn chorus of sky-blue songbirds, the rhythmic thump-thump of Rowan kneading dough, the comforting chime of the village clock tower marking each hour. But lately, a gentle, baffling mystery had begun to unsettle the cozy equilibrium. It started small. Finn's favorite blue-striped sock, left folded neatly on his bedside chair one evening, vanished overnight. He searched under the bed, behind the wardrobe draped with a patchwork quilt, even inside his boots lined up by the door. Nothing. Puzzled but not overly concerned, Finn wore his green socks instead. The next day, however, Rowan discovered her prized silver thimble, used for stitching intricate patterns on bread bags, was missing from its usual spot on her sunlit windowsill. Then old Mrs. Thistlewick reported her lucky four-leaf clover bookmark had disappeared from her favorite book of herb lore. "Things aren't lost," Finn declared to Rowan as they shared warm apple turnovers dusted with sugar in her flour-dusted kitchen. The air was thick with the yeasty perfume of rising dough. "They're just elsewhere. My sock wasn't under the bed, your thimble wasn't near the flour sacks. Mrs. Thistlewick's bookmark wasn't between the pages." Rowan, a woman whose kind face was framed by flour-speckled brown hair, nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed. "You're right, Finn, it's peculiar, like they've been borrowed without asking." She paused, wiping her hands on her apron. But who in Hearthglen would take a sock, a thimble, and a bookmark, and why? The mystery deepened. A small, smooth river stone Finn kept on his windowsill for luck disappeared. Then a single perfect button shaped like a tiny acorn popped off Rowan's favorite apron and vanished before it could hit the floor. The disappearances weren't frightening, just deeply puzzling, casting a faint shadow of confusion over the usually serene village. Finn felt a quiet determination settle within him. Hearthglen's coziness depended on things being where they belonged. He needed to solve this gentle riddle. He decided to become a detective. He fashioned a small notebook from scrap paper and a stub of charcoal and began meticulously recording the disappearances, the item, the time last seen, and the location. He noticed a pattern. The items were always small, smooth, and often shiny or brightly colored. They vanished overnight, always from inside cottages. Nothing valuable was ever taken, just these odd little tokens. One misty morning, while searching near the base of the ancient, sprawling oak heart tree in the village square, he reasoned a thief might hide things in its gnarled roots. Finn noticed something unusual. Tiny, shimmering motes of dust, catching the weak sunlight, were swirling in a slow, intricate pattern near a particularly large root. They weren't like ordinary dust. They glowed with faint inner light, like captured starlight. As Finn watched, fascinated, the motes coalesced, forming the distinct shape of a small, fluffy creature with long, twitching whiskers made of light. It blinked luminous eyes at him before dissolving back into a swirling constellation of dust motes that drifted upwards and vanished into the oak's canopy. Dust bunnies, Finn whispered, remembering the old tales. Not pests, but shy, magical creatures woven from forgotten dreams and sunbeams caught in corners. They were said to be observers, quiet custodians of small spaces. Perhaps they had seen something. Later that day, Finn sought out Old Man Hemlock. Hemlock wasn't truly old, just wise beyond his years, living in a crooked cottage overflowing with books and peculiar, glowing mosses. He was Hearthglen's unofficial keeper of lore, especially concerning the quieter magics. Finn found him carefully transplanting luminous moon petals into a cracked teapot. Dust bunnies, eh? Hemlock murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling, when Finn described his sighting and the mystery. He adjusted his spectacles, which were perpetually smudged with soil. Observant little sprites they are, don't speak our tongue, not directly, but they notice everything that stirs the dust. He stroked his chin. Small, shiny things going missing overnight sounds like borrowing, not stealing, mind you. Borrowing implies intent to return. Borrowing by whom? Finn asked, leaning forward eagerly, the scent of damp earth and ancient paper filling his nostrils. Could be any number of shy folk, Hemlock mused. A pixie needing a button for a tiny cloak, a house brownie tidying in a way we don't understand, or perhaps something rarer, something displaced. He gestured towards the towering slopes of the Whisperwind Mountains that cradled Hearthglen's valley. Storms have been fierce in the high passes lately. Sometimes they dislodge creatures who dwell deeper than even the mountain goats dare to tread. He offered Finn a small velvet pouch filled with shimmering, silver-gray powder. Moon moss pollen, sprinkle a little near where you last saw the dust bunnies tonight, just as the first star appears. It might encourage them to share what they've seen. They communicate in patterns in the dance of the dust. Watch closely. That evening, with the sky deepening to velvety indigo and the first brave stars winking awake, Finn returned to the base of the oak heart tree. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp bark and distant wood smoke. He carefully sprinkled a pinch of the moon moss pollen near the large root. It glowed faintly on the dark earth. He sat back on his heels, wrapped in his thickest woolen sweater, and waited, his breath making small clouds in the chill air. Slowly the shimmering dust motes appeared again, drawn to the pollen like moths to a gentle flame. They swirled, pulsed, and began to form shapes. Not the creature this time, but scenes. Finn watched, utterly transfixed. The motes showed a tiny, dark shape, no bigger than his thumb, scurrying along a moonlit windowsill Rowan's windowsill. It paused near the thimble. Another swirl showed the same shape, quick and shadowy, darting near Finn's bedside chair. Then a scene near Mrs. Thistlewick's book. The shape wasn't stealing. It seemed to be carefully collecting the items, tucking them away with surprising dexterity. The final image the dust bunnies formed was the dark shape disappearing into a narrow crack in the ancient stones of the village well, not far from the oak heart tree. A barrow mouse. Finn recalled a fleeting mention in one of Hemlock's books. Tiny nocturnal creatures, incredibly shy, known for borrowing small, interesting objects to line their nests, especially when building a new home. They always intended to return things once their nest was complete. But why was one here in Hearthglen? And why the well? The next morning, Finn shared his discovery with Rowan, an old man, Hemlock near the well. The well was old, its stones mossy and cool to the touch, the wooden bucket creaking softly on its rope. A barrow mouse. Rowan exclaimed softly, her flour-dusted hands pressed together. Oh, the poor dear, it must have been blown down from the high burrows in the storms. It's trying to make a nest. Hemlock nodded sagely. Explains the borrowing, they have a fondness for smooth, shiny, or soft things. A sock lining would be cozy, a thimble sturdy for a wall, a bookmark soft, a river stone smooth, a button decorative. They mean no harm, but the well. He peered into the dark, cool depths. Not the safest place. Damp, and the bucket goes down, could be dangerous for something so small. Finn peered into the crack in the well's stone lining, just wide enough for a tiny creature. We need to find its nest and give it safer materials. Then maybe it'll return the borrowed things. Wisely thought, Finn, Hemlock approved. But how to find the nest without frightening it further? Borrowmice are terribly skittish. Finn thought hard. The dust bunnies had shown it going into the well crack, but nests were usually deeper. Perhaps an offering. Something better than a borrowed sock. He remembered the barrow mouse collecting shiny, smooth things. He rushed home and returned with a small, polished seashell he'd found years ago, a smooth, colorful glass bead, and a piece of soft, sky-blue velvet ribbon Rowan had given him. He carefully placed them just outside the crack in the well stones, like a tiny gift shop. "We're friends," he whispered towards the dark crack, his voice barely audible over the gentle gurgle of water deep below. "We have better things for your nest, safer things. You can keep these." They waited. The village clock tower chimed the noon hour, its sound echoing warmly off the cottages. Just as they were about to leave, a tiny, velvety nose, black as midnight, twitched cautiously from the crack. Two bright, bead-like eyes peered out. It saw the little pile of treasures, the shell gleaming, the bead sparkling, the ribbon soft and blue. With incredible speed, the barrow mouse darted out, a blur of dark fur. It snatched the bead first, then the ribbon, and finally tried to drag the shell. The shell was a bit heavy. The mouse paused, looking at it, then at Finn, Rowan, and Hemlock, who stood perfectly still, holding their breath. Then, with a strength that belied its size, it managed to wiggle the shell back into the crack. It accepted. Finn breathed. Over the next 2 nights they left more small offerings near the crack, a smooth pebble, a tuft of lamb's wool, another colorful bead. Each morning the gifts were gone. The disappearances of household items stopped completely. Finn kept watch, hidden behind a large flowering hydrangea bush near the well. On the 3rd evening, as the moon cast long, silvery shadows, Finn saw it. The barrow mouse emerged, not to collect a gift, but to return something. It carefully pushed Finn's blue-striped sock out of the crack. The sock was slightly dusty, but unharmed. The next morning, Rowan found her silver thimble sitting neatly on her windowsill. Mrs. Thistlewick's 4-leaf clover bookmark reappeared tucked safely inside her herb book. The river stone was back on Finn's windowsill, and Rowan's acorn button was found nestled in the pocket of her apron. The mystery was solved not with capture or fear, but with observation, kindness, and understanding. Finn, Rowan, and Hemlock gathered by the well under the soft glow of twilight a few days later. They had brought a special item, a small, beautifully woven basket no bigger than a teacup, lined with soft moss and filled with bits of colorful yarn, shiny buttons, smooth pebbles, and fragrant dried lavender. Hemlock had charmed it to be ever dry and cozy. Finn carefully placed it near the well, but not blocking the crack, in a sheltered nook under the overhanging roots of the oak heart tree. "A proper home," Rowan said softly, her voice warm like fresh bread. "Much better than a damp well." They didn't see the barrow mouse accept it, but the next morning the basket was gone. In its place, sitting on a flat stone, was a perfect, tiny circle woven from strands of Finn's blue sock yarn, Rowan's baker's twine, and Mrs. Thistlewick's dried lavender stems. It was a gift. A thank you. Life in Hearthglen returned to its cozy rhythm, the gentle mystery, now a fond story told by the fire. Finn still kept his detective notebook, but now he used it to sketch the dust bunny constellations he sometimes saw swirling in sunbeams or moonlight, and to note the tiny, perfect gifts that occasionally appeared: a particularly shiny beetle wing, a miniature pinecone, a perfectly round pebble left on his windowsill or by the oak heart tree. He knew the barrow mouse was safe, nestled in its gifted basket, a new member of their quiet, magical community. And as Finn drifted off to sleep each night, listening to the comforting sounds of the village settling, he smiled, knowing that sometimes the most puzzling things were simply a call for kindness, answered by watching the dust dance and offering a better shell. The scent of lavender from the tiny woven circle by his bed mingled with the honeysuckle drifting through his window, a sweet reminder that even the smallest creatures deserved a cozy home, and that friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, solving mysteries with warmth instead of worry. The fireflies outside blinked their ember-bright code, a silent lullaby celebrating the quiet magic of understanding, and Finn's yawn was the final, peaceful note as he snuggled deeper into his blankets, the world outside softly bathed in the velvet cloak of a starlit Hearthglen night. Story 11. The Whisper Nebula's hum was a particularly soothing thrum tonight, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the hull of the small salvage vessel Stardust Drifter. Inside, bathed in the soft blue glow of the navigation console, two figures sat in an uneasy silence. One was Kale, a human from the arid deserts of Mars Colony Gamma. His skin was sun-baked and lined, his hands calloused from years of wrestling with stubborn engine parts. His companion was Zephyr, a being from the crystalline forests of Veridia Prime. Zephyr resembled a shifting sculpture of living, translucent quartz, their forms shimmering with internal light that pulsed in time with their emotions. Fine, mist-like tendrils occasionally drifted from their core, smelling faintly of ozone and damp earth. They were an unlikely pairing, thrown together by the harsh economics of deep space salvage. Kale needed a sensor operator with unparalleled precision. Zephyr needed passage away from a Veridian Guild dispute. Their initial interactions had been rocky. Kale, Zephyr chimed, their voice a soft, melodic vibration that resonated in the air rather than through sound waves. The harmonic resonance of the nebula suggests a high probability of derelict vessel signatures, at coordinates 7 to 4 alpha, perhaps the star Siren. Kale grunted, wiping engine grease onto his already stained coveralls. Probability, we need certainty, Zephyr. Back on Mars, probability gets you stranded in a dust storm with a busted filter. He punched the coordinates into the nav comp, his movements abrupt. Kale found Zephyr's precise, almost emotionless communication frustrating. He missed the straightforward banter of human crews. Zephyr's internal light dimmed slightly, the mist tendrils retreating. Kale's bluntness felt like the harsh scrape of sandpaper on their crystalline consciousness. On Veridia, communication was layered with subtle light patterns, and harmonic frequencies. Directness like Kale's was considered abrasive, even hostile. They interpreted his gruffness as disapproval, his efficiency as coldness. Why did this human radiate such turbulent, confusing energy? Their salvage run to the coordinates yielded a promising find: a pre-collision luxury liner, the Celestial Dawn, adrift in a debris field. As Kale expertly maneuvered the drifter through the glittering shards of metal and ice, Zephyr's precise sensor readings guided them flawlessly. Yet the tension remained thick enough to cut with a vibro knife. The misunderstanding came during the delicate process of attaching salvage tethers. Kale focused intensely on the manual controls, sweated profusely in the cramped cockpit. A bead of sweat dripped from his brow, landing with a tiny hiss on the heated console. Zephyr recoiled instantly, their form flickering rapidly through shades of alarmed violet. A wave of cold, dense mist billowed from their core, filling the small space. Contaminant detected, potential corrosive interaction. Their voice chimed urgently, the harmonics sharp with distress. Kale coughed, waving a hand through the sudden fog. "Whoa, easy there, partner, it's just sweat, water, harmless." Zephyr's light pulsed erratically. Water on Veridia Prime, uncontained liquid intrusion disrupts our crystalline lattice equilibrium. It causes discomfort, severe discomfort. The mist slowly dissipated, but the air crackled with Zephyr's lingering anxiety and Kale's bewildered frustration. "Right," Kale muttered, rubbing his temples. "Sweat bad, noted. Maybe warn a guy next time before turning the cockpit into a Viridian sauna." He meant it lightly, but it came out sharp. Zephyr's light dimmed to a subdued blue. "Your perspiration was unexpected, and your emotional field is turbulent. It is difficult to anticipate." They paused, a low, melancholic hum emanating from them. "I find your species perplexing." Kale sighed, the sound heavy in the small space. "Yeah, well, you're not exactly a walk in the park either, Sparkles." He used the nickname without malice, almost reflexively. He saw Zephyr flinch slightly. "Look," he started, forcing his voice softer, "I ain't great with the subtle stuff. On Mars, survival's direct. You say what you need, you do the job. This light show communication, I don't read it." Zephyr processed this. "And your directness, it feels like impact, like physical force. It hurts." The admission was quiet, the harmonics softening. An awkward silence descended, filled only by the hum of the drifter and the distant whisper of the Nebula. They had reached the first hurdle, acknowledging the chasm between them. It wasn't malice, just profound difference. Their shared challenge arrived not with a bang, but with a sickening lurch. As Kale activated the primary tether winch on the Celestial Dawn, a hidden power surge, triggered by millennia of decay, ripped through the drifter's systems. Lights flickered and died. The comforting hum of the engines sputtered into silence. Gravity plating failed momentarily, sending tools and loose data pads tumbling. Then the emergency lights snapped on, bathing everything in an eerie, dim red glow. "Kale." Zephyr's voice was a thin, high-pitched chime of alarm, their form pulsing frantic crimson. "Life support critical, primary power offline, secondary generators damaged." Kale was already scrambling, his heart pounding against his ribs. "Great, just great, stuck in a tin can with no juice, attached to a bigger, deader tin can." He fought down the familiar claustrophobic panic that threatened to rise. He needed to do something. "Can you interface, diagnose?" Zephyr extended fine, glowing filaments towards the sparking console. "Attempting, the surge originated from the derelict. It has fused our primary coupling and overloaded the main power conduit. Repair requires." Zephyr's light flickered. "External work, on the hull, near the coupling." Kale's blood ran cold. External work. In the freezing vacuum of space. With the drifter powerless, its magnetic boots and safety tethers were useless. One slip. He looked at Zephyr, their crystalline form radiating waves of anxious yellow light. "You can't go," Zephyr chimed, the harmonics trembling. "The radiation levels near the coupling are spiking, your biological systems." "And you can," Kale countered, pulling on his battered EVA suit. "Your lattice thing, radiation messes with crystals too, doesn't it?" Zephyr hesitated. "Yes, prolonged exposure causes fracturing, but my form is more resilient to vacuum than yours. I can anchor myself with my own energy field, briefly." They stared at each other across the red-lit cockpit. The derelict groaned against the tethers, a sound felt more than heard through the hull. The air was already growing noticeably colder, thinner. "Teamwork," Kale said gruffly, sealing his helmet. "You guide me from inside, tell me exactly where to go, what to touch. Your sensors are better than my eyes out there. And—" He hesitated, then met the shifting light where Zephyr's face might be. "Keep talking to me, you're humming, the light, whatever, just don't let me feel alone out there." Zephyr's light pulsed a warm, surprised amber. "I will maintain a constant harmonic link. I will be your eyes, Kale, and your anchor." The spacewalk was a nightmare ballet. Kale clung to the hull with mag clamps that felt terrifyingly inadequate without power backup. The void yawned around him, infinite and silent except for his own ragged breathing inside the helmet. The radiation warning on his HUD blinked angrily. The fused coupling was a mess of melted metal and sparking cables. But inside his helmet, Zephyr's voice was a constant, calm presence. Not words, but a soft, guiding hum resonating through his suit's comms. It pulsed brighter when he neared a critical component, shifted to a lower, reassuring tone when he secured a foothold. Zephyr projected complex schematics onto his helmet display, highlighting the exact wires to cut and reroute with impossible precision. When a shower of micro-debris rattled against his suit, Zephyr's hum surged into a protective, resonant shield frequency that seemed to deflect the worst of it. "Left conduit, Kale," Zephyr chimed softly. "The blue one cut and bypassed to the tertiary relay. Your hand is shaking. Breathe." Kale's hands were shaking, numb with cold and fear. He fumbled the laser cutter. It spun away, tumbling slowly into the endless dark. Panic seized him. "I lost it. I lost the cutter." A wave of pure, calming blue light washed over his HUD display, emanating from Zephyr's internal projection. "Focus, Kale, look down by your right boot. Salvage tether hook, use the sharp edge, it will suffice." It was risky, imprecise. But Zephyr guided him through the painstaking process of using the hook to sever and strip the cables, their harmonic instructions unwavering, patient. Kale felt a surge of gratitude, so strong it momentarily eclipsed his fear. This strange being who he'd found so alien and frustrating was literally keeping him alive, tethered not just by comms, but by an unwavering thread of focus and care. Finally, after an eternity measured in freezing minutes and pounding heartbeats, the bypass was complete. "Initiate the secondary ignition sequence. Now," Zephyr instructed, their harmonic tone laced with tension. Kale slammed the control on his wrist pad. Deep within the drifter, a reluctant groan, then a cough, then the beautiful, steady thrum of the secondary engines powering up. Lights flickered back on inside the ship. Gravity reasserted itself, pulling him firmly against the hull. "Life support stabilizing," Zephyr announced, their voice resonating with profound relief, light flaring a brilliant, joyful gold inside the cockpit. "You did it, Kale." He hauled himself back inside the airlock, collapsing onto the floor as it repressurized, shivering uncontrollably. Zephyr hovered near him, radiating waves of gentle warmth from their core, the mist tendrils soft and cool against his overheated suit. Your core temperature is dropping, they chimed softly. Rest. Later, wrapped in a thermal blanket, sipping hot, sweet synth-calf, Kale watched Zephyr. Their light was a steady, contented amber, pulsing slowly. The nebula outside painted the viewport in swirls of violet and indigo. That humming thing you do, Kale said, his voice rough but gentle. Out there, it helped more than you know. Zephyr shifted, their facets catching the soft light. It is a viridian resonance of focus and reassurance. We use it to calm younglings during ionic storms. A pause. Your directness when you asked me not to let you feel alone, that also helped. It was a clear need. I understood. Kale chuckled, a low, warm sound. Guess we both learned something. You ain't so bad, Sparkles, for a walking chandelier. Zephyr emitted a sound like tiny, tinkling bells' laughter. And you, Kale of Mars, are tolerable, for a turbulent, perspiring mammal. They sat in a comfortable silence, the shared ordeal having burned away the misunderstandings. The differences remained Kale's solid, pragmatic humanity, Zephyr's ethereal, harmonic viridian nature, but they were no longer barriers. They were facets of the same survival, the same unexpected companionship forged in the cold forge of space. Days turned into weeks. Salvage runs continued, but the dynamic had shifted. Kale learned to watch the subtle shifts in Zephyr's light, the anxious flicker before a risky maneuver, the warm pulse of satisfaction after a successful haul. He started keeping a small container of purified water near his console, careful to contain any spills. He even tried humming sometimes, a rough, off-key approximation that made Zephyr's light dance with amusement. Zephyr, in turn, learned the cadence of Kale's moods. They understood his gruffness wasn't anger but concentration, his silence wasn't disapproval but contemplation. They learned to phrase sensor readings as certainties when possible, and began to appreciate the simple efficiency of a direct request. They started projecting soft, calming light patterns onto the cockpit ceiling during long transits, a silent comfort Kale never asked for but always seemed to relax into. One evening, as the drifter sailed through a particularly dense starfield, Kale produced 2 small, chipped cups. He poured synth-calf into one, and into the other he carefully poured a measure of shimmering, slightly viscous liquid he'd traded for at the last outpost starlight dew, a viridian delicacy that resonated with their energy field. Figured you might like a taste of home, he mumbled, pushing the cup towards Zephyr. Zephyr extended a tendril, dipping it into the liquid. Their entire form instantly suffused with a deep, contented azure light, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. A complex harmony filled the cockpit, rich with gratitude and a profound sense of belonging. Kale, this is deeply appreciated. Kale sipped his synth-calf, the warmth spreading through him. Least I could do, partner. He looked out at the infinite tapestry of stars. You know, back on Mars, the sky's mostly dust and rust. Never saw stars like this. Never had much use for partners either, preferring my own company. He glanced at Zephyr, their light reflecting softly in his eyes. Turns out company ain't so bad, especially the kind that glows. Zephyr's light pulsed warmly. The crystalline forests of Viridia are vast and silent. Connection is often distant, harmonious but cool. They shifted closer, their light gently illuminating Kale's weathered face. This warmth, this human warmth, it is unexpectedly vital, like starlight after an eclipse. They didn't need grand declarations. The shared silence filled with the ship's hum, the gentle resonance of Zephyr's contentment, and the quiet companionship said it all. They were Kale and Zephyr, salvage partners of the Stardust Drifter. One from the red sands, one from the singing crystals. Unlikely companions who had navigated the void of misunderstanding and found, in the quiet vastness of space, the radiant, enduring warmth of true friendship. It was a bond forged not in sameness, but in the brave, patient bridging of difference, a testament that the most profound connections often spark between the most unlikely stars. And as the drifter sailed on, cradled by the nebula's song, its cockpit glowed with a light that was both human warmth and viridian radiance, a small, cozy beacon of understanding in the infinite night. Story 12. The old willow tree by Mill Creek had always whispered secrets to those who listened closely. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its long, trailing branches dipped into the cool water like fingers testing the current. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others rushed past, often sat beneath its canopy, sketching the darting dragonflies or the intricate patterns of spiderwebs jeweled with dew. He felt a kinship with the willow, both seemed content in quiet observation. One crisp afternoon, as autumn painted the woods in fiery hues, Finn noticed something unusual beneath a particularly thick root, half buried in damp earth. It wasn't a stone, nor a piece of discarded pottery. Brushing away the loam, his fingers closed around something cold and metallic. He pulled it free, an ancient compass, its brass casing tarnished green, its glass face clouded with age. Unlike any compass he'd seen, it had only one point, a slender, obsidian arrow that quivered faintly, not pointing north, but insistently towards the heart of the willow itself. Intrigued, Finn traced the arrow's direction. It led him not around the massive trunk, but seemingly into it, towards a curtain of particularly dense, weeping branches. The black arrow trembled more vigorously as he approached. Pushing aside the trailing fronds, expecting only the familiar bark, Finn gasped. Instead of wood, his hand met cool, shimmering air. It felt like pushing through a curtain of liquid moonlight. Taking a breath filled with the scent of damp earth and something else, wild honey and ozone, he stepped forward. The world dissolved, then reformed. He stood not behind the willow, but within a hidden grove bathed in impossible light. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves that shimmered like stained glass. Emerald, topaz, ruby, and sapphire dappled the mossy ground. Enormous, luminous mushrooms glowed softly in the shade, and flowers Finn had never seen pulsed with gentle, internal light. The air hummed with a low, melodic vibration, like distant wind chimes or the song of sleeping bees. It wasn't just a hidden place, it felt like the heart of the forest, a secret pulse of life and magic. This was the verdant heart. Finn stood frozen, the ancient compass warm in his hand, its obsidian arrow now spinning lazily before settling, pointing deeper into the grove. He felt a profound sense of awe, a quiet reverence that hushed even his breath. He was inside the legend whispered by the oldest villagers, a place where seasons danced differently, where magic wasn't just a story. His exploration was cautious, each step silent on the yielding moss. He marveled at crystal-clear streams that flowed uphill, at trees whose bark resembled polished moonstone, at butterflies with wings like shards of rainbow. He felt watched but not threatened, the gaze felt curious, ancient, and kind. The compass guided him towards the center of the grove, where a colossal, ancient oak stood, its roots forming natural arches and its branches holding aloft a canopy of perpetually changing leaves flickering through spring green, summer gold, autumn crimson, and winter silver in a slow, mesmerizing cycle. Beneath it lay a circle of 4 smooth stones, each radiating a different, faint aura, warm gold, vibrant green, deep amber, and cool silver. The seasonal stones, he instinctively knew. The heart of the verdant heart. But something was wrong. The stones pulsed erratically. The amber stone, flickering weakly, seemed dimmer than the others. The air, while still beautiful, held a subtle tension, a discordant note in the harmonious hum. The changing leaves on the great oak stuttered, lingering too long on summer's gold and struggling to shift into autumn's fire. A soft rustle like dry leaves skittering across stone made Finn jump. From behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms, a figure emerged. Finn's breath caught. It wasn't human, nor was it exactly an animal. It stood about knee-high to Finn, its form seemingly woven from autumn leaves, russet oak, golden birch, crimson maple, constantly shifting and rearranging as if caught in a miniature breeze. Two bright, intelligent eyes, like polished hazelnuts, peered at him from within the leafy folds. Wisps of moss formed its hair, and twigs like delicate fingers protruded from its leafy sleeves. It tilted its head, regarding Finn with an expression that mingled profound sadness and flickering hope. "Lost?" the creature asked, its voice a soft whisper like wind through dry grass. "Or found?" I found this," Finn stammered, holding out the compass. The obsidian arrow pointed directly at the leaf creature. "It brought me here. My name is Finn." The leaf creature shuffled closer, its leafy body rustling. It peered at the compass, its hazelnut eyes widening slightly. "The whisper compass," it breathed. "Lost when the last keeper faded." It looked up at Finn, a glimmer of something like recognition in its gaze. "I am Thistle, keeper of the turning." It gestured weakly towards the erratic seasonal stones and the struggling oak. "Or I was meant to be." Thistle explained in a voice that sighed like falling leaves. The verdant heart was a nexus, a place where the natural magic of the world pooled and flowed, regulating the subtle energies that guided the seasons and nurtured hidden life. Thistle, a being woven from the forest's own spirit, was the appointed keeper. His role was to tend the seasonal stones, ensuring their harmonious pulse, using his deep connection to the forest's rhythms. But something had gone awry. Weeks ago, a strange, creeping chill, a blight not of frost, but of forgetting, had seeped into the grove. It sapped Thistle's strength, dimmed the amber autumn stone, and disrupted the flow. The great oak of seasons struggled to turn its leaves, and the discord was spreading, threatening to unravel the heart's magic entirely. Thistle felt his connection to the forest fraying, his ability to influence the stones waning. He was fading just as the previous keeper had before him. "The stones need resonance," Thistle whispered, a dry leaf detaching from his shoulder and drifting sadly to the moss. "Harmony, the autumn stone. It needs the essence of change, of letting go, of vibrant farewell. But the blight, it whispers stillness, fear clinging. I cannot reach it. My voice, it's lost in the chill." He looked utterly desolate, a small figure of autumn slowly crumbling. Finn's quiet heart ached. He understood feeling unheard, feeling adrift. He looked from the fading Thistle to the flickering stones to the ancient compass still warm in his hand. The arrow now pointed firmly towards the dim amber stone. The whisper compass hadn't just led him to the heart, it had led him to the need. He wasn't a magical being like Thistle, but he had his quiet ways, his keen eyes, and this strange, guiding artifact. Maybe I can help." Finn offered softly, the words feeling both terrifying and right. "The compass seems to want me to." Thistle's leafy face shifted, conveying surprise and a fragile bloom of hope. "The compass chooses with purpose," he rustled. "It remembers the old ways when keepers sometimes walked with helpers, human hearts connected to the wild." He gestured towards the stones. "The autumn stone needs awakening. It needs the pure resonance of its season, untouched by the blight. Echoes of true autumn, gathered from places still vibrant with its spirit, might cleanse it, restore its pulse." And so began their unlikely quest. Finn, the quiet observer from the human world, and Thistle, the fading spirit of the turning leaves, became partners. The whisper compass became their guide. Its obsidian arrow, attuned to the subtle energies Thistle described, would lead them to pockets of pure, resilient autumn energy within the verdant heart, places the blight hadn't yet fully claimed. Their first destination was the Sunfire Glade. Guided by the compass, they navigated through groves of singing ferns and across streams that sparkled like liquid sapphire. The blight's presence was a faint, greasy chill in the air, a discordant hum beneath the grove's melody. The Sunfire glade lived up to its name. A ring of slender, golden-barked trees enclosed a clearing where the sunlight seemed concentrated, warm and honey-thick. Here maple leaves blazed with an internal fire, crimson and gold so intense they seemed to burn. This was autumn in its most vibrant, celebratory aspect. "The essence here is strong," Thistle whispered, his own russet leaves seeming to absorb some warmth. "Pure joy in the color, but we cannot take the leaves. We must collect the feeling." Finn understood. He sat on the warm moss, closed his storm-gray eyes, and did what he did best. He observed. He breathed in the scent of sun-warmed maple sugar and dry earth. He listened to the gentle sigh of the leaves, a sound like applause. He felt the warmth on his skin, the vibrant energy radiating from the trees. He poured this sensory tapestry into his quiet focus, imagining gathering the very light of the glade. The whisper compass grew warmer in his hands. Thistle, standing beside him, began to softly hum, a sound like wind swirling through branches. Finn felt a gentle tug, a resonance. When he opened his eyes, a tiny, swirling mote of concentrated amber light, like captured sunset, hovered above the compass face. Carefully, Thistle guided it into a small, hollow acorn Finn had found earlier. One echo collected. But the compass arrow shifted, pointing deeper into the grove, towards a different quality of autumn. Their journey led them next to the sorrowing pool. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Tall, ancient hemlocks draped in gray moss cast deep shadows over a perfectly still, black pool. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp decay and chrysanthemums. Around the pool, weeping willows trailed branches into the water, their leaves a deep, melancholic burgundy, falling silently in a constant, slow rain. This was autumn's quiet grief, the beauty in letting go. The blight felt stronger here, a cold ache seeping from the water, trying to twist the sorrow into despair. Finn shivered. Thistle seemed to shrink, his leaves rustling nervously. "This essence is harder," he murmured. "It must be felt, not feared." Finn sat by the still water, watching the burgundy leaves drift down, making silent ripples. He thought of his grandmother's passing the previous autumn, the quiet ache, the beauty in her favorite chrysanthemums blooming defiantly by her doorstep. He didn't push the sadness away, he observed it, acknowledged its depth and its strange, necessary beauty. He listened to the profound silence, the soft plip of a falling leaf. He breathed in the scent of wet earth and fading flowers. Thistle's hum changed, becoming lower, a mournful breeze. Again Finn focused, gathering the poignant stillness, the dignified release. The compass pulsed warmly. Another mote of amber light, deeper and cooler than the first, formed and was gently guided into the acorn. 2 echoes. The acorn glowed faintly from within. The compass arrow adjusted, now pointing towards a place radiating a sense of abundance and preparation. The granary hollow was a bustling, earthy cavern formed by the roots of a gigantic beech tree. The air was rich with the smells of ripe nuts, drying herbs, and rich loam. Squirrels with fur like spun moonlight darted about, storing glossy acorns and buttery beech nuts in hidden nooks. Busy badgers, their stripes shimmering faintly, dug deep burrows lined with dried ferns. Bees the size of Finn's thumb buzzed lazily around clusters of late-blooming, deep purple asters. This was autumn's industrious heart, the gathering in, the preparation for the sleep to come. The blight here manifested as a creeping lethargy. Some squirrels moved sluggishly, a few asters drooped, their color dimmed. Finn immersed himself in the vibrant activity. He watched the focused energy of the squirrels, the deliberate purpose of the badgers, the hum of the bees. He smelled the richness of the nuts, the pungency of the drying pennyroyal. He felt the thrum of busy life preparing for rest. Thistle's hum became a lively, rhythmic rustle. Finn gathered the feeling of abundance, of secure preparation, of grateful harvest. The compass glowed. A third mote of light, warm and golden amber, joined the others in the acorn, which now pulsed steadily like a tiny heartbeat. 3 echoes gathered. Yet the compass arrow didn't point back to the stones. It dipped downwards insistently, towards a faint, icy draft emanating from a fissure in the granary hollow's wall. The source of the blight. Cautiously, Finn and Thistle approached the fissure. The chill radiating from it was palpable, carrying a scent like stale dust and forgotten things. Peering in, Finn saw not rock, but swirling, shadowy tendrils of cold gray mist. Deep within the gloom, faintly pulsing with stolen warmth, lay a jagged, dark crystal, the blight core. It fed on stagnation, on fear of change, sapping the autumn stone's power. "We must cleanse the stone at its source," Thistle whispered, his voice trembling. "But the core, its chill is dangerous. It feeds on doubt, on silence." They returned to the center of the verdant heart. The oak of seasons looked worse. Many of its leaves were now a sickly, frozen brown, clinging desperately. The amber autumn stone flickered erratically, barely aglow. The other stones pulsed anxiously. Finn placed the glowing acorn beside the autumn stone. Thistle stretched out his twiggy fingers, his leafy form trembling with effort. He began his keeper's hum, trying to channel the echoes from the acorn into the stone. But the blight resisted. The greasy chill intensified, swirling around Thistle like icy fingers. His hum faltered. Leaves began to shrivel and fall from his body faster. The echoes from the acorn struggled to reach the stone, repelled by the dark energy emanating from the fissure. Thistle whimpered, a sound like a dying breeze. I can't, it's too strong, my connection, it's breaking." He looked at Finn, his hazelnut eyes wide with fear and fading light. "The compass chose you, Finn, the verdant heart. It listens to new voices too. You found it. You gathered the echoes. You must lend it your voice." Panic seized Finn. His voice. He was the quiet one, the listener, the observer. Speaking up, especially against this chilling darkness, felt impossible. He saw Thistle crumbling, the autumn stone dying, the beautiful grove freezing into unnatural stillness. He thought of the sunfire glade's vibrant joy, the sorrowing pool's deep beauty, the granary hollow's bustling life, all threatened by this cold forgetting. The whisper compass in his hand grew fiercely warm, almost hot. It wasn't just pointing, it was urging. Taking a deep breath that smelled of moss and desperation, Finn knelt beside the fading Thistle and the struggling stone. He closed his eyes, shutting out the chilling mist. He didn't try to shout or command. Instead, he did what he knew. He focused inward. He remembered the feeling of each echo. He poured the vibrant, joyful warmth of the sunfire glade into his quiet heart, letting it radiate outwards. He recalled the poignant, beautiful release of the sorrowing pool, the strength in letting go. He summoned the secure abundance, the grateful preparation of the granary hollow. He felt the ancient magic of the grove around him, the hum of life Thistle had shown him. And he thought of Thistle himself, the kindness in his hazelnut eyes, the rustling voice, the desperate hope. Then Finn opened his mouth. What emerged wasn't a loud song or a shout, but a clear, pure tone. It started low, a vibration in his chest, resonating with the warm pulse of the compass. It was the hum of sunlight on maple leaves, the sigh of falling burgundy willow, the busy thrum of the granary, the deep, ancient song of the verdant heart itself, and woven through it all, the fragile rustle of Thistle's spirit. It was Finn's voice, quiet but resonant, filled with the essence of true autumn he had gathered and carried within him. He poured this sound, this feeling, not just towards the stone, but towards Thistle, towards the swirling blight, towards the very roots of the grove. The whisper compass blazed with golden light in his hands, amplifying his quiet tone into a wave of pure, resonant warmth. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling gray mist recoiled as if scalded. The jagged blight core deep in the fissure gave a shrill, cracking sound and shattered into harmless dust, its stolen warmth bursting free. The wave of sound and light hit the autumn stone. The amber stone flared like a captured sun, pulsing with strong, steady light. The warmth radiated outwards, washing over Thistle. The shriveled leaves on his body plumped up, regaining their vibrant russets and golds. New leaves sprouted, fresh and green at the tips, turning swiftly to autumn hues. His hazelnut eyes brightened, filled with wonder and renewed strength. He straightened, his form no longer crumbling but vibrant and whole. The wave continued, washing over the great oak of seasons. The frozen brown leaves shimmered, transforming in a cascade of color crimson, gold, orange, amber before finally releasing in a glorious, swirling shower of autumn fire, drifting peacefully to the moss below. New buds, tiny and silver-tipped, immediately appeared on the branches, holding the promise of winter's rest and spring's return. The other seasonal stones pulsed in perfect harmony, spring's vibrant green, summer's rich gold, winter's cool silver, their energies flowing smoothly once more. The discordant hum vanished, replaced by the deep, resonant, harmonious song of the verdant heart, stronger and sweeter than before. The blight was gone, cleansed by the pure resonance of autumn and the unexpected courage of a quiet voice. Thistle turned to Finn, his leafy face expressing awe and profound gratitude. He placed a twiggy hand over his chest, where a heart might be. "The heart remembers," he rustled, his voice strong and clear again, like a healthy autumn breeze. "It remembers your voice, Finn. You spoke the language of the turning. You were the echo it knighted." Finn felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the compass. He hadn't become loud, he had found the power in his own quiet way of listening and feeling. He had lent his unique voice to the song of the grove. He looked at the vibrant Thistle, the steadily pulsing stones, the great oak now peacefully cycling through its silver winter buds. He had changed. The quiet observer had become a participant, a guardian in his own right. The whisper compass in his hand had cooled, its obsidian arrow now perfectly still. Thistle smiled, a rustling, leafy sound. "The compass has found its keeper's helper once more. It will guide you back, and it will guide you here, whenever the heart needs your quiet strength, or when you simply wish to listen beneath the singing leaves." As Finn stepped back through the curtain of shimmering air behind the old willow tree, the familiar world seemed different. The autumn colors in his own woods seemed deeper, more resonant. The whisper of the willow sounded like an old friend greeting him. The ancient compass, cool and quiet now, rested securely in his pocket, a tangible link to the hidden pulse of the world. That night, lying in bed, the scent of wood smoke drifting from the hearth, Finn didn't need fantastical stories. He closed his eyes and saw the sunfire glade, heard the sigh of the sorrowing pool, felt the busy warmth of the granary hollow. He felt the deep, harmonious hum of the verdant heart, a comforting lullaby woven into the fabric of the world. He thought of Thistle, the spirit of the turning leaves, his friend woven from the forest's own magic. He thought of his own quiet voice, finding its power not in volume but in resonance. He drifted into sleep not as just Finn, the quiet boy, but as Finn, the listener, the observer, the keeper of echoes, the friend of the verdant heart. And in his dreams the leaves sang sweeter, the streams flowed clearer, and the gentle magic of the turning world hummed a constant, comforting song, a promise of wonder just beneath the surface of the everyday, waiting for those with the heart to listen and the courage to lend their voice. The warmth of the hidden grove, the strength of an unexpected friendship, and the quiet power of finding his own resonance wrapped around him like a soft blanket, carrying him into peaceful, dream-filled rest. The story was over, but the feeling of comfort, connection, and gentle magic lingered, a warm ember glowing long after the final word. Story 13. Deep within the Eldergrove forest, where sunlight dripped like liquid gold through ancient canopies, lived a community woven into the very roots and rhythms of the earth. Here, mossy stones held memories older than the oldest oak, and the air hummed with the secret language of rustling leaves. Young Pip, a squirrel with fur the color of autumn bark, scampered along a dew-kissed branch one crisp spring dawn. His nose twitched at the scent of waking earth, damp soil, unfurling bluebells, and the sweet tang of sap bleeding from maple trunks. Below, Brother Brook sang its familiar song, but today its voice seemed thin, strained. Pip paused, noticing the water's silvery ribbon had narrowed, leaving thirsty ferns curling at its edges. "Grandmother Willow," Pip whispered, approaching the great tree whose branches swept the forest floor like a wise elder's embrace. Her bark, grooved with centuries, pulsed softly with stored sunlight. "The brook grows quiet, even the fireflies dimmed their lanterns early last night." From within the hollow of her trunk, a slow, resonant voice emerged, warm as honeycomb. "Ah, little guardian, the heartstone sleeps too deeply this turning season." Grandmother Willow's leaves shivered, releasing the scent of rain and nostalgia. She spoke of the heartstone, an emerald crystal buried where the forest's 5 oldest roots intertwined, keeper of Eldergrove's balance. Every spring the stone's magic swelled, coaxing rains to nourish the land and awaken the bloom weavers, tiny luminous sprites who spun blossoms from dawn mist. But this year the stone's pulse had faltered, choked by creeping shadows no creature could name. Pip's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. How do we wake it? "Seek the sky singer," Grandmother Willow murmured. Her branches gestured westward, where the whispering peaks pierced the clouds. "Only her song can call the missing rains, but the path is woven with trials, child. Trust the forest's whispers." With a pouch of elderberries and a maple seed compass from Grandmother Willow, Pip embarked at twilight. Moonflowers glowed along the path, bathing the woods in milky light. He soon met Thistle, a badger whose fur held the gray of storm clouds. Her paws, broad and gentle, had healed many an injured nestling. "The earth trembles unevenly," Thistle rumbled, nose brushing the soil. "Like a heartbeat skipping, come, I know the stable ground." Together they navigated trembling sinkholes, where pale mushrooms withered mid-growth. Deeper in the moss-carpeted valleys they found Lark, a deer whose antlers sparkled with captured starlight. Lark's eyes held the stillness of mountain lakes. "The winds carry no rain scent," she observed, her breath frosting the air. "Only dust, dry and hungry." When a sudden gale ripped through the canopy, scattering leaves like frightened birds, Lark stood firm. "Press close," she urged. Pip and Thistle sheltered beneath her flank, warmed by her steady presence as the tempest howled itself into exhaustion. Magic shimmered at the forest's edge, a glade where seasons bled into one another. Summer fireflies danced with autumn's amber leaves, while winter's frost traced lace over spring's violets. Here Pip recalled Grandmother Willow's warning, "Harmony is a tapestry. Pull one thread and the whole may fray." He watched a spider mend her web between seasons, each silk strand a bridge across time. "The shadows feed on discord," Lark mused. They thickened when the sky singer's song faded. At dawn the whispering peaks loomed, their slopes jagged and frosted. Pip shivered, paws numbing on icy rock. Thistle dug footholds with relentless claws, her grunts echoing like distant thunder. Lark leaped crevices with liquid grace, antlers catching the first rosy light. When Pip slipped, tumbling toward a ravine, Thistle's teeth closed gently on his scruff, hauling him back. "Steady, little guardian," she puffed. "Even mountains lean on their roots." High above the timberline they found the sky singer, a great heron with feathers like spun moonlight, standing sentinel at a glacial pool. Her song had once soared on the wind, calling clouds to gather. Now she stood silent, one wing drooping where Kai tendrils coiled like poisoned ivy. The shadow root pierced me, she confessed, her voice a rasping breeze. It feeds on forgetting, on severed bonds. Pip understood. The shadow root thrived where memory faded, where elders' tales went untold, where saplings forgot the taste of shared rain. He laid Grandmother Willow's maple seed at the heron's feet. "The forest remembers you," he said softly. "Remember us." Lark pressed her forehead to the heron's uninjured wing, sharing warmth. Thistle unearthed healing lichen from beneath the ice, its green glow bright against the dark tendrils. As the sky singer straightened, her beak parted. A single note spilled forth, clear and deep as a bell tolling underwater. It swelled, joined by Thistle's earth-deep hum and Lark's wind-chime grace. Pip added his own small cheer-up, the sound of acorns cracking open in hope. Together their voices wove a net of light around the shadow root. With a sigh like crumbling ash, it dissolved. Far below, the heartstone flared emerald in the forest's heart. Rain burst from the sky, fat drops drumming on leaves, swelling Brother Brook to a laughing torrent. Bloomweavers spiraled up from the revitalized earth, trailing jasmine and lilac in their wake. Pip, Thistle, and Lark descended through a world reborn, ferns unfurling in gratitude, frogs croaking rain songs, and the very air thick with petrichor and promise. Back at Grandmother Willow's embrace, the ancient trees' leaves shimmered with collected rainwater. "You carried the forest's memory, little guardian," she whispered. "Balance is not stillness, it is the courage to mend what trembles." That night Pip curled in his oak hollow, lulled by Brother Brook's restored song and the fireflies' renewed dance. Outside, the rain gentled to a whisper, kissing the earth. He dreamed not of shadows, but of roots drinking deep, of seeds swelling with tomorrow, and of a truth as old as the stars. Together, we are the heartbeat of the world. And in the quiet, Eldergrove breathed, a symphony of rustles, drips, and sighs, cradled in the everlasting arms of harmony. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by ancient, whispering pines. It was a place of predictable rhythms, the baker's oven glowing at dawn, the blacksmith's hammer ringing until dusk, and children chasing fireflies as twilight painted the sky. Finn, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a restlessness in his heart, often felt the rhythm was a little too predictable. He longed for something more, something extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. One rainy Tuesday, while helping his grandmother sort through the dusty attic of their ivy-covered cottage, Finn stumbled upon a forgotten crate tucked beneath the eaves. Inside, wrapped in faded yellow silk, was a teapot. It wasn't particularly grand, made of simple, unglazed red clay, round-bellied with a slightly crooked spout, and a lid topped with a chipped ceramic acorn. It looked sturdy, humble, and utterly unremarkable. "Just old Grantham's camping teapot, dear," his grandmother chuckled, wiping dust from her spectacles. "He used to say it brewed the best pine needle tea after a long hike, bit cracked but holds memories." Finn felt an inexplicable pull towards the plain pot. He asked if he could keep it, and his grandmother, seeing the spark in his eyes, readily agreed. That evening, seeking comfort from the drumming rain, Finn decided to test Grantham's claim. He filled the teapot with water from the well, popped in a few dried chamomile flowers from the garden, and placed it carefully on the hob over the kitchen fire. He didn't expect magic, he just wanted tea. As the water began to simmer, something extraordinary happened. Instead of plain steam puffing from the spout, tendrils of shimmering, silver mist began to curl out. They didn't dissipate like ordinary steam. They swirled and coalesced in the air above the pot, forming intricate, ever-changing shapes. Finn watched, breathless, as the mist sketched miniature mountains dusted with snow, forests thick with emerald leaves, and winding paths that seemed to beckon him forward. A faint, sweet scent like wild honey and sun-warmed earth filled the kitchen, mingling with the chamomile. This was no ordinary teapot. This was a wayfinder. Finn's restlessness ignited into a blaze of curiosity. The images in the mist always seemed to point towards the Whispering Peaks, the formidable mountains that formed the valley's northern boundary. Legends spoke of ancient spirits and hidden wonders there, but also of treacherous paths and sudden mists that could swallow a person whole. Finn knew he couldn't go alone. He needed help and wisdom. His first helper arrived unexpectedly the next morning. Finn was sitting on the mossy stones by the babbling brook, the teapot warming in the spring sun beside him, when a gruff voice piped up from the ferns. "Bit early for high mountain mist, lad, though that pot seems to fancy it." A large, elderly badger named Thorn emerged, his black and white fur grizzled, his eyes sharp and kind. Thorn was known in Willowbrook as a keeper of old paths and older stories. He sniffed the air appreciatively. "Ah, silver thread mist, haven't seen that since my grandsire's time. That pot, it remembers journeys." Finn poured out his wonder and his plan. Thorn listened, his head tilted, whiskers twitching. "The Whispering Peaks guard their secrets fiercely, Finn. They respect courage, but they demand wisdom and good company." He nudged the teapot gently with his snout. "This will show the way, but it won't smooth the path. We'll need nimble feet and a keen nose." Nimble Feet arrived in the form of Pip, a perpetually cheerful hedgehog with a penchant for wildflowers tucked into her spines and an uncanny sense for hidden trails. Keen Nose belonged to Sable, a young, energetic squirrel whose curiosity often outpaced her caution, but whose sharp senses were legendary. Pip was drawn by the sweet scent emanating from the teapot as Finn prepared it near the brook. Sable had simply seen the strange silver mist from her treetop lookout and couldn't resist investigating. With the Wayfinder teapot carefully packed in Finn's knapsack, a small bundle of provisions, and hearts full of nervous excitement, the unlikely quartet set off at dawn. Thorn led with deliberate, steady steps, his knowledge of the lower slopes invaluable. Pip scurried alongside, pointing out edible berries and patches of soft moss for rest. Sable ranged ahead, scampering up trees to scout the path, chattering down reports about clearings, streams, and interesting rock formations. As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner and cooler. The familiar valley oak and beech gave way to gnarled pines and wind-sculpted firs. The Wayfinder guided them unerringly. When paths forked, Finn would brew a small amount of water over a tiny, carefully managed fire. The silver mist would rise, swirl, and invariably point towards one specific path, sometimes sketching landmarks like a distinctive split rock or a waterfall hidden by a bend. The scent of honey and earth deepened, becoming a comforting anchor in the vast, unfamiliar landscape. One afternoon they reached the Cloud Saddle, a high plateau shrouded in perpetual, thick white mist. Thorn halted, his expression grave. "This is where many turn back, Finn. The mist isn't just water, it confuses. It makes you hear things that aren't there, see paths that vanish. The old tales call it the Veil of Whispers. Force won't pierce it, and speed will only get you lost." Finn felt a prickle of fear. The mist looked impenetrable, swallowing the light and the sound. He could already hear faint, disjointed whispers on the edge of his hearing, voices calling his name, the baker's bell ringing impossibly close, his grandmother's laughter echoing strangely. Sable chattered nervously, clinging to a low branch. Pip tucked her head down, her spines bristling. Even Thorn looked uneasy. They needed wisdom, not force. Finn remembered the teapot's nature. It didn't dispel the mist, it worked with mist. He found a relatively flat, sheltered rock. "We need guidance," he said, his voice steady despite his nerves. not just the way through, but the way with the mist. He gathered clean snowmelt in the red clay pot, added a few fragrant pine needles Thorn suggested, and placed it carefully on a bed of glowing embers from their small fire. As the water heated, the familiar silver mist curled up. But this time, instead of forming distant landscapes, it interacted with the thick white fog around them. The silver threads wove gently through the veil of whispers, not pushing it aside, but illuminating it from within. The effect was breathtaking. Where the silver mist touched, the oppressive white fog thinned and clarified, not vanishing, but becoming translucent. Finn saw that the plateau wasn't featureless. Delicate, glowing lichen clung to rocks, marking safe footing. Tiny, nearly invisible threads of spider silk, glistening with dew, stretched between sturdy shrubs, forming a fragile network of pathways. The silver mist highlighted these subtle guides, revealing a safe route woven through the confusion, not against it. More importantly, the silver mist seemed to quiet the deceptive whispers. The chaotic sounds didn't disappear, but they lost their power to frighten or confuse. They became background noise, like the distant murmur of a stream, easily ignored when focusing on the illuminated path of lichen and silk. "By the roots of the world tree," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "It doesn't fight the mountain, it listens to it. It shows harmony, not conquest." Guided by the Wayfinder's gentle illumination, they moved slowly and deliberately. Finn carried the steaming pot carefully, its silver light casting a small, safe circle around them. Pip focused intently on the glowing lichen underfoot. Sable, her initial fear replaced by fascination, darted along the highlighted silk threads, confirming their strength. Thorn brought up the rear, his steady presence a comfort. They navigated the treacherous plateau not by battling the mist, but by understanding its nature and finding the quiet path within it. As they emerged from the far side of the cloud saddle, the mist thinned, revealing a sight that stole their breath. They stood at the edge of a hidden valley, within the peaks the Hearthspring Vale. Sunlight pure and golden streamed down onto an emerald meadow dotted with flowers like scattered jewels. A crystal-clear spring bubbled merrily from a mossy cleft in the rock, feeding a small, singing stream. Ancient, wise-looking trees with silver bark surrounded the clearing. The air hummed with a profound, peaceful energy. In the center of the meadow, near the spring, stood a simple stone pedestal, slightly moss-covered, clearly waiting. Finn approached it, drawn by a sense of deep calm. He understood without being told. This was the Wayfinder's true home, the source of its memory. He gently placed the red clay teapot on the pedestal. As soon as the pot touched the stone, a soft chime resonated through the veil, like a crystal bell struck gently. The teapot glowed with a warm, inner light for a moment, and Finn felt a wave of pure gratitude wash over him, not from the veil, but through the teapot itself, as if it was thanking him for bringing it home. The connection he'd felt since the attic deepened into a profound understanding. The magic wasn't about power. It was about connection, guidance, and finding harmony within the world's complexities. They rested by the Hearthspring, drinking the purest water they'd ever tasted. Pip collected luminous blue flowers. Sable chased shimmering dragonflies. Thorn sat in quiet contemplation, his old eyes reflecting the vale's serene beauty. Finn felt the restlessness that had driven him melt away, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. He had found the extraordinary hidden within the attic's ordinary crate. He had journeyed far, faced uncertainty, and learned the strength of gentle wisdom and trusting companionship. When it was time to leave, Finn knew the teapot belonged here, at its source. He carefully lifted it from the pedestal one last time. The silver mist rose, not showing a path away, but forming a perfect image of Willowbrook's village green, bathed in the warm light of home. The message was clear, their way back was open. Returning was easier, guided by the memory of the path and the shared bond of their adventure. As they descended the final slope into Willowbrook, the familiar sights, the baker's chimney smoke, the blacksmith's shed, felt different. They hadn't changed, but Finn had. He saw the extraordinary potential in the ordinary rhythm now, the hidden stories in every attic, the quiet magic of friendship and home. That evening back in the cozy kitchen, Finn told his wide-eyed grandmother everything: the silver mist, the veil of whispers, the heartspring veil, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's cheer, Sable's keen senses. He described the feeling of the teapot's gratitude. His grandmother listened intently, her eyes soft. When he finished, she simply smiled and placed a hand on his. Grantham always said that pot held more than tea, Finn. It held the wisdom to find your way, not just up a mountain, but through life. Looks like it found the right keeper for its last journey home. She paused, then added, and brought you home wiser, too. Finn kept the cracked lid with the ceramic acorn. It sat on his windowsill, catching the morning sun. Sometimes, on misty mornings, he'd swear he saw a faint, familiar shimmer rising from it, carrying the scent of honey and sun-warmed earth. He didn't need the teapot itself anymore. He carried its lessons within him, that wonder waits in forgotten corners, that challenges are met with wisdom and friends, and that the greatest journeys often lead you back to yourself, changed yet comforted, nestled once more in the quiet magic of home. And as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the wall, Finn knew that extraordinary secrets slept within the ordinary world, waiting only for a curious heart and the gentle courage to seek them. The rhythm of Willowbrook hadn't changed, but Finn now heard the magic humming softly beneath its surface, a comforting lullaby whispered by the world itself. Story 15. The little village of Pebblewick nestled between whispering tides and wind-sculpted pines, a place where cobblestones remembered every footfall and chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke. It was here, in a crooked cottage draped with honeysuckle, that young Cora lived with her grandfather. Life was usually as predictable as the tide's gentle sigh, until the teacup troubles began. It started subtly. Cora would set her favorite mug, the one painted with tiny blue whales, on the kitchen table. She'd turn to fetch the milk jug, and poof, the whale mug would be gone. Not broken, not misplaced, simply vanished. Grandfather's sturdy brown teapot, shaped like a plump badger, disappeared mid-pour one foggy morning. Soon cups, saucers, even the sugar bowl shaped like a sleeping owl, began to vanish without a trace or a sound. Only the plain, chipped mugs remained, leaving the cottage feeling strangely bare and cheerless. Grandfather, Cora whispered one evening, watching the last rays of sun paint the clouds peach and lavender, "It's happening again. The butter dish with the daisy pattern, it's gone." Grandfather, his spectacles perched on his nose as he mended a fishing net, chuckled softly. "Peculiar, isn't it, like they've grown little legs and wandered off for an adventure? Or perhaps," he winked, his eyes crinkling like well-worn maps, "it's the work of the Whisperwicks." Whisperwicks. Cora breathed, leaning closer. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows. "Tiny folk," Grandfather explained, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "Shy as moonbeams and quieter than falling snow, they live in the oldest parts of the forest, amongst the mossy roots and foxglove bells. They love pretty, useful things, especially things that hold warmth." He tapped his pipe thoughtfully. "But they're usually very careful, taking whole sets. That's unlike them. Something must be amiss." Cora felt a thrill of curiosity, not fear. A mystery, and one involving shy, magical creatures. She resolved to solve it. Not with shouting or chasing, but with quiet observation and kindness, just as Grandfather always taught. The next morning, Cora set a trap, but not the kind with springs or cages. She carefully placed her last pretty item on the windowsill overlooking Grandfather's prize-winning rose bushes, a small, delicate porcelain thimble painted with forget-me-nots. It had belonged to her grandmother. Beside it, she left a tiny saucer filled with warm milk sweetened with honey, the steam curling invitingly in the cool dawn air. Then she sat very still in the armchair nearby, hidden behind a large book, pretending to read but watching the windowsill intently through the gap between the pages. Hours ticked by, marked only by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock and the drowsy buzz of a bumblebee against the window pane. Cora's legs grew stiff, but she didn't move. Just as the sun climbed high, warming the room with golden light, she saw it. A shimmer like sunlight catching a dewdrop appeared near the thimble. Then another, and another. 5 tiny figures, no taller than Cora's thumb, materialized. They were slender and graceful, dressed in clothes woven from cobwebs and dried petals. Their hair was like spun moonlight, and their large, luminous eyes held a touch of sadness. They moved with astonishing silence, their feet barely brushing the wood of the sill. One gently touched the thimble, its tiny face full of longing. Another sniffed the sweet milk, its expression wistful. But they didn't take the thimble. Instead, they huddled together, whispering in voices softer than rustling leaves. Cora strained her ears, catching only fragments. Too cold, the hearthstone dims, cannot warm. Then, as silently as they arrived, they shimmered and vanished. Cora lowered her book, her mind whirring. Too cold. The hearthstone dims. Cannot warm. They weren't taking the teacups out of greed, but out of need. They needed warmth, and something called the hearthstone was failing. But why our teacups? And what was the hearthstone? She shared her discovery with grandfather over lunch, using the chipped mugs. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. The hearthstone, ah yes, old tales speak of it. Deep in the Whispering Woods, at the very heart of the oldest oak, there's said to be a warm, glowing stone. It's the source of gentle magic for the Whisperwicks, keeping their hidden homes cozy, helping their tiny gardens grow. If it's failing. He looked worried. That explains their desperation. Porcelain holds heat beautifully, like a little pocket of sunshine. But why are things, grandfather? Cora asked. Couldn't they find warmth elsewhere? Perhaps, grandfather mused, it's because of the kindness woven into them. Your grandmother painted that thimble with love. I carved the badger teapot with care. Maybe objects made or cherished with warmth in the heart hold a special kind of heat they need right now. Cora knew what she had to do. She wouldn't just find the missing teacups, she would help fix the hearthstone. Packing a small basket with a woolen blanket, a jar of grandfather's best honey, and a small, smooth stone she'd found on the beach that felt strangely warm, she set off towards the Whispering Woods. At the edge of the forest, where sunlight dappled the mossy floor, she hesitated. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling of green. It felt alive, watchful, but not unfriendly. Hello. Cora called softly, her voice barely louder than the breeze. Little folk, Whisperwicks, I saw you at my window. I want to help. I brought something warm. Silence. Then a flicker of movement near a cluster of vibrant bluebells. One of the tiny figures she'd seen earlier appeared, its large eyes wide with surprise and caution. Cora knelt slowly, making herself small and unthreatening. My name is Cora, she whispered. I live in the cottage by the sea. I think you borrowed our teacups because you're cold, because the hearthstone is sick. The Whisperwick tilted its head, then gave a tiny, solemn nod. It gestured for her to follow, vanishing into the ferns. Cora moved carefully, stepping over gnarled roots and avoiding patches of fragile moss. The air grew cooler, damper, filled with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Deeper and deeper they went, until they reached a colossal ancient oak. Its trunk was wider than Cora's cottage, its bark deeply furrowed like wise old skin. At its base, partially hidden by thick ferns, was a small opening. The Whisperwick beckoned Cora inside. She had to crawl, the earthy smell filling her nostrils. Inside, the space opened up into a surprisingly large chamber, lit by the soft, pale glow of hundreds of tiny luminous mushrooms growing on the roots. And there, in the very center of the chamber, resting on a bed of velvety moss, was the Heartstone. Or rather, what was left of it. It was a smooth, milky white stone, about the size of Cora's fist, but its usual warm, golden glow was faint and flickering erratically, like a candle guttering in a draught. The air inside the chamber was chilly. Scattered around the base of the stone, like offerings at a shrine, were all the missing items from Cora's cottage: the whale mug, the badger teapot, the owl sugar bowl, the daisy butter dish, and others. They looked cold and forlorn in the dim light. Dozens of Whisperwicks huddled nearby, shivering slightly, their tiny faces etched with worry. They watched Cora with large, apprehensive eyes. Cora approached the Heartstone slowly. She could feel the faintest whisper of warmth coming from it, weak and unsteady. She remembered what Grandfather said about objects holding the warmth of kindness. Looking at the shivering creatures and their sad collection of borrowed warmth, an idea sparked. She unwrapped the woolen blanket she'd brought, a small square she'd knitted herself, thinking of keeping baby lambs warm. It was woven with care. She gently draped it over the flickering Heartstone, tucking it around the base. The Whisperwicks gasped softly. Then she carefully placed the jar of Grandfather's honey beside the stone. Honey made with love from his bees, gathered from wildflowers. Finally, she took the smooth, warm beach stone from her pocket. It wasn't magical, but she'd found it on a perfect sunny day, and holding it always made her feel happy and safe. She placed it gently next to the honey jar. "This blanket was made with warm thoughts," Cora said softly to the chamber. "This honey was made with care, and this stone, it holds the memory of sunshine and happiness. Maybe they can help." She sat back on her heels, unsure. For a long moment, nothing happened. The Heartstone flickered weakly. The Whisperwicks watched, hope and doubt warring in their luminous eyes. Then a faint golden light began to seep from beneath the woolen blanket, where it touched the Heartstone. It grew steadily brighter, warmer. The light touched the jar of honey, making the golden liquid inside seem to glow. It touched the beach stone, which seemed to hum faintly. The glow intensified, spreading outwards, bathing the chamber in a soft, golden radiance. It wasn't the fierce light of the sun, but the deep, comforting warmth of embers in a hearth. The Whisperwicks let out a collective sigh, a sound like leaves sighing in relief. The chill in the air melted away, replaced by a cozy, gentle warmth. Their tiny faces lit up with joy and gratitude. They fluttered around Cora, their movements now light and quick, brushing against her hands with feather-soft touches that felt like tiny sparks of warmth and thanks. They pointed to the borrowed teacups and nodded vigorously. "You can keep them warm a little longer if you need," Cora offered kindly. But the Whisperwicks shook their heads. One of them, perhaps the eldest with hair like frost, gestured towards the Heartstone, now glowing steadily, then towards the teacups, and finally towards the direction of Cora's cottage. The meaning was clear. The Heartstone was well again, thanks to her gifts of warmth and kindness. They didn't need to borrow the cups anymore. With surprising speed and efficiency, the Whisperwicks gathered the teacups, teapot, and dishes. They didn't carry them, instead they touched each item, and it shimmered briefly before vanishing. Cora understood. They were sending them home. She crawled back out of the ancient oak, blinking in the afternoon sunlight. The Whisperwicks gathered at the entrance, waving their tiny hands. The eldest one stepped forward and pressed something cool and smooth into Cora's palm, a perfect, luminous white mushroom cap, glowing with the same soft light as the Heartstone chamber. A gift. Walking back through the whispering woods, the air felt warmer, friendlier. Birdsong seemed sweeter. When Cora pushed open the cottage door, grandfather looked up from his net mending. On the kitchen table, gleaming in the late sun streaming through the window, sat every single missing teacup, saucer, teapot, and dish. The whale mug, the badger teapot, the owl's sugar bowl, the daisy butter dish, all arranged neatly, perfectly clean, and somehow radiating a faint, comforting warmth. "Well now," grandfather said, his eyes twinkling brighter than ever. "Looks like the wanderers found their way home, and just in time for tea." That evening, as the stars began to prick the twilight sky and the fire crackled contentedly, Cora and her grandfather drank fragrant chamomile tea from the whale mug and the badger teapot. The porcelain was warm against Cora's hands, holding the heat beautifully. She told grandfather everything: the whisperwicks, the dimming heartstone, the blanket, the honey, the beach stone. He listened intently, nodding slowly. "Ah, kindness," he murmured, sipping his tea. "The warmest magic of all. It mends stones, comforts tiny folk, and brings lost treasures home." He looked at the luminous mushroom cap Cora had placed on the mantelpiece, casting a soft, gentle glow. "And sometimes it leaves a little light behind to remember it by." Outside, the whispering tides sighed against the shore. Inside, the cottage was filled with warmth from the fire, from the tea, from the returned treasures, and from the quiet, profound comfort of a mystery solved not with force, but with a gentle heart and a willingness to understand. The strange occurrences were explained, the helpers were appreciated, and the resolution was as warm and satisfying as the tea in their cups. As Cora snuggled into her armchair, the peaceful rhythm of the sea and the gentle glow of the mushroom cap lulled her towards sleep, carrying the comforting certainty that even in a world of gentle magic, the simplest acts of kindness were the most powerful spells of all. Story 16. In the cozy village of Dewdrop Hollow, where chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke and lanterns glowed like captured fireflies, young Finn noticed something peculiar. Each morning the village awoke to find their polished cobblestone paths glittering with frost, even in late autumn when the air still held the warmth of golden afternoons. Stranger still, the frost formed intricate spirals and starbursts, as if painted by an invisible brush. Finn, a boy with a patchwork scarf and eyes bright as dew-kissed berries, decided to investigate. Finn's first clue came near the mossy well at the village square. As he traced a frost pattern resembling a fern's frond, he spotted a tiny, shivering creature no larger than his thumb. It had wings like frosted glass and breath that misted the air. "You're cold," Finn whispered, cupping his hands around it. The creature, a frost sprite, Finn realized, nuzzled his palm, leaving trails of icy glitter. "Where are your friends?" he asked. The sprite flitted toward the Whispering Woods, its path scattering diamond dust frost. Seeking wisdom, Finn visited Elder Hemlock, who lived in a cottage woven from living willow branches. Inside, the air hummed with the scent of lavender and wisdom. "Frost sprites thrive in cold," murmured Hemlock, stirring a pot of starlight-infused tea. "But they only dance when joyful. This chill sorrow is unnatural." He gifted Finn a magnifying glass that revealed hidden magic, a swirl of faded blue light near the sprite's frost patterns. "Grief has frozen their hearts," Hemlock sighed. "Find what they've lost." Finn followed the sprite into the Whispering Woods, where trees murmured secrets and badgers offered polite nods. Deep in a glen, he discovered hundreds of sprites huddled on frozen toadstools, their wings drooping. Using the magnifying glass, Finn noticed the blue light gathering around an ancient ice blossom tree, now brittle and gray. "It used to bloom even in winter," piped a hedgehog named Thistle, who'd been watching. "Its petals sang lullabies that kept the sprites warm, but the song stopped when the tree's heart crystal cracked." The solution unfolded like a map in Finn's mind. Heart crystals were nurtured by kindness, not magic. Every dawn, Finn returned with warm oatcakes, sharing crumbs while humming the tune his grandmother sang to him. Slowly sprites nestled in his scarf, their frost melting into teardrops. One morning, as Finn placed his palm on the ice blossom's trunk, the sprites fluttered down, weaving frost threads over the crack. Their collective breath fogged the air, and Finn hummed louder, pouring warmth into the melody. With a soft chime, the crystal mended, glowing like a captured dawn. Ice blossoms unfurled in pearly petals, releasing a song that melted the unnatural frost. The sprites spiraled joyfully, painting the paths with harmless, shimmering patterns. Dewdrop Hollow learned that sorrow shared is sorrow halved, and Finn's scarf became a nest for napping sprites. As stars blinked awake, the villagers gathered, sipping spiced cider while frost dancers wove constellations under the moon, a nightly reminder that even the coldest heart can thaw when met with a warm, listening ear. Finn smiled, wrapped in friendship's gentle glow, as the woods whispered their thanks on the breeze. Story 17. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, the boundaries between the seen and unseen thinned to a silken veil. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, a rhythm older than time, tied to the turning of the seasons and the sighs of the weather. It was a place where the rustle of ferns held secrets, and the dew on a spider's web at dawn could capture entire constellations. On this particular evening, as twilight painted the sky in strokes of lavender and peach, a young squirrel named Pip stirred in his dray nestled high in a grandfather's sycamore. Pip, with fur the color of autumn acorns and eyes bright with curiosity, felt a peculiar vibration in the air. It wasn't the usual evening chorus of crickets or the distant hoot of old owl. It was a faint, discordant hum, like a harp string slightly out of tune, emanating from the heart of the forest from the moonlit pool. The moonlit pool was no ordinary body of water. Fed by springs whispering secrets from deep within the earth, its surface, on clear nights, reflected not just the moon and stars, but shimmering glimpses of the hidden lives thriving within the Whisperwood. Tiny, glowing sprites danced among the reeds, water shrews crafted intricate homes from woven moonlight, and ancient, moss-covered turtles moved with the ponderous grace of drifting islands. The pool was the forest's heart mirror, its magic intrinsically tied to the harmony of all living things and the natural cycles of weather. When the rains fell soft and steady, the pool shimmered with vibrant rainbows trapped beneath its surface. When autumn winds blew, it swirled with leaves of molten copper and gold. And on crisp winter nights, its surface froze into intricate patterns that told stories of snowflakes yet to fall. But tonight, the reflection was dim. The usual vibrant dance of light and life within the water seemed muted, sluggish. The discordant hum vibrated through Pip's small paws where they touched the sycamore's bark. A sense of unease, like the prickle before a storm, settled over him. He scampered down the trunk, his claws finding familiar grooves in the rough bark, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves rising to meet him the rich, comforting petrichor of the forest floor. He found his friend Bramble, a sturdy young rabbit with fur like shadowed earth and ears that twitched at every sound, nibbling clover near a cluster of luminous foxgloves. Bramble, Pip chattered, his voice low with concern. Something's wrong at the moonlit pool. It feels off, like the forest is holding its breath. Bramble paused, her nose twitching. I felt it too, Pip, a chill, even though the air is warm, and the fireflies, they're gathering strangely low tonight, near the old willow by the pool. They seem worried. Her large, dark eyes reflected the fading twilight, filled with the same unease. Knowing such disturbances often held deeper meaning, the pair sought the wisdom of Old Badger. He lived deep within the root warrens, a labyrinthine home woven amongst the gnarled foundations of the oldest trees, smelling perpetually of cool stone, damp earth, and dried herbs. Old Badger was the keeper of stories, the rememberer of cycles. His fur was silvered with age, his claws worn smooth, but his eyes held the deep, calm clarity of a forest pond. They found him sitting at the entrance of his burrow, bathed in the soft, blue-green glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the roots above. He was slowly grinding dried lavender and chamomile with a smooth river stone, releasing a soothing, floral scent into the evening air. He listened gravely as Pip described the dimming pool, the discordant hum, and Bramble mentioned the anxious fireflies. Hum, Old Badger rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a stream. The heart mirror dims, that is a serious sign, little ones. It speaks of a disruption in the glimmering. The glimmering? Pip asked, settling on a cool, mossy stone. The glimmering, Old Badger explained, his gaze drifting towards the canopy where the first stars were beginning to prick through the indigo sky, is the delicate, invisible web that connects all life in the Whisperwood. It flows through the roots deep in the dark earth, rises in the sap of the trees, shimmers on the wings of insects, and pulses in the hearts of every creature, great and small. It is the harmony of the forest. The magic that binds us to the seasons and the weather. The moonlit pool reflects its health, when the glimmering is strong and balanced. The pool shines bright when it is frayed. He gestured towards the direction of the pool with his snout. It dims. But what could fray it? Bramble asked, her ears flattening slightly. Imbalance, Old Badger sighed, the sound like wind through dry reeds. Sometimes it is a great storm that tears branches and floods burrows, disrupting the flow. Sometimes it is a sickness that spreads through the undergrowth, but this feels different, subtler, like something vital has been forgotten or taken without being returned. He paused, sniffing the air thoughtfully. There is a scent faint but sharp, not of decay but of absence, like the echo where a melody should be. He shuffled deeper into his burrow and returned with a smooth, oval stone the color of twilight, etched with faint, swirling lines. This is a remembering stone. My grandmother's grandmother found it near the pool when the great ice retreated. It holds whispers of the old ways. Touch it, both of you. Feel the forest's memory. Pip placed a cautious paw on the cool stone. Bramble nudged it with her nose. Instantly a cascade of sensations flooded them. The deep, resonant song of roots drinking deep after a spring rain, the exhilarating rush of wind through new leaves in high summer, the crisp, clean scent of the first frost settling on fallen acorns, the profound, sleepy silence of snow blanketing the world. They felt the joy of a sparrow's first flight, the patient watchfulness of a fox hunting mice, the industrious hum of bees pollinating wildflowers. It was the symphony of the glimmering, vibrant and whole. Then the sensation shifted. A thin thread of discord wove through the harmony. They felt a place where the rich, loamy scent of healthy earth thinned, replaced by a sterile dryness. They saw in their mind's eye a patch beneath the ancient silver beach near the northern edge of the pool, a place usually vibrant with ferns and shy wood violets now strangely barren. Not dead, but empty, as if the very essence of the glimmering had been leached from that spot. It's the offering place, Old Badger murmured, understanding dawning in his wise eyes. Beneath the silver beach, every autumn when the leaves turn to flame and flutter down, the creatures of Whisperwood gather the most vibrant, the most perfectly shaped leaves one from each major tree, oak, maple, beech, aspen, birch. We weave them into a simple garland and place it gently upon the roots of the silver beech. It is a thank you, a return of beauty and life to the earth that sustains us. It feeds the glimmering, strengthens the bond between tree and creature. Season and spirit. He looked sorrowful. The great storm last autumn was fierce. It stripped the trees early and buried the offering place under deep drifts of broken branches. We forgot. The garland was never placed. The glimmering has been starved of that essential gratitude in that sacred spot. The discordant hum, the dimming pool, the anxious fireflies, it all made sense. The balance was disrupted by an act of omission, a forgotten ritual of reciprocity. But autumn is months away, Pip exclaimed, dismayed. The trees are full of green leaves now. How can we make an offering? Old Badger's eyes crinkled with a gentle warmth. The glimmering understands cycles, young Pip, but it also understands intention. The offering isn't about the season of the leaf, but the heart behind its giving. The silver beech remembers the missing gratitude. We cannot recreate the autumn spectacle, but we can offer beauty and thanks now with what the forest provides. We can mend the tear with care and unity. He outlined a plan. They needed to find 5 perfect leaves, representing the spirit of the 5 trees, but gathered now in late spring. They needed to be leaves that shone with health, captured the essence of their tree, and were freely given. Then they would weave them together, imbuing them with their gratitude, and place them upon the barren earth beneath the silver beech at moonrise. Pip and Bramble set off immediately, their hearts lighter with purpose. The discordant hum still lingered, but now they carried the antidote, hope and understanding. They moved through the gathering dusk, the forest alive with soft sounds, the chirrup of a tree frog, the distant splash of a fish in the stream, the susurrus of leaves in a gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Pip sought the oak leaf. He didn't just look for the largest, he searched for one that seemed to hold the oak's sturdy spirit, deeply lobed and glossy green, catching the last rays of the setting sun. He found it high up, a perfect specimen radiating quiet strength. He whispered his thanks to the great tree before gently detaching it. Bramble searched for the maple leaf near the whispering stream. She needed one that embodied the maple's vibrant potential, even in its spring green. She found a broad leaf, its veins tracing intricate pathways like tiny rivers, dewdrops still clinging to its surface like liquid diamonds. She thanked the maple, feeling its sap-song pulse beneath her paws. They needed help. Pip scurried up a hawthorn to find Luna, a moth with wings like fragments of moonlit silk. She fluttered down, her antennae quivering as Pip explained. "A leaf for the beech, the smooth, elegant one. I know just the place," Luna whispered, her voice like rustling silk. She led them to a young beech sapling protected by ferns, its leaves like tender green hearts. Luna, with delicate precision, selected a perfect, unblemished leaf, its surface cool and silken. The sapling seemed to sigh contentedly. Bramble thumped the ground near the warren of Thistle, a prickly but good-hearted hedgehog just rousing for his nightly forage. "Thistle, we need an aspen leaf, one that trembles with life." Thistle, blinking sleepily, grumbled but trundled off. He returned with a delicate, almost round aspen leaf, its long stem making it quiver at the slightest breath of wind, capturing the tree's constant, joyful dance. "Saw it glimmering in the starlight," he muttered, handing it over. "Don't lose it." Finally, for the birch, they sought Arion, a stag beetle with magnificent, iridescent antlers that glowed faintly emerald in the dark. He was guarding a patch of luminous mushrooms. A birch leaf, pure and bright. Arion pondered, tapping his antlers. He climbed the slender white trunk of a paper birch and returned with a small, triangular leaf, its bright green surface marked with delicate, dark veins, as pure and hopeful as a new dawn. "It shone like a beacon," Arion declared proudly. Gathered beneath the silver beech, its majestic form a pillar of silvery bark in the moonlight, the creatures assembled, Pip, Bramble, Luna, Thistle, Arion, and Old Badger, who had arrived carrying strands of supple willow reed. The barren patch of earth looked stark in the moonlight, a void in the lush undergrowth. The discordant hum seemed stronger here, vibrating unpleasantly in their bones. The moonlit pool nearby glowed with a feeble, sickly light. Working together under Old Badger's gentle guidance, they wove the 5 leaves into a simple garland. Pip held the sturdy oak leaf. Bramble added the broad maple. Luna carefully placed the silken beech heart. Thistle secured the trembling aspen. Arion nestled the pure birch leaf at the center. Old Badger deftly bound them with the willow, whispering words of gratitude with each twist, for strength, for vibrancy, for elegance, for joy, for hope, and for the Whisperwood, our home. As the last strand was tied, a soft, collective sigh seemed to ripple through the gathered creatures. The garland itself began to emit a faint, warm, golden light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The discordant hum faltered, then softened. Together they approached the barren patch. With reverence, Pip and Bramble placed the glowing garland upon the cool, dry earth at the very base of the silver beech's massive trunk. As soon as it touched the ground, the golden light seeped into the soil, spreading like liquid sunshine through the network of tiny roots just beneath the surface. A profound silence fell. Then a deep, resonant thrum pulsed outward from the tree, vibrating through the earth and up into the air. It wasn't discordant, it was harmonious, deep, and ancient, like the forest itself taking a long, refreshing breath. Before their eyes, the barren patch softened. Tiny, bright green shoots, finer than fairy hair, pushed through the soil, unfurling into miniature ferns and mosses that glowed with an inner light. The scent of fresh, rich earth, deep and sweet, rose powerfully, banishing the sterile odor of absence. At the moonlit pool, the transformation was dazzling. The dim surface erupted with light. The reflections became sharp and vibrant. Glowing sprites pirouetted with renewed energy. The water shrew's moonlight homes shone brilliantly. The ancient turtles basked in luminous ripples. Rainbows, though there was no rain, danced beneath the surface, and the water itself seemed to sing with a clear, pure note that harmonized perfectly with the forest's night sounds. The anxious fireflies rose in a joyful, swirling constellation above the pool, their lights pulsing in time with the renewed glimmering. The discordant hum was gone, replaced by the deep, peaceful thrum of harmony restored. The Whisperwood sighed, a sound of profound contentment that rustled every leaf and whispered through every blade of grass. Old Badger placed a heavy, comforting paw on Pip's shoulder and gently touched Bramble's ear. "See, little ones, balance is not a grand, unmoving thing. It is a dance, a constant tending. It thrives on gratitude, on remembering the small acts of giving and receiving. Even a forgotten thank you, when remembered with a pure heart, can mend the web." They sat together in the soft moonlight, the newly verdant patch beneath the silver beech glowing faintly, the moonlit pool a mirror of pure, radiant magic. The scents of damp moss, night-blooming flowers, and rich, fertile earth wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. The gentle chirping of crickets, the soft hoot of old owl from afar, and the liquid murmur of the pool wove a lullaby of perfect peace. Pip felt the sturdy oak leaf in his memory, Bramble recalled the shimmer of dew on the maple, Luna felt the cool silk of the beech, Thistle remembered the joyful tremble of the aspen, and Arion held the pure hope of the birch. They hadn't just restored a magical pool, they had reaffirmed the timeless truth whispered by the roots and carried on the wind, that every creature, every leaf, every drop of rain, every whispered thank you, is a vital thread in the glimmering. And as long as kindness, wisdom, and gratitude flowed like sap through the Whisperwood, its magic would endure, deep and serene, under the watchful moon and the turning stars, a haven of harmony where reality and dream danced gently, forever entwined. The deep, resonant thrum of the forest's heart settled into a soothing, steady rhythm, a promise of safety and balance, lulling all who listened into the deepest, most peaceful of sleeps. Story 18. Maya had always been curious about the old oak tree at the edge of her village. Its roots twisted like sleeping dragons into the earth, and its highest branches seemed to brush the clouds. One evening, as the sunset painted the sky in hues of lavender and peach, she noticed something peculiar, a silvery mist swirling around the trunk, forming a shimmering archway where none had been before. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, "True magic finds those with brave hearts." Taking a deep breath, Maya stepped through. The world beyond was the Valley of Whispers. It felt like stepping inside a dream. The air hummed with the scent of moonflowers and damp earth, while the ground beneath her bare feet was soft moss that glowed faintly blue with every step. Overhead, trees with bark like polished amethyst cradled lantern fruit that pulsed with golden light. Tiny, iridescent creatures, glimmerflies, danced in the air, their wings sprinkling trails of stardust that settled on Maya's shoulders like fairy kisses. A gentle breeze, warm as a lullaby, rustled through leaves shaped like crescent moons, carrying soft voices that seemed to say, "Welcome, wanderer." As she wandered deeper, Maya discovered a stream where the water flowed uphill, carrying petals that shimmered like liquid rainbows. Beside it, she met her first friend, a mossback. It resembled a small turtle, but its shell was a living garden of velvety moss and tiny, glowing blossoms that bloomed cerulean when it blinked its kind, moss-green eyes. "Hello," Maya whispered, and the mossback nudged her hand with its nose. It couldn't speak, but its presence felt like a warm hug. Together they followed the upside-down stream until they reached a meadow dotted with flowers that chimed like silver bells when the wind stirred them. But the meadow was split by a gorge so deep, its bottom vanished into violet shadows. Spanning it was a bridge woven from threads of light, fragile and flickering like candle flames. Maya hesitated. The bridge seemed insubstantial, and the whispers in the wind grew urgent. Only courage makes it solid. Her mossback friend nudged her again, its flowers glowing brighter, as if lending her strength. Taking a shaky breath, Maya placed one foot on the light threads. To her surprise, they solidified beneath her touch, glowing steadily where she stepped. Halfway across, though, the bridge began to waver. Fear prickled her skin, until she noticed a cluster of glimmerflies trapped in a spider's web of shadows below. Their light was dimming. Maya knelt carefully. "Hold on," she murmured. With gentle fingers, she untangled the sticky threads, freeing each tiny creature. As they soared upward, their stardust rained onto the bridge, strengthening it into a radiant path. The mossback trilled a soft, approving sound. When Maya reached the other side, the glimmerflies circled her in a glittering halo, their warmth seeping into her bones. She realized then that courage wasn't about being fearless. It was about choosing kindness even when afraid. Beyond the gorge lay the Heartwood glade, where ancient trees formed a cathedral of leaves. At its center stood a being made of woven vines and dandelion fluff, the guardian of whispers. Its voice was the rustle of autumn leaves. "You help the small ones," it said, eyes like dewdrops glinting. "That is the bravest magic of all." The guardian gifted her a seed pod that glowed with inner light. "Plant this where your journey began. It will remember your courage." Retracing, her steps felt different. The upside-down stream flowed beside her like an old friend, the chiming flowers sang sweeter, and the mossback ambled by her side until they reached the misty archway. As Maya stepped back into her village, dawn was breaking. She planted the seed pod by the oak tree. Instantly it sprouted into a sapling with leaves that shimmered like captured starlight, and a single blossom opened, a perfect, glowing moonflower. That night, as Maya curled under her quilt, she watched the moonflower's soft light dance on her walls. She knew the Valley of Whispers was always there, waiting for curious hearts. And whenever doubt crept in, she remembered the mossback's gentle nudge, the glimmerfly's stardust, and the guardian's wisdom, that true bravery blooms when we lift others as we climb. With that thought, she drifted into dreams filled with chiming meadows and bridges of light, her heart as warm and bright as the valley itself. Story 19. The air in the Willowwood Valley always held a special kind of quiet magic, especially as twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose. Nestled beneath ancient, whispering willows stood a cottage belonging to Selah's, a man whose heart beat in time with the steady rhythm of the seasons. Selah's was the keeper of the glimmering garden, a place where enchantment wasn't just a story, but the very soil beneath one's feet. Flowers bloomed with inner light, vines hummed soft melodies, and the air shimmered with unseen, friendly sprites. Selah's loved the garden fiercely, but he loved it best when it was predictable, when the vibrant summer blooms held their color and the comforting warmth lingered. Change, to Silas, felt like a tear in the fabric of his peaceful world. As the golden days of late summer began to wane, a familiar chill touched the air. Silas felt it deep in his bones, a tremor of unease. Autumn was approaching, the season of transformation, when the garden shed its summer glory for the russet and gold cloak of fall. Silas dreaded it. He saw the change not as beautiful decay leading to renewal, but as a loss and ending. He began his futile ritual, whispering pleas to the shimmering honeysuckle vines, "Stay just a little longer, hold on to your green." He sprinkled stardust-infused water, meant for encouraging growth, onto the maple saplings, hoping to stall their fiery transformation. He even tried weaving protective charms of willow twigs around the hardiest rose bushes, willing them to defy the turning world. But the magic of the glimmering garden was a mirror to the soul, and Silas's fear cast a shadow. The honeysuckle vines, instead of staying green, grew brittle and dull, their sweet scent fading. The maple saplings shivered, their leaves turning a sickly, pale yellow instead of vibrant crimson. The roses, usually resilient, drooped, their petals losing luster. The garden felt heavy, suffocated by Silas's resistance. The friendly sprites, usually buzzing with playful energy, flitted nervously, their tiny lights dimmed. The garden wasn't dying, it was waiting, trapped between seasons by the keeper's own frozen heart. One crisp morning, Silas sat hunched on a mossy stone bench, his shoulders slumped. He watched a single, perfect crimson leaf drift down from a reluctant oak, landing silently on the now brown grass. His heart felt as heavy as the dew-laden cobwebs glistening in the weak sunlight. A gentle voice broke the stillness. "Looks like the world is holding its breath, Silas," said Rowan, the village woodcarver. He was a sturdy man with kind eyes the color of walnut bark and hands that coaxed beauty from rough timber. He settled beside Silas, placing a small, carved badger wormwood polished smooth on the bench between them. Even the wood whispers of change these days. The grain shifts, new patterns emerge. It can be unsettling. Silas sighed, the sound rustling like dry leaves. "It's lost, Rowan, plain and simple. The light fades, the warmth leaves, the beauty withers. I try to hold it back, but look." He gestured miserably at the drooping roses and the pale maple. Rowan picked up the carved badger, turning it thoughtfully in his hands. "Remember when I first tried carving this little fellow? I wanted him perfect, just like the old master's work. I clung so tightly to the image in my mind, I nearly crushed the wood. It took snapping a delicate paw clean off before I understood. The wood has its own song, Silas. Sometimes, holding on too tight breaks the very thing you love." He placed the badger back down. Its missing paw wasn't a flaw. It gave the creature a unique, endearing character. Silas frowned, looking from the badger to his struggling garden. He hadn't considered that his grip might be causing harm. Later that afternoon, Leora, the village herbalist with hair like spun moonlight and a laugh like wind chimes, arrived with a basket of steaming chamomile tea and honey cakes. She moved through the subdued garden, her touch light on the plants. "Ah, Silas," she murmured, kneeling beside a patch of wilting moonflowers. "These beauties aren't meant for endless day. They bloom for the night, for the cool, for the quiet mystery of the stars." She gently touched a drooping bud. "See how tightly she holds herself, afraid to open, perhaps, afraid of the dark." Leora sprinkled a pinch of silvery dust around the moonflower's base. "Change isn't the enemy, dear keeper, it's the doorway. Without closing the door on day, how can the moonflower find her true glory? Without letting go of the leaf, how can the tree gather strength for new buds?" Silas sipped the fragrant tea, its warmth spreading through him. He watched Leora tend to the plants not by forcing them, but by understanding their needs, their natural rhythms. He looked at Rowan's badger, imperfect yet full of life. He looked at the wilting garden, a reflection of his own fear. A small crack appeared in his resistance. Perhaps Perhaps he was the one holding the door shut. That night, a frost descended, sharper than usual. Silas woke to a world glittering under a diamond-bright moon. He rushed outside, heart pounding with dread. He expected devastation. Instead, he gasped. The garden, freed from his desperate clinging, had embraced the change. The frost wasn't destruction, it was artistry. It coated every stem, every leaf, every blade of grass in a crystalline lace that sparkled under the moonlight. The moonflowers Leora had tended unfurled their pure white petals, glowing with an ethereal luminescence, casting soft, silver shadows. The air, crisp and clean, carried the faint, sweet scent of frozen earth and dormant magic. The maple saplings, no longer pale, stood proudly, their leaves finally ablaze in deep, glorious crimson and gold, each vein traced in frost like liquid fire. The brittle honeysuckle vines were transformed into intricate sculptures of ice, catching the moonlight and scattering it in rainbows across the path. The sprites, their lights brighter than ever, danced joyously among the frozen fronds, their tiny laughter like tinkling bells. The garden wasn't dead, it was breathtakingly, magically different. It was resting, preparing, cloaked in a beauty Silas had never allowed himself to see before. Tears, warm against the cold air, traced paths down Silas's cheeks. Not tears of sorrow, but of profound understanding and release. He had been so afraid of losing the summer's warmth, he'd almost smothered the garden's inherent magic, the magic that thrived through transformation, not despite it. He walked slowly along the glistening path, his boots crunching softly on the frosted grass. He stopped before the ancient oak, its branches heavy with ice crystals. He placed a hand on its rough bark, no longer willing it to hold onto green leaves, but simply feeling the deep, slow pulse of life within, waiting patiently beneath the winter's cloak. "I understand now," he whispered, his breath a cloud in the still air. "I was afraid of the quiet, of the rest, of the letting go, but it's not emptiness, it's potential." He looked up at the star-strewn sky, vast and peaceful. It's the space where new dreams can take root. The garden seemed to sigh in relief. The frozen air felt less biting, more invigorating. The moonlight felt like a gentle embrace. Silas spent the winter days differently. He didn't fight the cold, he learned its rhythms. He cleared paths through the snow, revealing the stark beauty of sleeping flower beds. He built snug little shelters for the sprites from woven willow and dried grasses, their tiny lights glowing warmly within like captured stars. He watched the intricate patterns of frost on his window panes, each one a unique masterpiece. He listened to the deep silence, a different kind of music, full of the earth's slow breath and the promise beneath the snow. Rowan often joined him, carving by the hearth, the scent of wood smoke mingling with pine. They talked of patience, of the strength found in stillness. Leora brought stories of roots gathering strength deep below the frost line, of seeds dreaming of spring sun. Silas learned the names of the winter birds and scattered seeds for them, delighting in their cheerful flutters against the white landscape. As the days slowly lengthened, the deep frost began to soften. Silas felt a new kind of anticipation, not tinged with fear, but bright with hope. He didn't rush the melting snow or force the buds. He simply tended the space, clearing away the winter debris, feeling the earth beneath his fingers slowly warming. He sang softly to the sleeping bulbs, songs of sunlight and rain to come. One bright morning, as the first true warmth of the approaching spring touched the valley, Silas was clearing a patch near the cottage. His trowel struck something smooth beneath the damp earth. Carefully, he brushed away the soil. It wasn't a stone nor a root. It was a seed pod, unlike any he'd ever seen. It was large, shaped like a teardrop, and shimmered with a soft, iridescent light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. It felt warm to the touch. He knew deep in his bones that this was a gift, a symbol of the transformation within him, mirrored by the garden's magic. He carefully planted the glowing seed in a sun-warmed spot near the oak tree, watering it not just with water, but with a heart full of acceptance and quiet joy. Weeks later, as the willow buds burst into soft green haze and crocuses pushed through the warming earth, the seed sprouted. It grew with astonishing speed, not into a familiar flower, but into a slender tree. Its bark was smooth and silver, like moonlight on water. Its leaves unfurled not as simple green, but as shifting panels of stained glass emerald, sapphire, topaz, and amethyst that caught the sunlight and scattered it in dancing, colored beams across the awakening garden. At night the leaves glowed softly from within, casting a gentle, multicolored radiance. Silas named it the Lumina Tree. It stood as a testament to the beauty found not in clinging, but in releasing, not in resisting change, but in embracing the journey. It mirrored his own growth, from fear to acceptance, from resistance to joyful participation in the endless, beautiful cycle. The glimmering garden flourished more vibrantly than ever before. Silas was still its keeper, but now he moved with the seasons, not against them. He understood that the magic wasn't just in the perpetual bloom, but in the entire dance, the bursting forth, the glorious peak, the gentle release, the quiet rest, and the triumphant return. He found profound peace in the rhythm, a deeper connection to the valley and its magic. On warm summer evenings, Silas, Rowan, and Leora would sit beneath the dappled light of the Lumina Tree. They'd sip lavender tea, listen to the humming vines and the chirping crickets, and watch the sprites weave patterns of light through the colored beams. The air was thick with the scent of roses, honeysuckle, and warm earth. Silas would look around at his friends, at the garden alive with every shade of magic, and feel a deep, settled contentment. He had learned that personal growth, like the turning seasons, wasn't a battle to be fought, but a transformation to be experienced. It required the courage to let go of what was, to trust the quiet space of what seemed like endings, and to welcome the unexpected beauty of what was yet to bloom. The Lumina Tree shimmered above them, its leaves a silent, radiant promise, that within every ending lies a beginning, within every release lies a discovery, and within every heart willing to change lies a magic uniquely its own. And in that understanding, nestled in the heart of the Willowwood Valley, Silas found a peace deeper and more enduring than any unchanging summer day could ever offer. The gentle light of the Lumina Tree, a beacon of hard-won wisdom, cast its comforting glow over the sleeping garden, whispering of cycles, acceptance, and the endless, quiet magic of becoming. Story 20. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in the valley like a contented cat curled in a sunbeam. Cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs, their gardens bursting with luminous moonflowers and whispering snapdragons. The air always carried the scent of warm bread from Mrs. Bramble's bakery and the faint, sweet tang of wild magic that drifted down from the whispering woods. Life here was gentle, predictable, and deeply comforting, until the week the small mysteries began. It started subtly. Young Finn, helping his grandfather in the apothecary, swore he'd placed a jar of shimmering dragonfly wings on the middle shelf. When he turned back, it rested on the floor, perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock found his prized, polished river stones, usually arranged in a spiral on his windowsill, stacked into a precarious tower. Mrs. Bramble awoke to find all her copper mixing bowls hanging in a perfect circle from the ancient oak tree outside her kitchen window, gleaming like tiny suns in the dawn light. No damage was done, only quiet rearrangement. Yet a ripple of unease spread through the village. Who? Why? And how, without a single soul seeing a thing? Leela, a quiet girl with eyes the color of storm clouds and a mind that loved puzzles, found the mysteries fascinating rather than frightening. She lived with her grandmother in a cottage draped in honeysuckle, right on the edge of the whispering woods. While others whispered nervously in the village square, Layla watched. She noticed tiny, shimmering footprints, like dewdrops pressed into soft earth, near Old Man Hemlock's rearranged stones. She saw faint streaks of iridescent dust, finer than pollen, on Mrs. Bramble's hanging bowls. Near the apothecary jar, she found a single, impossibly delicate silver feather, no larger than her thumbnail. Grandmother, Leela asked one evening, stirring a pot of lavender-scented soup over the hearth, have you ever heard of something that moves things gently, leaves shimmering dust and silver feathers, and like stacking stones? Her grandmother, her face a map of kindness etched by time, smiled. Curiosity is a fine lantern, little one. The Whispering Woods holds many secrets, and not all of them are loud. Perhaps you should seek Master Thorn. If anyone knows the quiet folk of the woods, it's him. Master Thorn lived deeper into the woods, not far, but in a cottage built around the roots of the oldest willow tree. He wasn't a wizard in the booming, spell-casting sense, but a keeper of small lore. He understood the language of moss, the songs of streams, and the habits of the shyest woodland creatures. His cottage smelled of dried herbs, cedarwood, and patience. Leela found him tending a patch of glowing moon melons that hummed softly. She showed him the silver feather and described the small mysteries, the moved jar, the stacked stones, the hanging bowls. She mentioned the shimmering dust and the dewdrop footprints. Master Thorn's eyes, deep and kind like forest pools, crinkled at the corners. He took the feather gently. Ah, this is a gleamwing feather, rarely seen. They are creatures of moonlight and mischief, but gentle mischief. Think of them as the librarians of the woods. Librarians, Leela echoed, puzzled. They have a powerful sense of order, Master Thorn explained, stroking his beard. A deep, deep need for things to be just so, but their idea of order, well, it might not always match ours. They see patterns we miss. A spiral of stones might look chaotic to us, but to a gleamwing it might be a perfect representation of a swirling galaxy. Stacking them high, perhaps reaching for the stars. Hanging bowls in a circle, maybe mimicking the moon. But why Meadowhaven? Leela asked. Why now? That, Master Thorn said, his voice soft as settling moss, is the heart of the mystery. Gleamwings are shy. For them to come so close to the village, something must be disrupting their own sense of order deep within the woods, something that frightens their quiet hearts. He suggested a plan. The Gleamwings were most active under the full moon, which was just 2 nights away. They needed to observe without frightening the creature. They are easily startled, Master Thorn warned. Like a dandelion puff on the breeze. One loud sound, one sudden movement, and they vanish, taking their worries with them. We must be shadows within shadows. On the night of the full moon, Meadowhaven was bathed in cool, silver light. Leela and Master Thorn positioned themselves near the edge of the woods, close to Mrs. Bramble's cottage and the old oak tree. Master Thorn had brought a small pouch of crushed dreamroot, which he sprinkled lightly around them. It encourages stillness and quietens our presence, he murmured. He also carried a small, smooth stone carved with calming runes. They didn't wait long. A soft chime like tiny crystal bells floated on the air. Then another. Leela held her breath. From the dense ferns near the willow tree, a small light appeared. It wasn't bright like a firefly, but a soft, pearlescent glow, like moonlight condensed. As it drifted closer, Leela saw its form. It was small, perhaps the size of a squirrel, but infinitely more delicate. Its body seemed woven from starlight and spider silk, translucent wings like spun glass beating silently. Its large, dark eyes reflected the moon. Silver feathers, just like the one Leela found, dusted its back and tail. A gleamwing. It hovered near the oak tree, tilting its head as if listening. Suddenly it zipped towards Mrs. Bramble's kitchen window, which was slightly ajar. Leela tensed, but Master Thorn placed a calming hand on her arm. They watched as the gleamwing vanished inside. Moments later it reappeared, struggling slightly with Mrs. Bramble's smallest copper ladle. With surprising strength for its size, it flew up and carefully hung the ladle, right in the center of the circle of bowls already suspended from the oak branch. It hovered back, tilting its head again. A soft, almost disappointed chime sounded. It darted away, back towards the woods, but not before Leela saw the direction it took, not deep into the forest, but along a path that skirted the village, leading towards the old, disused mill pond. She seemed unsettled, Leela whispered, even after hanging the ladle. Indeed, Master Thorn agreed. The pattern wasn't complete, or perhaps, he mused, she was trying to recreate something she'd lost, something disrupted. We must follow very carefully. Silent as owls, they followed the faint shimmering trail left in the moon-drenched grass. It led them past sleeping cottages, through a small orchard, and down to the banks of the mill pond. The pond was usually still and dark, reflecting the stars. Tonight, however, it was different. Large, unnatural ripples disturbed the surface, radiating from the center where the old, moss-covered mill wheel stood silent and still. The gleamwing hovered anxiously near the reeds, chiming softly. Leela squinted. There, near the base of the mill wheel, half submerged, was the source of the ripples. It was a large, smooth, river-polished stone, easily the size of a pumpkin. It was glowing with a faint, pulsing blue light. Every few moments the light would pulse brighter, sending out a shockwave of ripples across the pond. The gleamwing darted towards it, then away, clearly distressed by the disruption to the pond's perfect stillness. The heart stone, Master Thorn breathed, recognition dawning. From the crystal caverns deep beneath the Whispering Woods, it must have been washed downstream in the last big storm. It holds a deep earth magic, a rhythmic pulse. But here, in the open water, he gestured to the ripples. Its natural rhythm is amplified, echoing outwards. It's like a constant, discordant drumbeat to a creature attuned to perfect silence and order. Leela understood. The gleamwing, driven by its inherent need for harmony, had been trying to counter the chaotic pulse. Rearranging things in the village was its way of imposing order where it felt it was lacking, perhaps trying to create a counterbalance to the disruptive energy emanating from the pond. The stacked stones reaching high, maybe trying to touch the quiet stars above the disturbance. The hanging bowls in a circle, mimicking the calm, unbroken surface the pond should have had. It wasn't mischief, it was a desperate, silent plea for help, expressed in the only language it knew, the language of placement and pattern. But how do we stop it? Leela asked, watching the gleamwing's anxious dance. The stone needs grounding, Master Thorn said. Its energy belongs deep within the earth, not radiating freely into water. We need to move it back to its home, or at least bury it deep in the earth here. But it's heavy, and its pulse it might resist. The gleamwing, sensing their understanding, flitted closer to them, chiming urgently. It darted towards the stone, then back to Leela, its large eyes pleading. Can she help? Leela asked. Perhaps, Master Thorn said thoughtfully. Gleamwings have a touch that can calm chaotic energies, temporarily still them, if she can quiet the pulse long enough. He looked at Lila. You have gentle hands, child, and a calm heart. If she stills the stone, can you pull it from the water? I will bring the tools to bury it. Leela nodded, her heart pounding softly, but not with fear, with purpose. Master Thorn hurried silently back towards his cottage. Leela knelt by the reeds, extending her hands slowly, palm up, towards the distressed gleamwing. We want to help, she whispered. We understand. The gleamwing hovered, chiming softly. It looked at the pulsing stone, then at Leela's calm, open hand. Slowly, delicately, it landed on her palm. Its touch was cool and feather-light, sending a shiver of pure moonlight up Leela's arm. It chimed again, a clear, pure note that seemed to hang in the air. Then it launched itself towards the glowing heart stone. As the gleamwing alighted on the submerged rock, its pearlescent glow intensified. It spread its delicate wings wide, pressing them against the stone's pulsing blue light. A wave of profound stillness emanated from the tiny creature. The frantic pulsing slowed. The violent ripples subsided into gentle, concentric circles. The discordant energy quieted, soothed by the gleamwing's inherent harmony. Seeing her chance, Layla waded carefully into the cool water. The mud squelched gently beneath her boots. Reaching the stone, she wrapped her arms around its smooth, surprisingly warm surface. It was heavy, but the water helped. With a soft grunt of effort, she pulled it free from the mud and lifted it, dripping onto the bank just as Master Thorn returned, carrying a sturdy shovel. Working quickly under the Gleamwing's watchful, glowing gaze, Master Thorn dug a deep hole beneath the roots of a sturdy oak tree near the pond. Leela carefully placed the heart stone inside. As the first shovelful of earth covered it, the faint blue pulse dimmed further, absorbed by the welcoming soil. Master Thorn patted the earth firmly down. The Gleamwing fluttered up from the now-still stone, its chime now a sound of pure, liquid joy, like water tumbling over smooth pebbles. It circled Layla's head once-twice, a brush of cool air against her cheek, then zipped away into the woods, its pearlescent glow quickly fading amongst the moonlit trees. The mill pond returned to its mirror-like stillness, perfectly reflecting the full moon and the blanket of stars. The air felt calmer, deeper, as if a held breath had finally been released. The small mysteries in Meadowhaven ceased. Jars stayed on their shelves, stones rested in their spirals, and bowls remained safely in kitchens. Leela told her grandmother and Master Thorn what had happened. Master Thorn, in his gentle way, shared the story with the villagers, explaining the Gleamwing's distress and their solution. Nervousness turned to wonder, then to a quiet respect for the unseen neighbors in the Whispering Woods. Sometimes on very still moonlit nights, if you sit quietly by the mill pond, you might hear a faint, distant chime, like crystal bells on the breeze. And if you look very carefully towards the woods, you might catch the briefest glimpse of a pearlescent glow weaving through the trees, not causing mischief, but simply dancing in the perfect, peaceful order of the night. Leela often sat there, a small smile on her face, knowing that the greatest mysteries were often solved not with shouts, but with whispers, not with force, but with gentle hands, quiet observation, and a willingness to listen to the language of the world, even when it speaks in shimmering dust and silver feathers. The valley slept peacefully once more, cradled in the soft magic of understanding and the deep, quiet rhythm of the earth. And as the moon sailed high, Meadowhaven dreamed sweet, untroubled dreams. Story 21. The village of Willowbrook, nestled in the valley of Whispering Pines, was known for its gentle magic. Sunlight dappled through ancient trees onto cobblestone paths, fireflies winked like fallen stars in the twilight, and the air always carried the faint scent of baking bread and wild honeysuckle. Life moved at the pace of a babbling brook, peaceful and predictable. Until the morning the dew vanished. Young Finn, whose bright eyes missed little and whose freckles seemed to dance when he smiled, was the first to notice. He loved rising early to watch the dawn paint the world in gold and silver. He'd step onto the dew-kissed grass behind his cottage, feeling the cool droplets soak into his boots, watching spiderwebs glisten like intricate necklaces. But one crisp autumn morning, the grass was dry. Bone dry. Not a single jewel of dew adorned the blades or the cobwebs stretched between the lavender bushes. Puzzled, Finn touched the grass. It felt strangely warm, almost as if it had never been touched by the night's chill. He mentioned it to old man Thistle, who tended the village green. Dry as tinder it is. Thistle grumbled, scratching his chin. Haven't seen the like in all my 80 springs. My lettuces are looking peaky without their morning drink. By noon the news had spread. The baker's wife found her prize roses wilting, their petals limp without their usual sparkle. The children couldn't find a single dewdrop to catch the sun and make rainbow prisms. A low hum of concern replaced the usual village chatter. Where had the dew gone? Finn felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. Willowbrook's magic was subtle, woven into the dew and the dawn mist. Its absence felt wrong. He decided to investigate. That afternoon, armed with a small notebook and a magnifying glass his grandmother had given him, engraved with tiny sleeping owls, Finn set out. He started where the mystery began, his own backyard. Kneeling on the warm, dry grass, Finn peered through the magnifying glass. The blades looked healthy, green, but utterly barren. He scanned the soil, the base of the lavender bushes, the fence posts. Nothing seemed amiss. Then, just as he was about to give up, he saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible shimmer near the base of the old oak tree at the garden's edge. It wasn't water, it was more like a wisp of heat haze, but colder. And it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Intrigued, Finn widened his search. He visited the village green, old man Thistle's prize lettuces, looking sadly droopy. Near the edge of the green, close to the Whispering Woods, he saw another shimmer, flickering near a cluster of mushrooms. At the baker's cottage, beside the thirsty roses, another brief, cold glimmer danced by the stone wall before disappearing. A pattern. The shimmers always appeared near plants that were suffering most from the lack of dew, and always near the edges, fences, walls, the tree line. The next step was trickier. How to catch a shimmer. Finn remembered the stories his grandmother told about the shy one's tiny, elusive nature, sprites rarely seen by human eyes. They were said to tend to the smallest things, coaxing buds open, guiding lost ladybugs, and collecting dew. A spark ignited in Finn's mind. Could the shy ones be involved? But why would they take all the dew? They were known to be gentle caretakers. Seeking wisdom, Finn made his way to the heart of the Whispering Woods, to the ancient, gnarled tree known as elder hemlock. Its bark was deeply furrowed like wise wrinkles, and its leaves sighed secrets to the wind. Finn placed his small hand on the cool, rough bark and whispered his tale, the vanishing dew, the strange cold shimmers, his thoughts about the shy ones. The leaves above rustled, a sound like soft, thoughtful breathing. A single large acorn dropped gently onto Finn's head. He picked it up. It felt warm and pulsed faintly, like a tiny heartbeat. Then a whisper, not in words, but in feelings and images, flowed into Finn's mind. Watch at the seam between shadow and first light. Look not for the dew, but for the gatherers. Carry warmth, offer trust. Finn clutched the acorn, its warmth spreading comfort through him. Elder Hemlock had confirmed his suspicions and given him a plan. He needed to be out before dawn, at the boundary places where he'd seen the shimmers. And he needed something warm. The next morning, Finn crept out of bed hours before sunrise, the world still draped in deep indigo velvet. He wore his warmest sweater and carried a small, tightly woven basket lined with soft moss. Inside the basket, nestled beside the warm acorn, were three things: a piece of crusty, still warm honey bread his mother had baked the night before, a smooth river stone he'd kept in his pocket for luck, and a small vial filled with the last drops of lavender oil from his grandmother's garden, a scent known for calm and peace. He moved silently to his backyard, settling himself near the base of the old oak tree, the basket open beside him. He wrapped his arms around his knees and waited, the warm acorn a comforting weight in his pocket. The world was utterly still, the air sharp and cold. Finn watched the eastern sky slowly lighten from deep blue to pale gray. Just as the first, faintest hint of gold touched the highest pine needles, the seam between night and dawn, he saw it. Not just a shimmer this time, but movement. Tiny figures, no taller than Finn's thumb, emerged from the roots of the oak tree. They glowed with a soft, internal silvery light, like captured moonlight. Their bodies seemed woven from cobweb and frost, and they moved with impossible grace. Shy ones. Finn held his breath. They carried impossibly tiny, glistening vessels, acorn cups, hollowed-out bluebell flowers, even curled leaves all brimming with liquid silver. Dew. But instead of sprinkling it on the grass as Finn expected, they carefully poured every single drop into a hidden crevice at the base of the oak tree, near a patch of dry, brittle moss. The moss looked sickly, unlike the vibrant green elsewhere. More shy ones appeared, flitting from the direction of the village green and the baker's cottage, each carrying their minuscule burdens of stolen dew, pouring them diligently into the hidden crevice. Their tiny faces, when Finn dared to look closely through his magnifying glass, looked strained, worried. Understanding dawned on Finn, bright and clear. They weren't taking the dew maliciously, they were gathering it. For the moss. But why so much? Why from everywhere? Remembering Elder Hemlock's guidance carry warmth, offer trust, Finn acted slowly, carefully. He took the warm honey bread from his basket and broke off a crumb no bigger than a pea. He placed it gently on a flat stone near the oak roots, well away from the busy shy ones. Then he took the vial of lavender oil and placed a single, tiny drop on the stone beside the crumb, its calming scent drifting softly. Finally, he took the warm acorn from his pocket and placed it right beside the offerings, its gentle pulse a beacon of friendly warmth. He then sat perfectly still, barely breathing. The shy ones froze. One by one, their silvery heads turned towards the stone. They huddled together, whispering in voices like tinkling icicles. After a tense moment, the bravest one, slightly taller than the others with frosty hair like spun sugar, flitted cautiously towards the stone. It sniffed the bread crumb, touched the drop of lavender oil with a delicate finger, then placed both tiny hands on the warm acorn. A visible shiver of relief, or perhaps gratitude, ran through its small form. It turned and chirped something to the others. Slowly, cautiously, they approached. They gathered around the acorn, basking in its warmth. The leader turned its large, luminous eyes towards Finn. It didn't speak words, but images and feelings flowed into Finn's mind, carried on the faint scent of lavender and the warmth of the acorn, the heart moss. Ancient sleeping, roots deep, deep below, poisoned by cold shadow stone, fallen from the sky, it needs dew light to heal, much dew light, before the frost comes or it fades forever, taking the deep-root magic with it. The cold shadow stone. Finn remembered a story about a strange, dark rock that had landed in the woods generations ago, said to chill the earth around it. The heart moss must be a special moss connected to the deep magic of Willow Brook, poisoned by that stone. The shy ones were desperately trying to heal it with concentrated dew light before winter's frost sealed its fate, hence gathering every drop they could find. Finn nodded slowly, sending back feelings of understanding and concern. He pointed towards the village, then mimed sprinkling water, then pointed back to the crevice and the moss. He made a questioning gesture. The leader sprite tilted its head, then nodded vigorously. A wave of hopeful relief emanated from the tiny group. They understood he wanted to help. Finn didn't waste a moment. As the sun finally crested the pines, bathing Willowbrook in gold, Finn ran. He found old man Thistle, the baker's wife, the children playing hopscotch on the dry green. He told them of the heart moss, poisoned deep below, and the shy one's desperate mission. He explained how the dew was medicine, gathered not stolen, and how they needed everyone's help. A wave of wonder washed over the villagers. That very evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, the people of Willowbrook gathered at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Everyone carried something, pitchers of water drawn from the sun-warmed village well, bowls of milk, said to hold gentle light, small mirrors to catch the last of the sunset, and bundles of sweet-smelling herbs. Led by Finn and guided by the faint silvery shimmer of the shy ones dancing ahead, they moved respectfully into the woods. They found the spot near elder hemlock, the hidden crevice where the shy ones had poured the dew. The villagers didn't pour their offerings directly into the crevice. Instead, following the shy one's silent direction, they gently sprinkled the water and milk onto the ground all around the area, particularly over the patch of sickly moss. They placed the mirrors to reflect the fading sunlight onto the earth and laid the fragrant herbs nearby. The shy ones danced among the offerings, weaving tiny patterns in the air, their silvery light mingling with the reflected sunset and the villagers' simple gifts. It was a ritual of shared warmth, light, and hope. The next morning, Finn rushed outside. The grass was once again jeweled with dew. But more importantly, word came from the woods. The patch of heart moss, while still fragile, showed a hint of vibrant green it hadn't possessed in years. The deep, cold shadow in the earth felt lessened. The shy ones had left a tiny, perfect dewdrop balanced on Finn's windowsill, sparkling like a diamond in the dawn light, a silent thank you. Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful rhythm, but with a newfound tenderness. Villagers now often left small offerings near the wood's edge at twilight, a berry, a thimbleful of honey, a sun-warmed pebble. And sometimes, if you were very quiet and looked at the seam between shadow and first light, you might see a silvery shimmer dancing near a flower or tending to a patch of moss, a gentle reminder of the unseen caretakers and the time the dew vanished, teaching everyone that even the strangest occurrences can bloom from kindness, and that help often comes in the smallest, most unexpected forms when met with trust and a warm heart. Finn drifted to sleep that night, the comforting scent of lavender and the faint, sweet rustle of elder hemlock's leaves outside his window, knowing the deep magic of Willowbrook was safe, tended by both large hands and very, very small ones. Story 22. Story 23. The village of Hearthglen nestled in the crook of the Whisperwood like a contented cat in a sunbeam. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to sigh with the weight of centuries, their chimneys puffing fragrant wood smoke that mingled with the scent of damp earth and cinnamon apples. Here life unfolded at the pace of drifting leaves, governed by the gentle rhythm of seasons and the quiet hum of small, benevolent magics. Yet for 3 mornings straight, a tiny mystery had ruffled the peaceful surface of Hearthglen. It started with Mrs. Thistlewick's prized silver thimble. One moment it sat gleaming on her windowsill as she stitched a quilt, the next it was simply gone. Not misplaced, she insisted, her voice trembling slightly. Vanished. Then Old Man Hemlock's favorite pipe, the one carved from bog oak and smelling sweetly of cherry wood, disappeared from its customary hook by his fireside. And on the 3rd morning, young Silas awoke to find his most comfortable woolen mittens, knitted by his grandmother in a deep, mossy green, missing from his bedside chair. Not a single trace remained, no misplaced item, no sign of forced entry, just an empty space where something beloved had been. Whispers, soft as falling snow, drifted through the village. Strange doings, murmured the baker as he shaped loaves. Peculiar indeed, agreed the florist, arranging late-blooming asters. A mild unease settled over Hearthglen, like a thin morning mist that hadn't quite burned away. It wasn't fear precisely, but a prickling sense of wrongness in their cozy world. Silas, a boy with thoughtful gray eyes and a quiet disposition, felt the mystery tug at him more than the others. His mittens weren't just warm, they were imbued with the comforting scent of his grandmother's lavender soap and the memory of countless snowy adventures. He decided he wouldn't just fret, he would observe. He began his investigation at the scenes of the disappearances. Kneeling by his bedside chair, he peered closely. The worn wooden floorboards revealed nothing. He sniffed the air, only dust and the lingering scent of his bedtime chamomile tea. Then his gaze caught something almost imperceptible, a faint, shimmering dusting on the floor, like powdered sugar, but catching the light in tiny rainbow sparkles. It was barely there, easily mistaken for ordinary dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. He'd seen similar faint sparkles near Mrs. Thistlewick's windowsill yesterday, and again by Old Man Hemlock's hearth. Others had dismissed it as nothing, but Silas felt a flicker of recognition. He'd seen dust sparkle like that once before, years ago, in his grandmother's attic. His grandmother, Agatha, lived in a cottage on the very edge of Hearthglen, where the garden bled into the Whisperwood. Her home smelled perpetually of drying herbs, beeswax, and the faint, comforting ozone smell of old magic. She was known for her wisdom, her endless patience, and her uncanny knack for understanding the quieter denizens of the world. Silas found her in her sun-drenched kitchen, stirring a pot of fragrant stew. He told her about the missing items and the strange, sparkling dust. Her eyes, the color of weathered oak, crinkled at the corners as she listened intently. Sparkling dust, you say, like ground starlight. She tapped a wooden spoon thoughtfully against the pot's rim. That sounds familiar. Tell me, Silas, were these things taken from warm places, near windowsills, hearths, or beds? Silas thought. Mrs. Thistlewick's thimble had been on a sun-warmed sill. Old Man Hemlock's pipe was always near his hearth. His mittens were beside his bed. Yes, he exclaimed. Always somewhere warm. Agatha nodded slowly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. I suspect we have some very small, very industrious visitors. Not thieves, mind you, collectors. Collectors. Silas echoed, puzzled. Creatures drawn to warmth and the lingering essence of contentment, Agatha explained. They're called dust sprites. Tiny, shy things, no bigger than your thumbnail. They live deep in the Whisperwood, weaving homes from moonlight and moss. But sometimes, as the air turns crisp and autumn deepens, they venture closer to settlements, seeking comfort. But why take our things? Silas asked. Not to keep dear heart, Agatha reassured him, her voice a soothing balm. To borrow, they're drawn to objects that hold warmth, both physical and emotional. A thimble warmed by the sun and countless hours of loving stitchwork, a pipe cherished and warmed by a kind hand, mittens filled with the cozy warmth of sleep and play. They borrow these items for a very special purpose. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. They use them as the heart of their winter nests. The borrowed warmth and happy resonance helps incubate their eggs through the cold months. Silas's eyes widened. So they're not stealing, they're building. Precisely, Agatha affirmed. But they're terribly shy and move faster than a blink. That's why no one sees them, only the faint sparkles they leave behind, remnants of their moon-dust wings. The mystery shifted. It wasn't malice, but necessity. Silas felt a wave of relief, followed by a new concern. But Grandma Mrs. Thistlewick misses her thimble terribly, and Old Man Hemlock looks lost without his pipe, and my mittens. He trailed off. Agatha patted his hand. Then we must help them return the borrowed items after the nests are built, and perhaps offer a better solution. Dust sprites are reasonable little folk, but you have to speak their language. She rummaged in a cupboard and pulled out a small, smooth river stone and a tiny jar of clear, golden honey. Observation and kindness are your tools now, Silas. We need to show them we understand and offer an alternative source of warmth. That night, Silas prepared. Following Agatha's instructions, he placed the smooth river stone on his bedside chair, exactly where his mittens had been. He warmed it gently in his hands, thinking happy, comforting thoughts, sunny meadows, crackling fires, his grandmother's hugs. Then he carefully anointed the warm stone with a single, glistening drop of honey. Beside it, he placed a small, shallow dish filled with water, reflecting the moonlight streaming through his window. Finally, he sprinkled a pinch of dried lavender for calm and chamomile for peace around the stone. He settled into bed but didn't sleep. He watched the moonlit patch on his floor, his senses heightened. The old house creaked. An owl hooted softly in the distance. Time stretched. Just as his eyelids began to feel heavy, he saw it. A tiny flicker of light, like a captured firefly, appeared near the foot of his bed. Then another, and another. Soon a dozen or more shimmering points of light darted through the air, leaving faint trails of sparkling dust. They moved with incredible speed and silence, like motes of living starlight. They swirled around the warmed stone, their lights pulsing with gentle curiosity. He saw them barely as tiny winged figures with luminous eyes, no larger than acorn caps. They investigated the honey, touching it delicately with antennae-like feelers. They hovered over the moonlit water, their reflections dancing on its surface. The scent of lavender and chamomile seemed to soothe them. One sprite, perhaps bolder than the rest, alighted on the warm stone. It vibrated its wings, emitting a sound like the faintest tinkling of tiny bells. The others responded, their lights brightening. Silas held his breath. They seemed to be conferring. Then, in a flurry of light and sparkling dust, they darted towards his wardrobe. Silas saw a brief, concentrated glow near the bottom corner. A moment later the glow faded, and the sprites zipped back towards the window, leaving behind only the faintest shimmer in the air and the scent of ozone and honey. They were gone as swiftly as they had arrived. Silas scrambled out of bed. He rushed to the wardrobe and knelt down. Tucked neatly into the shadowed corner, he found his missing mittens. They were warm to the touch and smelled faintly of honey and wild flowers. But beside them, nestled within the mittens, was something astonishing, a tiny, perfect nest. It was woven from impossibly fine strands of moonlit cobweb, shimmering moss, and was that a tiny fragment of Mrs. Thistlewick's silver thimble, and a sliver of polished bog oak that could only be from Old Man Hemlock's pipe. The nest radiated a soft, comforting warmth. Inside, nestled like precious pearls, were 3 tiny opalescent eggs, glowing with a gentle inner light. Silas understood. The sprites had returned the borrowed warmth. They had used the essence of the items, the comfort imbued within them, not the items themselves, to line their nest. And they had accepted his offering the warm stone anointed with kindness, the honey and the peaceful energy, the herbs, along with the moonlit water. They had built their nest within his mittens, trusting him with their precious eggs. The next morning, Silas rushed to his grandmother's, carrying the mittens and the miraculous nest carefully cradled in his hands. Agatha beamed, her eyes moist. "Well done, my clever boy. Observation and kindness unlocked the mystery." Together they visited Mrs. Thistlewick and Old Man Hemlock. Silas explained about the dust sprites and showed them the tiny fragments woven into the nest. Mrs. Thistlewick gasped in wonder, touching the silver fragment with a trembling finger. "My thimble had helped build that, oh, the little dears." Old Man Hemlock chuckled, a warm, rumbling sound. "My old pipe giving warmth to new life, couldn't ask for a better retirement for it." Word spread through Hearthglen like dandelion seeds on the breeze. The unease vanished, replaced by wonder and a shared sense of gentle guardianship. That evening, as the first true frost painted intricate patterns on the windows, the villagers gathered. Inspired by Silas and Agatha, they placed warm stones anointed with honey and herbs near their hearths and windowsills. They set out tiny dishes of moonlit water. They murmured words of welcome and warmth into the cooling air. And as the moon rose, bathing Hearthglen in silver light, the air came alive. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of tiny, shimmering dust sprites danced through the village. They didn't take anything. Instead, they flitted to each prepared offering, their tiny lights pulsing with gratitude. They gathered the warmth and the kind intentions, carrying it away like captured sunbeams back to their hidden nests deep in the Whisperwood. Silas stood with his grandmother on her porch, watching the ethereal ballet. His mittens were back on his hands, warmer than ever. The tiny nest with its precious eggs rested safely in a cushioned box by Agatha's hearth, radiating its soft, comforting glow into the room. The mystery hadn't been solved by force or fear, but by quiet observation, understanding, and an offer of friendship. The strange occurrences were the shy requests of tiny neighbors, misunderstood until someone chose to look closer with a kind heart. Hearthglen learned that even the smallest creatures have important needs, and that sharing warmth, even the intangible warmth of happy memories, could build the most magical bridges. And as Silas drifted off to sleep that night, the faint, sweet scent of honey and the memory of dancing starlight filled his dreams, a gentle reminder that the world was full of quiet wonders, waiting to be understood with kindness. The winter would be warmer for everyone, knowing they had helped cradle a little piece of magic deep in the Whisperwood. Story 24. The evening mist curled around the sleepy village of Willowbrook like a silvery blanket, tucking rooftops and cobblestone lanes into hazy twilight. Inside a cottage nestled beneath an ancient oak tree, young Clara traced patterns on her frost-kissed windowpane. Outside, the world seemed to hold its breath. Her fingers brushed against a curious object half buried in her windowsill's potted thyme, a compass no larger than a walnut, its casing etched with constellations that pulsed faintly like captured starlight. Instead of pointing north, its delicate needle quivered toward the Whispering Woods, the dense forest bordering the village where shadows danced long and secrets lingered deep. Clara's heart thrummed with quiet curiosity. She'd always felt the woods calling her, a soft hum beneath the rustle of leaves. Tucking the compass into her pocket, its warmth seeping through her woolen dress, she slipped outside. The air tasted of damp earth and impending frost, crunching softly under her boots as she followed the needle's insistent pull into the forest's embrace. Ancient trees arched overhead, their branches weaving a cathedral ceiling hung with glowing moss. Fireflies winked like scattered emeralds, guiding her deeper than she'd ever ventured. Suddenly, the compass flared brilliant gold. The air shimmered, and the ordinary woods dissolved. Before her stretched Glimmerwood, a hidden realm where trees bore crystalline leaves tinkling like wind chimes, rivers flowed liquid moonlight, and flowers bloomed in impossible shades of twilight blue and dawn pink. "Lost little wanderer," rasped a voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. From behind a toadstool as wide as a table emerged Bramble, a hedgehog whose spines shimmered with flecks of amber and whose eyes held centuries of forest wisdom. Few humans find Glimmerwood, fewer still carry a whisper compass. He nudged her pocket with his snout. "I'm Clara," she whispered, awestruck. "The compass led me. It feels important." Bramble's gaze softened. "Important indeed. That compass doesn't find places, child. It finds what is lost, and something vital is missing from Glimmerwood, the Heartstone." He explained it was a luminous gem woven into the roots of the elder tree, the forest's life source. Without it, Glimmerwood's magic was fading. The singing streams grew hoarse, the crystal leaves dulled, and a creeping, unnatural frost gnawed at the edges. The elder tree weakens if the Heartstone isn't returned by the next full moon's zenith. He trailed off, the unspoken gravity hanging heavy in the fragrant air. Clara clutched the warm compass. "We have to find it." The needle spun wildly before settling on a path leading deeper into the luminous forest. Thus began their quest. Their journey unfolded like a tapestry woven with wonder and gentle peril. They traversed the meadow of echoing blooms, where enormous trumpet-shaped flowers amplified every sigh and whisper, forcing Clara to confront her own fears aloud, her worry for her ailing grandmother back home, her loneliness as the village's quietest child. Bramble listened, his presence a steady anchor. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, Clara," he murmured, a firefly landing on his snout. it's walking alongside it, hand in paw. They crossed the river of reflections on stepping stones that shifted like living things. The water didn't show their faces, but shimmering scenes. Clara saw herself helping her grandmother bake bread. Bramble saw himself curled protectively around a clutch of glowing hedgehog eggs long ago. It shows not what is, but what the heart holds dear, Bramble mused. A reminder of why we journey. Deeper into Glimmerwood, the frost thickened, crunching underfoot. The compass led them through the veil of whispering winds, where gusts carried fragmented voices, sorrowful sighs, anxious mutters, sharp words spoken in haste. These are the worries of the forest folk, Bramble said sadly. Without the Heartstone's harmony, discord grows. The voices swirled around Clara, a chaotic chorus. Remembering the echoing blooms, she took a deep breath and hummed her grandmother's lullaby, a simple, soothing melody. Slowly the winds calmed, the whispers softening into sighs of relief. Bramble watched her, impressed. You carry harmony within you, Clara, a precious gift. The compass needle grew feverishly hot, pointing towards a secluded grove, veiled by weeping willows draped in frozen tears. There, beneath the gnarled roots of a petrified tree stump, sat a creature unlike any Clara had imagined. Twig was a forest spirit, a fragile being woven from spun moonlight and sorrow, her form shifting like smoke. Cradled in her twig-like fingers was the Heartstone, its usual warm, golden light now a cold, harsh white. Tears like frozen dewdrops tracked down Twig's translucent cheeks. It was so beautiful, she wept, her voice like cracking ice. The elder tree shone, the flowers sang, but the frost came anyway. I thought if I kept it safe close to me, I could make it brighter, warmer. I could fix it. Her despair radiated, chilling the air further. She hadn't stolen the stone to harm, but out of desperate, misguided love, believing she alone could protect the fading beauty. Clara's heart ached. She saw not a thief, but a lonely soul drowning in good intentions. Kneeling slowly, careful not to startle the fragile spirit, Clara spoke with the quiet wisdom she'd gathered along the path. Twig, she said softly, her breath misting in the frigid air. The Heartstone's light isn't meant to be held by just one. Its magic is in the sharing. Like the river of reflections shows us what we cherish, or the whispering winds carry our worries, the Heartstone belongs to all of Glimmerwood. Its strength comes from being part of the whole. She held out her hand, not demanding, but inviting. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is trust the world to hold the light together. Silence stretched, thick and brittle. Twig looked from Clara's earnest eyes to Bramble's patient gaze, then down at the stone in her hands. The harsh white light flickered, softened, warmed. A single tear, no longer frozen, dropped onto the gem. With a shuddering sigh, like a long-held breath finally released, Twig placed the gently glowing Heartstone into Clara's waiting palm. Instantly, warmth pulsed outwards. The frozen tears on the willows melted, becoming glistening beads. Color seeped back into the frost-blighted leaves around them, vibrant greens and golds replacing the gray. A low, resonant hum filled the grove, the sound of the forest itself sighing in profound relief. Guided by the compass, now glowing with the Heartstone's reflected light, Clara, Bramble, and a hesitant but hopeful Twig made their way to the heart of Glimmerwood. The elder tree stood majestic but weary, its bark etched with deep lines of strain, its luminous canopy dimmed. Reverently, Clara placed the Heartstone into a hollow within its massive roots. Light erupted, not a blinding flash, but a deep, golden radiance that flowed upwards through the trunk like liquid sunlight, bursting outwards through every branch and leaf. Crystalline leaves chimed in perfect harmony, rivers sang with renewed vigor, flowers unfurled in explosions of color, and the lingering frost retreated like a bad dream chased by dawn. Glimmerwood breathed again, vibrant and whole. Twig, bathed in the golden light, shimmered with renewed strength, her form less fragile, her eyes clear. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now a gentle chime. for the stone, and for the understanding. She dissolved into a swirl of warm light, joining the revitalized magic of the forest. Bramble nudged Clara's leg. "You found what was lost, little wanderer, not just the stone, but harmony, and perhaps a piece of yourself." The journey back felt lighter. The whispering winds now carried laughter and birdsong. The river of reflections showed Clara a new image, herself standing taller, her quiet eyes holding a depth of calm assurance, Bramble by her side. The meadow of echoing blooms amplified only contented sighs. As they reached the shimmering border where Glimmerwood faded back into the ordinary whispering woods, the compass in Clara's pocket cooled, its starlight dimming to a soft, steady glow. It pointed firmly north now, its extraordinary task complete. Emerging from the woods, Clara found the village still wrapped in peaceful night. The mist had cleared, revealing a sky dusted with stars mirroring the constellations etched on her now ordinary compass. Back in her room, she placed the compass beside the potted thyme. It felt different, lighter, a quiet vessel of a profound journey rather than a magical guide. She climbed into bed, the cozy quilt smelling faintly of lavender and wood smoke. Downstairs, the faint murmur of her grandmother's voice drifted up, stronger than it had been in days. Clara smiled, a warmth spreading through her that had nothing to do with the quilt. She had ventured into the unknown guided by a whisper, faced echoes of her fears, soothed discord with a simple song, and learned that true strength often lay in understanding, not force. She had befriended a hedgehog sage and offered kindness to a lost spirit, discovering that even the quietest heart could hold the wisdom to mend what was broken. As sleep gently pulled her under, the final image in her mind wasn't the radiant elder tree, but Twig's face softening with trust, a reminder that light shared was light multiplied. Outside, the wind rustled the oak leaves with a sound like contented whispers, and the world, both seen and unseen, rested in perfect, peaceful balance. The compass on the sill caught a stray moonbeam, gleaming softly for just a moment, a silent promise that magic, like kindness, was always closer than it seemed. And Clara slept, her dreams filled with the gentle chime of crystal leaves and the warm, steady glow of a heartstone held not in one hand, but by many. Story 25. 26. 26. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where autumn lingered longer than anywhere else. Amber leaves clung to ancient oaks, and chimney smoke curled into perpetually crisp air. Young Maya, with eyes the color of storm clouds, noticed how the frost crept further down the window panes each morning. Her grandmother sighed, stirring embers in the hearth. "The valley's heart grows colder, child. Once we had the sunstone, but it shattered long ago." That evening, while fetching quilts from the dusty attic, Maya stumbled over an old sewing box. Inside, nestled among thimbles and thread, lay a smooth river stone, unremarkable save for a single silver vein tracing its surface. When her thumb brushed the vein, warmth bloomed in her palm, and the stone hummed like a drowsy bee. A voice soft as dandelion fluff whispered inside her mind, "Follow the warmth." Pulling her patchwork cloak tight, Maya slipped into the whispering woods. The stone pulsed gently in her pocket, casting faint amber light on frost-laced ferns. Soon a flicker of movement caught her eye, a creature no taller than her boot, with bark-like skin and eyes like liquid moonlight. "You carry them, Burstone," it chirped, voice like rustling leaves. "I am Flicker, last of the wood sprites. We tended the Sunstone's garden before the great frost." Flicker explained how the Sunstone's shattering had let winter seep into the valley's magic. "But your stone, it remembers warmth. It can guide us to the Sunstone's resting place." As they journeyed deeper, the air grew brittle. Ice crystals hung from branches like shattered chandeliers. Flicker shivered. The frost nibblers are near, they feed on hope. Suddenly the path vanished beneath a slick expanse of black ice. Maya's boots skidded, and the emberstone's glow dimmed. From the shadows emerged small, jagged creatures with breath that smoked like dry ice. They skittered toward her, clicking needle-sharp teeth. "Wait," cried a rumbling voice. An enormous tortoise, his shell etched with star maps, emerged from behind a frozen waterfall. "I am Atlas," he wheezed, frost clinging to his eyelashes. The Nibbler's fear stories, tell them one. Maya hesitated, then pressed the emberstone to the ice. Warmth radiated outward, melting a small circle. She knelt, humming the lullaby her grandmother sang during snowstorms. The Nibblers paused, tilting their heads. So Maya wove a tale, a story of summer crickets and sun-warmed ponds, of berries bursting with juice, of mothers singing children to sleep under starry skies. With each word the emberstone brightened, painting the ice in gold and rose. The Nibblers' clicking softened into sighs. One by one they curled into icy balls and rolled away, leaving a path of dew-kissed moss. Atlas nodded sagely. "Wisdom melts what force cannot. Now hurry, the sunstone's cradle lies beyond the crystal grotto." The grotto glittered with frozen tears, its walls reflecting endless versions of Maya holding the glowing stone. In the center stood a pedestal upon which rested the sunstone, or what remained. It was fractured into 3 jagged shards, dull as old coal. "Only harmony can mend it," Flicker whispered. "But the shards sing different songs." Indeed, one hummed a high, frantic tune, another a low, mournful drone, the last a sharp, staccato beat. Maya remembered her grandmother's words. True warmth lies in listening. She closed her eyes, letting the emberstone's steady pulse sync with her heartbeat. Then very softly she began to sing the valley's oldest song, the melody of rustling wheat, babbling brooks, and crackling hearths. The shards trembled. Flicker added a harmony like wind through pines, Atlas a basso rumble like shifting continents. Together, their voices wove a tapestry of sound. The shards lifted, spinning slowly, edges softening like butter in sunshine. With a chime like cathedral bells, they fused whole. Light exploded, not harsh, but a gentle, buttery radiance that poured through the grotto's ceiling. The ice wept into rivulets, revealing emerald moss beneath. Flicker's barkskin flushed with sap-green life, Atlas's star maps gleamed anew. As Maya placed the mended sunstone on the pedestal, dawn's first rays struck the valley beyond. Frost retreated from windows. Chimney smoke plumed cheerfully. And through the grotto's mouth, Maya saw Willowbrook's villagers gathering in wonder, pointing at the sky where a warmth they'd forgotten kissed their cheeks. Walking home, the emberstone now quiet in her pocket, Maya understood. True magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the courage to listen, to the whispers of stones, the songs of broken things, and the quiet wisdom in one's own heart. That night, as she drifted asleep to the sound of her grandmother's contented knitting needles, Maya smiled. Outside, the first cricket of summer sang beneath a moon-warmed oak, its melody a promise that some wonders, once found, stay forever. Story 27. Story 27. The forest surrounding the village of Willow Creek wasn't particularly grand or imposing. Its trees were mostly sturdy oaks and whispering beeches, its paths well trodden by villagers gathering firewood or wild berries. To most, it was simply the woods. But to young Finn, with his perpetually muddy boots and a pocketful of interesting pebbles, it was a place brimming with quiet secrets. He spent hours exploring, listening to the rustle of leaves like hushed conversations, imagining faces in the gnarled bark of ancient trees. Yet for all his searching, the deepest secret remained hidden, waiting for the right key. That key arrived on a crisp autumn afternoon, carried on the wind. Finn was crouched beside a mossy boulder, sketching a particularly determined beetle in his notebook, when something small and smooth bounced off his head and landed with a soft thump in the leaf litter. It was an acorn, larger and heavier than any he'd seen, its cap a deep, burnished copper instead of the usual dull brown. It felt warm in his palm, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, like the echo of a bell rung underwater. Curiosity, Finn's constant companion, flared brightly. He slipped the unusual acorn into his pocket, the warmth radiating a comforting pulse against his leg. That night, tucked under his patchwork quilt, the acorn felt unusually alive. Moonlight streamed through his window, painting silver stripes on the floorboards. As Finn drifted towards sleep, his fingers absently tracing the acorn's smooth surface, a strange thing happened. The moonlight seemed to coalesce, drawn to the acorn like iron filings to a magnet. It glowed with a soft, internal light, bathing his small room in an ethereal copper radiance. Then, with a sensation like stepping through a curtain of cool mist, Finn felt the world shift. He wasn't in his bed anymore. He stood on a forest floor, but a forest transformed. The familiar oak trees now soared like impossibly tall cathedrals, their trunks vast continents of textured bark. Ordinary blades of grass were towering green pillars, and a single fallen leaf formed a vast, rust-colored canopy overhead. He was tiny, no larger than his own thumb. The air hummed with 1,000 tiny sounds, the chirrup of unseen crickets amplified to song, the drip of dew from colossal ferns like miniature waterfalls, the rustle of unseen creatures moving through the understory like giants. Panic fluttered in his chest like a trapped bird. He was lost, impossibly small, in an immense, alien world. He fumbled for the acorn, still warm in his tiny pocket, its glow now a steady, reassuring beacon. As he held it up, the light seemed to push back the overwhelming vastness, creating a small circle of safety. And in that circle of light, he saw movement. Nestled within the roots of a colossal dandelion, partially obscured by a fallen petal like a silken sail, was a small creature. It looked like a hedgehog, but crafted from spun moonlight and moss. Its spines shimmered like frosted glass, and its eyes, wide with apprehension, were deep, liquid pools of mossy green. It was shivering, one delicate paw held awkwardly off the ground. "Hello." Finn's voice came out as a tiny squeak, barely audible above the forest's hum. The creature flinched, tucking its head down defensively. Who goes there?" it whispered, its voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Are you one of them?" "Them?" Finn asked, cautiously stepping closer, the acorn light illuminating the creature's makeshift shelter. He saw now that its paw was tangled in a strand of sticky, glistening thread spider silk, thick as rope at this scale. "I'm Finn. I think I'm lost. Are you hurt?" The creature peered up, its green eyes assessing him. "Lost, you don't smell of shadow spinner silk or damp malice." It relaxed minutely. "I am Thistle, and yes, I am ensnared. The shadow spinners wove their trap near the dewdrop spring. I was fetching water when—" It gestured weakly with its snout towards the tangled silk. "They are drawn to light and movement. Your glow, it might attract them." Finn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool night air. Shadow spinners sounded ominous. He looked at the thick strand binding Thistle's paw. "Can I help? Can I cut it?" Thistle blinked. "Cut it with what only the sharpest obsidian shard or the focused beam of a sun moth's wing can sever shadow silk, and both are elusive." Finn looked around his immense surroundings. Obsidian. Sun moths. It felt hopeless. But Thistle looked so small and scared, trapped in the roots. He couldn't just leave him. He remembered the beetle he'd sketched earlier. Beetles had strong jaws. Thistle are there, helpers here, like beetles or ants. A spark of hope lit Thistle's eyes. The stoneback beetles, they dwell near the crystal caverns. They are strong, and their jaws can cut the silk, but they are wary. They do not trust easily, especially not strangers bearing strange lights. He nodded towards Finn's glowing acorn. A journey. Finn swallowed. He was tiny in a terrifyingly huge world, needing to find wary beetles to help a creature he'd just met. He looked at the acorn, its steady warmth a lifeline. Which way are the crystal caverns? Thistle pointed a trembling paw towards a gap between two towering roots that looked like a mountain pass. That way, follow the scent of damp stone and the sound of dripping water, but be swift, Finn. The shadow spinners grow bolder as the moon climbs, and be careful of the whispering willows. They speak truth, but it can be unsettling. Taking a deep breath that felt like inhaling an entire forest, Finn nodded. I'll be back, Thistle. Keep hidden. He clutched the acorn tightly, its light his only shield against the looming darkness of the giant forest, and set off towards the root pass. The journey was a symphony of sensory overload. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves was overwhelming, rich and primal. He walked on springy moss that felt like the softest carpet, but each step was a monumental effort. A falling acorn cap plummeted past him like a crashing spaceship, landing with a soft whump that vibrated through the ground. He skirted puddles that were vast lakes reflecting the star-strewn sky, and crossed rivulets on stepping stones of pebbles that were boulders to him. He saw wonders, fireflies like drifting stars weaving intricate patterns overhead, luminescent mushrooms casting eerie glows in hidden grottos, a family of field mice sleeping peacefully in a hollowed-out walnut shell, their tiny breaths like soft breezes. He also felt the oppressive weight of unseen dangers. Shadows seemed to shift and coil with malicious intent. Once a large, hairy spider leg, thick as a tree branch, descended from the canopy high above, probing the air before retreating. Finn pressed himself against the rough bark of a giant toadstool, his heart hammering against his ribs, the acorn's glow dimmed instinctively under his clutching hand. Following Thistle's directions, the scent of damp stone grew stronger, mingled with the mineral tang of water. The sound of dripping became a constant percussion plink, plink, plink echoing from ahead. He emerged from under a colossal fern frond and saw them, the crystal caverns. They weren't mountains of gemstones, but rather the exposed, water-smoothed roots of an ancient sycamore tree, glistening with moisture and encrusted with tiny quartz crystals that sparkled even in the dim light filtering from above. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like a subterranean palace carved from ice and stone. And guarding the entrance, like stoic sentinels carved from obsidian, were 3 stoneback beetles. They were enormous, each easily as long as Finn was tall. Their carapaces were a deep, glossy black, harder than ironwood, and their powerful mandibles looked capable of snipping through tree roots. They stood utterly still, antennae twitching slightly, radiating an aura of impenetrable stoicism. Finn hesitated. Thistle was right, they looked deeply untrusting. How could he, a tiny, glowing stranger, convince these formidable guardians to help? He remembered Thistle's warning, truth could be unsettling. He needed courage, not trickery. Taking another deep breath, he stepped into the circle of faint light near the cavern entrance, holding the acorn high but not threateningly. Hello, he called, his voice small but clear in the dripping stillness. 6 multifaceted eyes swiveled towards him. The largest beetle took a step forward, its mandibles clicking softly. Intruder, it rumbled, a sound like stones grinding together. State your purpose. The crystal caverns are warded. Finn bowed slightly, hoping it conveyed respect. My name is Finn, I mean no harm. I seek help for my friend Thistle. He's trapped by shadow spinner silk near the dewdrop spring, he said. Stoneback jaws are strong enough to cut it. The beetles exchanged glances, a subtle shift of their armored heads. Thistle Mooncoat, the large one, asked, its tone slightly less harsh. The moss gatherer. Yes, Finn said, relieved Thistle was known. He's hurt and scared, the spinners might come back. The shadow spinners are a blight, another beetle rasped. Their silk chokes the light paths, but why should we trust you, glow-bearer? Your light is strange, unknown. Finn looked down at the acorn, pulsing softly in his hand. It was strange. He didn't understand it himself. He thought of the whispering willows Thistle mentioned. Truth. He had to offer truth. I don't know where this light comes from, he admitted, his voice trembling only slightly. I found it in the big woods, the world above. It brought me here tiny into your world. I was scared. I am still scared. But I saw Thistle trapped and I couldn't leave him. He needs help. I need help too. I don't know how to get back. He laid his fear and uncertainty bare. The beetles were silent for a long moment, the only sound the eternal plink of water on stone. The large beetle lowered its head slightly, its antennae brushing the damp ground thoughtfully. Truth, it finally rumbled. The willows would confirm it. Fear is honest. Desire to aid another is rarer. It turned to its companions. The shadow spinners encroach further each moon. Thistle Mooncoat tends the light moss. His work is vital. We cannot let the spinners claim the dewdrop spring. It looked back at Finn. We will aid you, glow-bearer, not because we trust your light, but because we honor the truth in your words and the need of our realm. Lead the way, but shield your glow as much as you can. The spinners hunger for light. Relief washed over Finn, so potent it made his knees weak. Thank you, thank you. He carefully cupped his hands around the acorn, dimming its radiance to a faint ember, just enough to see the path. The three beetles fell into step behind him, their movements surprisingly silent for their size, their obsidian forms melting into the shadows. The return journey felt different with the formidable beetles flanking him. The oppressive shadows seemed to recoil from their presence. Finn moved with renewed purpose, retracing his path through the colossal landscape. They passed the whispering willow's ancient, gnarled roots that seemed to twist and sigh, murmuring fragments of forgotten lore and hidden fears that made Finn shiver, but he pressed on, focusing on Thistle. As they neared the dewdrop spring, a place where a single droplet of water hung perpetually from a blade of grass over a tiny, mirrored pool, Finn saw Thistle, still huddled in the dandelion roots. But something was wrong. The clearing felt colder, darker. Thistle was trembling violently, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on the canopy above. High up, barely visible in the gloom, Finn saw them. Shadow spinners. Not spiders as he knew them, but creatures of shifting darkness and cold light. They had too many long, spindly legs that seemed to phase in and out of reality, and their bodies were like voids sprinkled with malevolent, star-like points. They were spinning not webs, but nets of pure, chilling shadow that seemed to absorb the faint light from the stars above and Finn's dimmed acorn. One was lowering itself slowly, silently, towards Thistle's hiding place on a strand of its own dark silk. They found him. Finn gasped, his voice tight with fear. Hold your light, the laid stoneback commanded, its voice a low thrum. Distract it. Without thinking, Finn uncupped his hands and thrust the acorn upwards, pouring all his will into it. Hey, over here. The acorn blazed like a tiny captured sun, flooding the clearing with brilliant copper radiance. The descending shadow spinner recoiled with a sound like tearing fabric, its many legs flailing. It hated the light, but was also mesmerized by it, turning its void-like body towards the sudden brightness. Now, bellowed the stoneback leader. Like black lightning, the beetles surged forward. Two launched themselves at the dangling shadow spinner, their powerful mandibles snapping with terrifying speed, severing the dark silk strand with sharp snick sounds. The creature shrieked, a sound that scraped Finn's bones, and scuttled backwards into the deeper darkness of the canopy. The third beetle was already at Thistle's side. With astonishing delicacy for such a powerful creature, it used one razor-sharp mandible to precisely snip the sticky shadow silk binding Thistle's paw. The strand parted like rotten thread. Thistle scrambled free with a gasp of relief. Finn, the Stonebacks, you did it. But the danger wasn't over. Enraged by the light and the attack, more shadow spinners were emerging from the high shadows, their cold points glinting, spinning thicker strands of darkness that began to dim the acorn's glow, sucking at its warmth. Finn felt a wave of icy despair. There were too many. Thistle limped towards him. The spring, Finn, the dewdrop spring, its water reflects pure starlight. Hold the acorn over it. Understanding flashed through Finn. He darted towards the tiny pool, the beetles forming a protective circle around him and Thistle, snapping menacingly at the encroaching shadows. Kneeling at the edge of the spring, Finn held the blazing acorn directly over the center of the perfect, mirrored droplet of water suspended above the pool. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. The acorn's copper light hit the droplet and fractured, not into a rainbow, but into 1,000 beams of pure, brilliant starlight. The droplet became a miniature star itself, radiating intense, cleansing light in all directions. The beams struck the nets of shadow silk, causing them to shrivel and dissolve like smoke. They struck the shadow spinners, who shrieked and writhed, their forms flickering and dissolving at the edges before they retreated, scrambling frantically back into the deepest, darkest crevices of the high canopy, leaving only an echoing sense of cold malice fading away. The clearing was suddenly quiet, bathed in the gentle, reflected starlight from the dewdrop spring and the softer, warmer glow of Finn's acorn. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by the peaceful sounds of the miniature forest night. Thistle sighed, a long, shuddering breath of relief. He dipped his uninjured paw into the spring, and then touched it to his tangled leg. The swelling immediately lessened, and the raw mark left by the silk faded. He looked at Finn, his moss-green eyes filled with profound gratitude. "You saved us, Finn. You saved the spring." The lead stoneback approached, dipping its massive head. The glow-bearer spoke truth. He acted with courage and heart. The stonebacks remember. The paths near the dewdrop spring are clear once more, thanks to you. It turned its multifaceted gaze towards the acorn. Your light, it is not of this world, yet it harmonized with the heart light of the spring. Remember this alliance, glow-bearer. Finn felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the acorn. He had been terrified, lost, and impossibly small. Yet by asking for help, telling the truth, and acting with kindness, he had made a difference. He had found friends in the most unexpected places. He looked at Thistle, the gentle moon and moss creature, and the stoic, powerful stonebacks. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I couldn't have done anything without you." Thistle nudged Finn's leg gently with his snout. "The moon is waning, Finn. The path between worlds grows thin. You must return before the dawn light severs it completely. Hold the acorn and think of your own bed, your own size." Finn nodded, a pang of sadness mixing with the relief. He would miss this hidden, magical world. He crouched down to Thistle's level. "Will I ever see you again?" Thistle's eyes twinkled. "The forest holds many doors, Finn. You carry a key. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart. True magic often resides in the quiet places, waiting for a kindred spirit to notice." He pointed towards a patch of moonlit moss nearby. "Step there, think of home." Finn stood on the soft moss, clutching the acorn. He looked one last time at the towering trees, the sparkling caverns, the steadfast beetles, and his small, brave friend. He closed his eyes and pictured his cozy room, his patchwork quilt, the familiar scent of wood smoke from the hearth downstairs. He poured his longing for home into the acorn. The familiar cool mist sensation washed over him. The sounds of the giant forest faded, replaced by the gentle creak of his own house settling and the distant hoot of an owl from the real woods outside. He opened his eyes. He was standing beside his bed, bathed in moonlight. He was his normal size. In his hand the acorn felt cool and inert, just an unusually large, copper-capped acorn. But it wasn't just an acorn. It was a key, a reminder. Finn carefully placed the acorn on his windowsill where the moonlight touched it. He climbed into bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The vastness of the hidden world, the fear, the awe, the kindness of Thistle, and the stonebacks, it all swirled within him. He had journeyed into the impossible, faced darkness with the help of unexpected friends, and learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. He learned that size mattered far less than the size of one's heart, and that true magic often bloomed in acts of compassion and truth. As sleep finally claimed him, Finn looked at the acorn on the sill. It didn't glow, but it seemed to hold the moonlight differently. He smiled, a quiet, knowing smile. The forest outside his window no longer seemed just like the woods. It was a place layered with secrets, a hidden world humming just beneath the surface, waiting. And he knew, with a certainty that warmed him deeper than any quilt, that kindness and courage were the truest magic of all. The gentle rhythm of his breathing slowed, matching the peaceful sigh of the wind in the real trees outside, a lullaby woven from moonlight and the memory of friendship found in the roots of the world. His last thought before drifting into peaceful dreams was a silent promise whispered to the night, "I will look with my heart." And the forest, vast and ancient and full of quiet wonders, seemed to sigh in contentment, cradling the sleeping village and the boy who now knew its deepest secret. The moonlight on the acorn gleamed, just for a moment, like a promise kept. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. The evening mist clung to the hills like a silver shawl when Oliver first noticed the path. It wasn't the familiar dirt track leading to the village, nor the winding deer trail through the woods behind his cottage. This path, almost hidden beneath a curtain of weeping willow branches, glowed with a soft, internal light, like moonlight trapped in dewdrops. A strange, sweet scent, like crushed mint and honeycomb, drifted from its entrance. Oliver's heart, usually steady as the old grandfather clock, gave a curious little skip. Where could it lead? Curiosity, that gentle tug on the soul, proved stronger than the lure of his warm hearth. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped onto the luminous path. The moment his foot touched the glowing stones, the world shifted. The familiar rustle of oak leaves transformed into a chorus of tiny chimes. The air hummed not with sound, but with a feeling of vibration of pure, quiet wonder. He was in the Glowmoss forest. Trees unlike any Oliver had ever seen arched overhead, their bark shimmering with patterns of sapphire and emerald light that pulsed slowly, like sleepy hearts. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that radiated a warm, golden glow, illuminating clusters of translucent mushrooms that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. Fireflies, but not ordinary ones, drifted like living sparks. Some were miniature lanterns, others tiny winged cats made of pure light, purring a soft, luminous rumble. Oliver walked, his footsteps silent on the radiant moss, his eyes wide with awe. He felt no fear, only a swelling sense of peaceful enchantment. Soon the path widened into a small clearing dominated by an ancient, twisting tree whose trunk seemed woven from strands of moonlight. Beneath its lowest branch sat a cluster of large, smooth river stones, each one softly humming a different, harmonious note. As Oliver approached, the stones stopped humming. A dozen pairs of large, luminous eyes blinked open on their surfaces, eyes the color of twilight and starlight. They weren't scary eyes, but curious, ancient ones. "Lost little wanderer," a voice chimed, seeming to come from all the stones at once. It sounded like water trickling over smooth pebbles. "Not lost," Oliver replied, his voice hushed with reverence. "Just exploring. This place is beautiful." "Are an explorer," the stones chorused, their eyes blinking in sequence. "But explorers need guidance. The Whispering Falls lie ahead, and they only speak to those who listen truly. Can you hear the music of the forest?" Oliver closed his eyes. Beyond the chime of the mushrooms and the purr of the light cats, he strained his ears. He heard the soft sigh of the glowing leaves, the distant drip of water echoing like a far-off flute, and beneath it all, a deep, resonant hum from the earth itself. He hummed back a low, steady note, trying to match the earth's vibration. The stones chimed in approval. "Good, remember that hum. It is the forest's heartbeat. When the falls whisper, listen not just with your ears, but with the hum inside you. Now walk on, explorer. Mind the stepping stones across the laughing brook." Thanking the watching stones, Oliver continued. The path descended towards the sound of rushing water. He reached the laughing brook, a stream that bubbled and gurgled with genuine mirth, its water sparkling like liquid topaz. Smooth, flat stones dotted its surface, leading to the other side. But as Oliver stepped onto the first stone, it wobbled alarmingly and let out a high-pitched giggle. "Oh dear," chuckled the stone. "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wibble, bit ticklish." The next stone, "I'm Wobble, careful, I like to dance," indeed began to jiggle slightly. Oliver smiled. This was a challenge, but a gentle, playful one. He couldn't force his way across, he had to move with the stones. He stepped lightly onto Wibble, letting his foot settle gently before shifting his weight. "Nice to meet you, Wibble," he murmured. The stone steadied. He stepped onto Wobble, bending his knees slightly to absorb its jiggle. "Lovely dance, Wobble," he said kindly. The stone seemed to calm its movements. One by one he met Pebble, Shimmer, and Glint, each with their own little quirk, crossing the brook not by force, but by friendship and careful attention. The brook's laughter seemed warmer, more welcoming as he reached the far bank. Beyond the brook, the air grew cool and moist. The glow of the moss deepened to an emerald green, and the sound of falling water grew louder. He entered a cavern draped with curtains of glowing lichen, like jade waterfalls frozen in time. In the center, cascading down smooth, dark rock into a pool of liquid moonlight, were the Whispering Falls. The water didn't roar, it sighed. It murmured secrets in a language Oliver couldn't understand. He remembered the watching stone's advice. He stood quietly near the pool's edge, closed his eyes, and focused inward. He found the low, steady hum within himself, the one that matched the forest's heartbeat. He let that hum fill his mind, a deep, calming resonance. As he did, the sighing whispers of the falls began to weave themselves into his hum. They weren't words but feelings, a sense of ancient peace, the quiet joy of growth, the gentle strength of roots reaching deep into the earth. They spoke of the courage it takes to grow towards the light, even in the deepest shade. They spoke of connection, the moss to the stone, the brook to the sea, the wanderer to the wonders he finds. Oliver stood there, bathed in the fall's luminous spray and profound quiet, feeling the subtle message seep into his bones. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to step forward anyway. True exploration begins with an open heart and listening ears. You are part of this vast, beautiful hum. When he opened his eyes, the falls seemed to shimmer brighter. Reflected in the pool of moonlight, he saw not just his own face, but a subtle glow around him, like the soft light of the path. He felt lighter, calmer, filled with a quiet understanding. The journey back felt like a gentle farewell. The stepping stones greeted him by name, their movements steadier now. The watching stones hummed a soft lullaby of approval as he passed. The glowing trees seemed to lean in, their light patterns forming shapes like friendly waves. Even the light cats brushed against his legs, their purrs vibrating with warmth. He emerged from beneath the weeping willow branches, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky. The luminous path behind him faded, leaving only the ordinary, comforting darkness of the familiar field. The sweet scent lingered for just a moment, then was gone. Oliver walked back to his cottage, the cool night air feeling fresh on his face. He slipped into his bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The familiar creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind in the chimney, the distant hoot of an owl, they were all the same, yet somehow different. He carried the glowmoss forest within him now, the deep hum, the gentle lessons of the stones and the brook, the profound peace of the Whispering Falls. As he drifted towards sleep, a contented smile touched his lips. He knew the enchanted path might not appear again, or it might. But that didn't matter. The real magic, he realized, wasn't just in finding a glowing forest, but in discovering the quiet courage to seek the unknown, the kindness to befriend the strange, and the wisdom to truly listen to the world's gentle whispers. And that was a light he could carry anywhere, even into the deepest, coziest dreams. The warmth of his blanket felt like the golden moss, and the silence of the night hummed its own familiar, comforting song. He was home and he was changed, all wrapped in the soft, safe embrace of the night. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Boot prints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. The frost fairies are restless, declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the Whispering Woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight, as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come, and the stories yet to be told. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the Whispering Grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. "You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea." From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. "I'm Horatio," he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, "keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories." As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. "Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage," he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the Velvet Hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. "Lost things find me whether I like it or not." She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. "No light may cross," it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch. Horatio added, the click when a memory fits where it belongs. As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, a memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for Honeycrisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic, the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the 7th clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. On the humming orbital station Nebula's cradle, where starlight streamed through crystal viewports and hydroponic gardens breathed sweetness into recycled air, two souls drifted into each other's path like asteroids caught in the same gravity well. Kale, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged fingers, tended his beloved luminous orchids. His companion was Pip, a small, six-legged mechanoid resembling a copper spider, who whirred softly as it adjusted nutrient feeds. They were content in their quiet routine, until the day a shudder rattled the station's bones. Alarms blared, a containment breach in Sector Gamma. Kale sprinted toward the disturbance, Pip skittering at his heels. What they found wasn't radiation or fire, but a creature curled beneath a fractured coolant pipe, trembling. It resembled a living nebula, translucent skin shimmering with internal constellations, limbs like braided starlight, and eyes like molten silver pools. Kale gasped. Pip extended a delicate probe, chirping a diagnostic. The creature flinched, emitting a sound like cracking ice. Fear. Communication was impossible. Kale offered water. The being recoiled, mistaking the gesture for aggression. Pip displayed holographic schematics of the station. The alien blinked, overwhelmed. Its name, they learned days later through painstaking gestures, was Lyra, from the water world Thalassar, where thoughts flowed like currents and touch conveyed meaning. Here, stranded after her scout pod collided with debris, Lyra felt adrift in a desert of harsh lights and jarring sounds. She perceived Kale's attempts to help as clumsy intrusions, Pip's whirs as threatening buzzes. Loneliness was a cold, suffocating tide. The misunderstanding deepened when the station's core life support faltered. Lights dimmed, the air grew thin and stale. Kale, deciphering schematics with Pip, realized only thalassarian biogel, a substance Lyra secreted when calm, could reseal the fractured oxygen recyclers. But Lyra, sensing the panic around her, had retreated into a defensive shell, her skin hardening into opaque crystal. Kale approached with tools. Lyra saw weapons. Pip extended a welder. Lyra hissed, mistaking it for a predator's mandible. She thinks we're attacking her. Kale realized, heart sinking. Their survival depended on trust, yet an ocean of fear lay between them. Then Pip did something extraordinary. The little mechanoid didn't approach Lyra. Instead, it scuttled to Kale's abandoned orchid tray, its delicate limbs carefully plucking a wilting bloom. With agonizing slowness, Pip placed the flower before Lyra, then retreated. It began to hum, not its usual mechanical whir, but a gentle, melodic vibration that echoed the station's distant harmonic stabilizers. The sound was familiar. Lyra uncurled slightly. Thalassarians communicated through resonant frequencies in water. This dry, artificial hum carried a ghost of home. Hesitantly, Lyra reached out. Her crystalline fingertip touched the orchid's petal. Kale held his breath. Lyra's skin softened, glowing faintly. She touched the flower again, then looked at Pip. A soft, chiming note escaped her, a question. Pip responded with 2 ascending tones. A conversation began, fragile as spun glass. Pip became the bridge, translating Lyra's resonant pulses into binary flashes Kale understood, converting his words into vibrational patterns Lyra felt. They learned her gel wasn't harvested, but shared in moments of deep connection. Survival wasn't about taking, it was about giving. Working together, they became a symphony. Kale rigged a hydration mist to mimic Thalassar's humidity, soothing Lyra. Pip calibrated sonic emitters to amplify her calming frequencies. As the station groaned around them, Lyra closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the fragile trust blooming between them. Her skin shimmered and luminous gel, warm as sunlight, pooled in her palm. Kale, guided by Pip's precise instructions, applied it to the recyclers. With each seal repaired, the air grew sweeter, the light steadier. When the final breach closed, Lyra slumped, exhausted. Kale caught her, not with tools but with open hands. Her skin pulsed softly against his, a language beyond words saying, "I am safe with you." Weeks later, Lyra's repaired pod prepared to depart. Nebula's cradle gleamed, its gardens thriving under Kale's care, Pip polishing viewports with quiet pride. At the airlock, no words were needed. Lyra pressed her forehead to Kale's, a Thalassarian gesture of eternal bond. To Pip, she offered a single, perfect, luminous orchid grown from their shared garden, its roots entwined with a strand of her starlight hair. Pip stored it carefully within its chassis, a warm light glowing where its heart might be. As Lyra's pod vanished into the star-flecked velvet, Kale felt not emptiness, but fullness. He understood now, friendship wasn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same sky. It was the quiet hum in the darkness that says, "You are not alone." It was the flower offered instead of a weapon, the gel given freely, the light held safe within a metal chest. Pip chirped softly, projecting a hologram of Lyra's orchid beside Thalassar's swirling oceans. Together, human and mechanoid watched the stars, their silence a comfortable, lasting warmth, like embers in a hearth after a long journey. Some bonds, they knew, stretched farther than light years, anchored not in sameness, but in the brave, gentle choice to understand. And in the vast, whispering cosmos, that made all the difference. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant, and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the glade of whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me." Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading, Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Layla placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The Frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. The forest thrives not by one will, but by many, Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold. As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the Frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward Whispering Wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her song stitched tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moonpetal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in innate, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moon petals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed, not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first 2 delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of Eris and Thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moon petal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willow awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Eris, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Sila's now felt. Sila's learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. The evening mist curled around the cottage like a contented cat, silvering the cobblestone path and muffling the distant chime of the village clock. Inside, young Clara traced the frost feathers on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. 10 years old, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes holding the quiet depth of a forest pool, she felt a familiar restlessness stir. Her world, nestled between the whispering pines of Eldergrove Forest and the sleepy village of Willowbrook, felt too small, too known. She longed for the rustle of unseen leaves, the scent of unfamiliar earth. Beneath her bed, tucked inside a worn wooden box beside a smooth river stone and a robin's blue eggshell, lay her most precious secret, the Whisperwood acorn. It wasn't like any other acorn. Larger than her fist, its cap was etched with swirling silver patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the nut itself pulsed with a deep, warm amber light like captured sunset. She'd found it months ago beneath the oldest oak in Elder Grove, its glow drawing her through a thicket she'd never dared enter before. Since then, its gentle thrum against her palm was a constant, silent companion, a promise of something more. That night, unable to sleep, the acorn's pulse felt stronger, almost urgent. Slipping on her softest woolen cloak, she crept downstairs, past the snoring form of her grandfather in his armchair by the dying embers. The front door opened with a sigh, releasing her into the cool, pine-scented embrace of the night. The full moon hung low, a luminous pearl bathing the world in silvery light. Instinctively, Clara drew the Whisperwood acorn from her pocket. As moonlight touched its silver-etched cap, the swirling patterns ignited. They spun faster, glowing brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy ground. Then, with a soft chime like distant wind bells, a beam of pure amber light shot from the acorn's tip, striking the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak. Where the light touched, the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but an archway woven from living moonlight and tangled roots, leading into profound, inviting darkness. Hesitation flickered, then dissolved under the acorn's warm pulse and the archway's silent call. Clara stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, laden with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms and the rich, damp scent of ancient soil. Moonlight here wasn't silver, but liquid gold, filtering through a canopy of leaves shaped like stars and teardrops. Giant luminous mushrooms, glowing softly in blues and violets, lined a path of velvety moss. She stood in the Whisperwood, a hidden world nestled within the heart of Elder Grove, revealed only by the key she held. Awed, Clara walked the glowing path. Fireflies larger than sparrows and shimmering with opalescent light drifted past. Trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and unseen creatures chirped melodies that felt like laughter. The peace was profound, yet beneath it, Clara sensed a tremor, a faint discordant note. The golden light seemed thinner in places, the vibrant colors of the giant flowers slightly faded. The joyful chirping held an undercurrent of worry. Rounding a bend where luminous vines cascaded like waterfalls, Clara stumbled upon a sight that made her gasp. A large, grumpy-looking badger, his coarse fur striped silver and obsidian in the moonlight, was wrestling with a tangled mass of shimmering, thorny vines that seemed intent on engulfing a cluster of tiny, trembling star blooms. He huffed and grumbled, snapping at the vines with surprising ferocity, but his paws were clumsy against the stubborn growth. "Blasted bindweed," he muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "Always snatching the prettiest things. Hold on, little sparks, thorns got you, oof." A thorny tendril whipped back, catching his snout. "Maybe I can help." Clara's voice was soft, hesitant. The badger thorn spun around, eyes wide with shock, then narrowed with suspicion. "A sproutling. Here. How did you?" His gaze fell on the Whisperwood acorn still glowing warmly in her hand. "Ah, the key-bearer. Didn't expect one so small." He sniffed, then winced as another vine tightened around his hind leg. "Well, don't just stand there gawping, sproutling. These star blooms need light, and this infernal bindweed thrives on shadow. It's choking the joy right out of them." Clara stepped forward, the acorn's light flaring brighter as if responding to the threat. She noticed the bindweed recoiled slightly from its amber glow. "It doesn't like the light?" she asked, moving closer, holding the acorn near the thickest tangle near the badger's leg. "Course it doesn't." Thorn snapped, but his tone held less bite as the vine loosened its grip under the acorn's radiance. "Darkness is its home, but mere light won't stop it for long. Needs cleverness, it does, and paws or hands that can work the knots." Working together, an unlikely alliance formed. Thorn, despite his grumbling, had surprising knowledge of the Whisperwood's plants. He directed Clara where to shine the acorn's light most effectively, weakening the bindweed's grasp. Clara, with her nimble fingers, carefully untangled the complex knots the vines had formed around the star bloom's delicate stems, using the acorn's light as a guide and shield. Thorn used his strong claws and teeth on the tougher roots. It was slow, careful work. Clara learned the bindweed wasn't inherently evil. It was just growing wild, unchecked, drawn to the fading light of the blooms. Thorn learned the sproutling wasn't useless. Her patience and dexterity were invaluable. Finally, the last vine fell away. The star blooms trembled, then unfurled fully, releasing a shower of sparkling golden pollen that filled the air with the scent of honey and sunshine. Their light strengthened, pushing back the lingering shadows. Thorn sat back, panting, wiping a paw across his snout. He looked at Clara, then the rescued blooms, then back at Clara. A gruff sound, almost like a purr, rumbled in his chest. "HMPH not bad for a sproutling. Name's Thorn, keeper of the Glimmer Glade, or what's left of it." His voice held a deep sorrow now, replacing the grumpiness. "What's wrong?" Clara asked, sensing the tremor in the world again, stronger now. "The light, it feels thin." Thorn nodded heavily. "Aye, it's fading, the heart of the Whisperwood, it's gone missing." He gestured towards the heart of the forest, where the golden light seemed dimmest. Deep within the crystal caverns, a great crystal, warm as summer sun, bright as 1,000 fireflies. It's the source of all light and life here. Without it. He looked at the struggling bindweed they just pushed back, already sending out tentative feelers again. Without it, the whisperwood dims, the bindweed spreads, the songs grow sad. Winter will come, a winter with no end. A cold dread washed over Clara. Gone missing, how, who would take it? Don't know, Thorn admitted, his shoulders slumping. Happened under the last dark moon. No creature of the whisperwood would harm the heart. It sustains us all. He looked at the whisperwood acorn glowing in Clara's hand. The Kibar always appears when the whisperwood is in peril. Legend says they bring hope. He fixed her with his dark, intelligent eyes. Will you help me find it, Keybearer? Help me save my home. Clara's restlessness transformed into a fierce, warm resolve. She looked at the fading star blooms, listened to the worried chirps in the trees, felt the acorn's steady pulse against her skin, a pulse that echoed the missing heart. Yes, Thorn, I will. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the golden moon. The whisperwood acorn was their compass and guide. As they ventured deeper, the signs of decay grew clearer. Luminous mosses turned gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air grew colder, the joyful sounds replaced by an anxious silence. The path led them through groves of singing reeds, their melodies now mournful dirges, across bridges woven from living willow branches, which creaked ominously, and past pools where water sprites usually danced, now huddled together, their light dim. The acorn's light was crucial. It revealed hidden paths etched in faint silver on the moss, paths Thorn admitted he hadn't known existed. It calmed agitated creatures, like a family of luminescent hedgehogs whose quills flashed erratically with fear. One night, as a creeping chill mist threatened to swallow them, the acorn's glow flared, burning the mist away like sunlight on frost. They weren't alone for long. Their first companion joined them near the Sighing Falls. A young stag, his coat the color of twilight, his eyes wide and fearful, emerged from the gloom. He was trembling, barely more than a fawn. The shadows, he whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. They grow teeth in the dark places, they chased me. My herd I got lost. His name was Fern. Thorn grumbled about skittish saplings, but Clara knelt, offering a reassuring touch and sharing a piece of sweet root from her pocket. The whisperwood acorn's light seemed to soothe Fern's terror. He knew the lay of the land near the crystal caverns, and his keen senses could detect subtle shifts in the air and earth. He joined them, finding paths through dense thickets where Thorn's sturdy form would have struggled. Later, navigating a treacherous slope of loose, glowing shale near the cavern's entrance, they encountered the Flicker clan. These weren't ordinary fireflies. They were tiny, winged sprites woven from living light, barely larger than Clara's thumb. Normally playful, they now darted in erratic, panicked patterns. Their elder, a sprite named Glimmer with wings like stained glass, explained in a voice like tinkling bells, "The heart's song is gone, our light weakens. We saw something huge moving towards the deep dark." Clara held the whisperwood acorn high. Its warm, steady amber light seemed to resonate with the sprite's own flickering forms, calming their frantic dance. "We're going to find the heart," Clara promised. "Can you show us the way you saw the huge thing go?" Glimmer's light brightened. "Yes, Keybearer, we remember. We will light your path." The Flicker clan became their living lanterns, zipping ahead, illuminating crevices and pitfalls within the vast, echoing entrance of the crystal caverns. Their collective light, guided by the acorn's steady pulse, pushed back the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The crystal caverns were breathtakingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. Geodes taller than houses pulsed with faint internal light amethyst, citrine, aquamarine, but their glow was sickly, intermittent. Stalactites and stalagmites, usually gleaming like polished ivory, were dull and streaked with gray. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and an underlying tang of sorrow. The path Glimmer showed them led downwards, deeper into the mountain, away from the faint moonlight filtering through high crevices, into a realm of near-total darkness only held at bay by the Flicker clan and the Whisperwood acorn. Strange, echoing drips replaced the forest sounds. The weight of the mountain pressed down. They followed signs only Fern could fully decipher, deep, heavy footprints sunk into patches of softer sediment, enormous scratch marks on the crystalline walls, and a lingering scent, Thorn confirmed, of stone, loneliness, and damp wool. The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the more the Flicker clan's lights dimmed, huddling closer to the comforting warmth of Clara's acorn. Finally, they entered a vast, low-ceilinged chamber deep within the earth. It was utterly dark except for a faint, sickly green phosphorescence emanating from patches of lichen on the walls. The chamber felt desolate, hollow. And there, in the very center, hunched on a floor of cold, dark stone, sat the source of the footprints. It was a giant. Not a monster from a scary tale, but a being of living rock and moss. He was easily 3 times Thorn's height when sitting, his body craggy and uneven, like a small hill given life. Patches of grayish lichen grew on his stony shoulders. His head, resting on massive knees, was formed from rough-hewn granite, and his eyes, when he slowly lifted his head at their approach, were 2 deep, dark pools reflecting the faint light from the acorn and sprites. They held an ocean of sadness. In his enormous, stone-knuckled hands, he cradled something that pulsed with a weak, struggling light, the heart of the Whisperwood. It was a large, multifaceted crystal, its usual vibrant gold now a dim, flickering amber, its light barely illuminating the giant's sorrowful face. Thorn bristled, a low growl starting in his chest. You stole the heart, you're killing the Whisperwood." Fern trembled behind Clara, and the Flicker clan dimmed their lights fearfully. The giant flinched at Thorn's accusation, his stony features crumpling further. He didn't speak, but a deep, resonant sound emanated from him, like boulders grinding together under immense pressure. It wasn't words, but Clara felt its meaning resonate in her bones. Loneliness. Cold. Darkness. Wanting light. Clara's anger at the fading forest melted away, replaced by a wave of profound understanding. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Thorn's head, calming his growl. She held the Whisperwood acorn high, its light steady and warm. "Hello," she said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "My name is Clara. This is Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan. We came from the Whisperwood." The giant's dark eyes fixed on her, then on the acorn. He made the grinding sound again, softer this time. "Lost. Cold. Found light. Took it. Didn't know." His massive finger, rough as uncut stone, gently touched the fading heart in his hands. "You didn't know it needed to stay in its place?" Clara asked gently, moving closer. The giant shook his massive head slowly. "Dark here. Always dark. Light, warm. Wanted it close." Clara understood. He wasn't a thief driven by malice, but a lonely soul trapped in the deepest dark, drawn to the only warmth and light he'd ever encountered. He hadn't understood the consequences. "The light from the heart," she explained, her voice filled with compassion, "it needs to be free. It needs to shine for everyone in the Whisperwood, the trees, the flowers, the badgers, the deer, the firefly sprites. Even the bindweed needs a little light, though not too much." She offered a small smile. "When it's trapped down here, it fades. The whole forest is growing cold and dark. The creatures are scared." The giant looked down at the heart in his hands, its weak pulse reflecting in his deep eyes. He made a sound like a sighing mountain. "Hurting. I hurt them." Genuine anguish filled the resonant sound. He looked at the struggling light, then at Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the flickering sprites. He saw their determination, their fear, and Clara's unwavering kindness. Slowly, ponderously, the giant rose to his full height, making the chamber seem smaller. He looked from the fading heart to Clara, then to the dark passage leading upwards. He made a questioning rumble, pointing a massive finger towards the surface. "Yes," Clara said, relief washing over her like warm sunlight. "It needs to go back to the crystal caverns, to its proper place. Then its light will be strong again for everyone." The giant nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He cradled the heart carefully against his stony chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he extended his other enormous hand, palm open and flat, towards Clara and her companions. "Come." Hesitantly, Clara stepped onto the giant's palm. Thorn, after a moment's grumbling about undignified transport, climbed on beside her, followed by Fern, who nuzzled Clara reassuringly. The Flicker clan settled on their shoulders and heads like living jewels. The giant's hand was surprisingly warm, not cold stone, but warmed by the faint pulse of the heart he held. With careful, earth-shaking steps that echoed through the tunnels, he carried them back the way they had come, retracing their path through the oppressive darkness that now felt less threatening. The Whisperwood acorn's light, combined with the giant's presence and the heart's weak pulse, pushed back the gloom. The journey upwards felt quicker. As they neared the upper caverns, the giant's steps grew lighter, less burdened. Hope was a tangible thing in the air. Finally, they reached the heart's rightful chamber, a vast, cathedral-like space near the cavern entrance, bathed in the strengthening moonlight filtering from above. A natural pedestal of pure white crystal stood in the center, waiting. The giant approached the pedestal. He looked at the heart, then at Clara and her friends on his palm. His deep eyes held a complex mix of sorrow, understanding, and dawning hope. With infinite care, as if placing the most fragile bird's egg, he lowered the Whisperwood heart onto the crystal pedestal. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. The heart lay there, its light still faint and flickering. Then a single pure note rang out, like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. The heart flared. Not weakly, but with a sudden, blinding burst of pure, golden light that filled the cavern, washing over the walls, igniting the geodes within. Amethyst burned violet, citrine shone like captured sun, aquamarine glowed with the depth of tropical seas. The light pulsed outwards, a wave of warmth and energy that flowed through the caverns, down the tunnels, and out into the Whisperwood beyond. On the giant's palm, Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan felt it wash over them, a wave of pure, revitalizing joy. Outside, they knew without seeing, the gray moss turned emerald and luminous, the star blooms burst forth in radiant showers of gold, the bindweed shrank back, seeking only the dappled shade it preferred. The trees sighed with relief, their rustling now a chorus of pure delight. The songs of unseen creatures rose, not in worry, but in exultant harmony. The giant stood bathed in the heart's restored golden light. He looked different. The patches of gray lichen on his shoulders seemed greener, more vibrant. The deep sorrow in his eyes hadn't vanished, but it was softened, overlaid with wonder and a profound sense of peace. He carefully lowered his hand, allowing his passengers to step off onto the warm, glowing floor of the cavern. The Flicker clan zipped joyfully around the chamber, their lights now blazing like tiny stars. He looked at Clara, then pointed towards the Whisperwood beyond the cavern entrance, bathed in the restored golden moonlight. He made a soft, questioning rumble. "Go back." Clara understood. "The Whisperwood is your home too now," she said gently. "The light is for everyone, you belong here." The giant looked around the cavern, now alive with light and color, then back at the vibrant forest visible through the archway. He made a sound like distant, contented thunder. Home. He slowly settled himself near the pedestal, his massive form seeming less like a lonely hill and more like a protective mountain basking in the sun. He would watch over the heart, not take it, but share in its light. Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced fear and misunderstanding, and found wisdom and friendship in the most unexpected places. She had learned that light, to be truly strong, needed to be shared, not hoarded. That kindness could unlock even the hardest heart. That home wasn't just a place, but a feeling of belonging, woven from connection. Thorn nudged her hand with his snout. "Well, Keybearer," he said, his gruff voice thick with an emotion Clara had never heard in it before gratitude. "Seems you found more than the heart. You found a friend for the Whisperwood and quieted an old badger's fears." Fern nuzzled her shoulder and the Flicker clan settled on her head, their light warm against her hair. It was time to go home. The Whisperwood acorn pulsed warmly in her hand, no longer urgent but content. It had guided her, illuminated her path, and now it felt like a promise kept. They walked back through the Whisperwood, transformed. The golden light was stronger, richer than even when Clara first arrived. The air hummed with life and song. Creatures peeked from blossoms and branches, their eyes bright and curious, waving tiny limbs or rustling leaves in thanks. Emerging through the moonlit archway, woven by the acorn back into Eldergrove, felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a familiar, yet subtly changed reality. The ordinary forest seemed imbued with a deeper magic, a quieter song. She could now hear the rustle of leaves holding secrets, the scent of pine carrying whispers, the moonlight feeling like a gentle embrace. The archway shimmered and faded back into the solid bark of the ancient oak, leaving only the scent of honey and starlight lingering in the cool air. Clara slipped back into the quiet cottage. The embers in the fireplace glowed warmly. Her grandfather still snored softly in his armchair. Everything was as she left it, yet nothing was the same. She placed the Whisperwood acorn back in its wooden box beneath her bed. Its pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. It had done its work. Climbing into her own bed, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Clara looked out at the moonlit forest. She no longer felt the ache of the too small world. She knew the vastness within it, the hidden light, the unexpected friendships. She knew the giant, Borin, for that was the name that resonated in her heart for him, was watching over the heart, sharing its warmth. She knew Thorn was patrolling his glimmer glade, grumbling contentedly. Fern was safe with his herd. The Flicker clan danced in the restored light. She closed her eyes, the scent of star blooms and warm earth faint in her memory. The echoes of the Whisperwoods song a gentle lullaby. The world was vast, beautiful, and full of hidden light waiting to be shared. And she, Clara, with a heart full of wonder and a small, glowing acorn beneath her bed, belonged to it all. Sleep came swiftly, deep and peaceful, carrying her into dreams woven with golden light and the gentle rumble of a mountain finding its home. Outside, the first true dawn of the restored Whisperwood began to blush on the horizon, promising a day filled with the quiet, enduring magic of connection. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singers' songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singers' strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other Moskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Leila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Leela, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half-remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. "South," he hooted, "where stone kisses sky." The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rock slide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Leela whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first claim it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Leela cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Leela realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever-fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Leela approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic, Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Layla stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Layla smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper, well done." Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age, and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life, the rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the heart well together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle, moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely, the bluebell petal radiated spring's promise, the dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy, the autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire, the snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair, the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon, and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the lantern of veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Leela through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth, and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" "With a thread of shared light," said Ember. "But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it." As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Leela's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. "You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while." The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. "She'll return." They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Ember's ears flattened. "The key is a memory, one you must give freely." Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Leela's hand. "You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending." Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self.